She practically wanted to chop off her own hand then and there. If Shen Liangchuan accidentally saw her like this, would she have any dignity left? She grabbed her hair regretfully and only walked out when she was sure that Shen Liangchuan and his group had left. Then she saw that a shop employee was looking at her with a conflicted expression. Furthermore, Xiao Yi had disappeared. Xiao Lian lowered her head and used a hand to cover her face shamefully. At the same time, she handed the clothes back to the salesperson, saying, "This I dash." Before she could finish speaking, she heard the salesperson say, "Miss, someone has already helped you to pay for this." Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian jerked her head upwards and looked at the salesperson incredulously. "Who?" The salesperson coughed and said, "The person who swiped Mr. Shan's card. Shen Liangchuan." Xiao Lian was stunned. She was absolutely dumbfounded. The salesperson coughed again and said softly, "Mr. Shan said that you can wear it tonight." The salesperson quickly packed the clothes and handed them to her. Staring at these clothes, Xiao Lian felt uncomfortable taking them, but she also felt uncomfortable not taking them as well. As she agonized over her decision, Xiao Yi ran over panting. "You scared me, Sister Qiao. Just now, Best Actor Shen and a group of people rushed over to this shop, so I hurriedly ran to the adjoining shop." "Oh, you actually bought a set of clothes? What did you buy? Let me see." Xiao Lian immediately snatched the clothes from the salesperson's hands without saying anything. "It's nothing." If Xiao Yi saw this set of clothes, she would laugh at her. After seizing the clothes from the salesperson, she grabbed Xiao Yi and walked outside. Xiao Yi said mysteriously, "Sister Qiao, I just heard Best Actor Shen and his group talk about how they plan to eat at the restaurant Pinchuan Gu. Should we follow them there as well?" "You are no longer afraid of Best Actor Shen." "I'm still afraid," Xiao Yi exclaimed, "but there's no other choice. Since you offended the chief editor, if we do not uncover this scoop, I really think that you will not have a future at the news agency anymore. You've been tolerating the chief editor for over half a year, just so that you could get a reporter pass once you finish working for 1 year and become a fully fledged reporter, right?" Xiao Lian immediately choked. Xiao Yi clapped her shoulders and said, "We should follow them now and catch them off guard. We might even be able to uncover Mrs. Shen's identity tonight." Xiao Yi was saying this for her own good, so she found herself unable to reject her. The two of them walked out of the shopping mall and got into the car. After waiting for a while, they saw the nanny van with Shen Liangchuan inside driving out. Xiao Lian silently started her car and followed them again. It seemed as though Xiao Yi was correct. The people in front were driving steadily and did not seem to have discovered them at all. Relieved, she followed their every turn. Finally, she realized that they were not going to Pinchuan Gu. Instead, they arrived at a restaurant that served Guangdong cuisine. As they went in to eat, Xiao Lian and Xiao Yi parked their car in a parking space located along the roadside and silently stared at the entrance of the restaurant. Xiao Yi excitedly said, "We'll wait for them to finish their dinner. Then, Best Actor Shen will probably go home, or maybe even go and meet Mrs. Shen." Xiao Lian was about to reply when someone knocked on the car's window. She turned her head and saw Song Cheng standing outside the car and smiling profusely. Her heart leapt and she instinctively started the car. However, she only realized at this moment that the parking spot that her car was currently occupying was located at a dead end and thus, she would not be able to drive away. Her entire body tensed. She then saw Song Cheng gesturing at her to roll down the car's window. In any case, they had already discovered her when buying clothes. Xiao Lian felt as though she had nothing to lose at this point in time. She took a deep breath and rolled down the car's windows, only to see Song Cheng standing outside and smiling profusely. He lifted 2 takeaway boxes and said, "Ladies, you must be tired after following us for an entire day. These meals are compliments of Brother Shen." After he finished speaking, he gave the boxes to them. Xiao Lian accepted them apathetically. Song Cheng whistled and turned to leave. After he left, Xiao Lian and Xiao Yi looked at each other, opened the takeaway boxes and found that the meal inside was extremely sumptuous. A shocked and terrified Xiao Yi said, Miss Qiao, what did Best Actor Shen mean by this? As she thought about the methods Shen Liangchuan had used against the paparazzi, she exclaimed, "Could there be poison in these meals?" Qiao Lian. When Song Chung finished delivering the meals, he casually strolled into one of the hotel's compartments. The moment he entered, he rushed to Shen Liangchuan's side and said obsequiously, "Miss Qiao has just finished her surgery, so I had the kitchen make some food that was suitable for her. I even gave her a bowl of herbal soup." Miss Qiao was so touched that she couldn't stop weeping. Shen Liangchuan shot a glance at him impassively and blurted out, "Meddlesome." Song Chung immediately said something that cut through his pretense. "TCH, we agreed to eat Sichuan cuisine, but someone asked to change the location at the last minute. That's not all. As someone that clearly hates the taste of herbal soup, the moment you walked in, you asked the waiter whether there was any herbal soup. Brother Shen, could you stop acting so depressed? Everyone else. Did I also give you permission to pay for that set of clothes?" Song Chung waved his hands and said, "Miss Qiao is your wife, so it's natural that you pay for clothes that she set her eyes on. You don't expect me to pay for those, right?" Shen Liangchuan. Song Chung had discovered that as long as he teased him by mentioning Miss Qiao, Best Actor Shen would become extraordinarily generous. Shen Liangchuan's apathetic eyes were looking through the window. He noticed that the car below had sneakily driven away after a while. He suddenly wanted to return home to see her reaction. It seemed that the disagreeable nature that he had exhibited earlier had disappeared with the days passing. When Qiao Lian returned to the mansion, it was already approximately 8 p.m. Because she had been following Best Actor Shen, she had driven for the whole day. As a result, her limbs were fatigued. She took a shower and climbed onto the huge bed, sighing comfortably. As she stared at the ceiling, she could not help but think. Had Shen Liangchuan asked for the meal she had received tonight to be sent to her? Or had Song Chung delivered it of his own accord? As she thought of this, she stood up abruptly and took out the clothes that were bought today. These clothes were the first set of clothes that Shen Liangchuan had bought for her. She smiled and opened her mouth in delight. Fine. Given that Best Actor Shen was such a cold person, it was already difficult enough for him to do such a thing. Thus, she should forgive him for what had transpired the other night. As she stared at that set of clothes that would make anyone feel shy, Qiao Lian's eyes shifted around. She moved closer to the doorway and looked outside. The two servants downstairs were in their respective rooms. She closed the door to the room and snuck in front of the mirror. She took off the towel wrapping her body and wore the set of clothes. It was a bunny costume. The two little bunny ears placed on top of her head were extremely cute. In addition, there was even a little tail located near her derriere. Very little fabric was covering her body, which made the outfit extremely sexual. Qiao Lian looked in the mirror, admired her figure and then shook her derriere. The tail was way too funny. Suddenly, she noticed something in the mirror and her body instantly froze. The moment she turned her head, she saw Shen Liangchuan silently standing at the doorway. When Shen Liangchuan finished dining with Song Chung and the others and was about to head home, he did not have plans to visit Villa 8. However, when the car reached the villa, he received a call from Song Chung saying that he needed to drive back to him to pick up a document that he had forgotten to take. Thus, he made a U-turn and drove to the exterior of the villa. Because he still had to leave, he parked his car outside the front door and walked in. Downstairs, both of the servants were in their respective rooms. Upstairs, the light was switched on in the bedroom. He went upstairs intending to go to the study. However, when he passed by the master bedroom, he felt an inexplicable urge to stop. He suddenly felt like finding out how she would react if she saw him. Thus, he lightly pushed open the door to the room. However, who could explain to him exactly what he had just seen? Qiao Lian was, at this moment, casually twisting her hair. The pink fur on the bunny ears complemented her translucent complexion and her fair skin. She was wearing sexy and furry lingerie that made her hips seem extremely skinny. She was also wearing a pair of hot pants with a rabbit tail sticking out of the back of the pants. She was standing in front of the mirror. First, she did a few sexy poses, slapping her waist while smiling. Next, she shook her derriere at the mirror. Then she stretched out her hands and slapped the bunny tail. She was humming a song as well. You are so beautiful, you are so attractive. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. You are like she sure muddling the spring water. Her sexy appearance caused him to stand frozen on the spot, and he instantly felt a rush of blood spreading throughout his entire body. However, the girl suddenly saw him through the mirror and immediately froze too, turning her head around at once. The blood in her entire body seemed to instantly rush to her face as she blushed profusely, her mouth forming the letter. Then, like a startled rabbit, she quickly jumped onto the bed and tried to cover herself with the blanket. However, because she was standing on top of the blanket, when she forcefully pulled it, she rolled onto the ground. Ouch! She said as she rubbed her derriere, before hurriedly getting onto the bed again, using the blanket to cover her entire body. Shen Liangchuan. He knew Xiao Lian was shy even without saying it aloud. He finally could not hold himself back, as the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. At this moment, Xiao Lian desperately wished that she could dig a hole to hide herself in. She hid under the blanket and felt that she was utterly shameful. Ah! Who would have thought that right when she was turning lemons into lemonade and enjoying herself for a while, she would coincidentally get caught by Shen Liangchuan. Why was he back? Ooh! She was too ashamed to face anybody. She held onto the blanket with one hand and covered her face with the other, thinking that Best Actor Shen would hurriedly leave at this point in time so that she could change her clothes. However, within the silence, she heard his footsteps approaching nearer and nearer, until they stopped beside the bed. Xiao Lian's heart instantly leapt. She waited for a long time, but she did not hear any movement coming from him. Therefore, she quietly pulled the blanket off of her. Her eyes slowly emerged and then she looked into his eyes. She froze. Then with great effort, she squeezed out a smile, looked at him and awkwardly greeted him. Mr. Shen, you are back already? Shen Liangchuan softly humped affirmingly, but the expression on his face remained impassive. No one could possibly guess what his true feelings were right now. Just when Xiao Lian thought that he was going to the bathroom, she heard him suddenly say, "What were you doing just now?" Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian was dumbfounded. She was absolutely stunned. Any other man would have turned around and pretended that nothing had ever happened after finding himself in an awkward situation with another person. So why was Shen Liangchuan asking this now? Her gaze was fixed on his face. If not for the fact that he looked apathetic and serious at this moment, she would have thought that this guy was purposely doing this. Meeting his light gaze, she could only cough and say, "Today, the clothes you bought for me today, I was trying them out to see if they fit me." Shen Liangchuan said affirmatively. Oh. He then turned around, casually picked up his laptop and turned to sit on the sofa. Just as Xiao Lian was breathing a sigh of relief, she heard him say, "They fit you." Xiao Lian. So was she being praised? However, doesn't Best Actor Shen typically go to the bathroom to wash up immediately after he returned home? Why was he sitting here unmoving? Xiao Lian was close to crying. Wrapped in the blanket, she did not know what she should do. After a long while, the ringtone coming from a cell phone shattered the silence in the room. She perked her ears up, hugged the blanket and sat up. Her large eyes looked around the room a couple of times before landing on the sofa upon which Shen Liangchuan was currently sitting on. Only then did she realize that while she had been trying out the clothes, she had thrown her towel and cell phone on top of the sofa. Xiao Lian bit her lip and pretended that she was dead, hoping that nobody had heard the phone ringing. However, as she laid down, she heard Shen Liangchuan's voice saying, "Your phone's ringing." Xiao Lian. She obviously knew that her phone was ringing. He should be helping her by bringing the phone over. However, it was futile to hope for Best Actor Shen to assist her. Xiao Lian clenched her teeth and said, "It's no problem, it is probably a scam call." "Who is Xiao Yi?" "My colleague." "Then, it's your colleague who is placing this call," Xiao Lian said. "So what about it? Do you want me to answer it for you?" His one sentence caused Xiao Lian to uncover the blanket from her with a whoosh. She jumped off the bed and hurriedly rushed to his side, grabbing the phone from him and saying, "There's no need." What a joke. If she lets him answer the call, Wouldn't her identity as Mrs. Shun be exposed? She snatched the cell phone from him and answered it, uttering a quick, "Hello." She then quickly turned around and attempted to walk to the bed. It was then that she realized that Shun Liangchuan had strode to the side of the bed. It would be rather inappropriate if she ran over and jumped onto the bed at this moment. However, the clothes on her body. At this moment, Xiao Ye's voice emanated from the phone saying, "Ah, Miss Chow, guess what I just saw?" Without waiting for Qiao Lian to speak, she continued, "I saw Best Actor Shun's car. It's just parked outside the entranceway to the mansion. This means that Best Actor Shun is home tonight. It also means that Mrs. Shun is inside the mansion. Qiao Lian, come quick. I will send you the address on WeChat in a second." Qiao Lian. She quickly ran to the window and looked outside. She saw that a car had indeed parked outside the mansion. In addition, a familiar silhouette was sauntering around the car, excitedly holding a cell phone while jumping and smiling. Qiao Lian. How could she go over now? "Xiao Yi, why are you here?" Why are you there? Aren't you afraid of him?" As she spoke, she sneakily looked behind her and realized that Shan Liangchuan was currently looking at her. She immediately coughed and grabbed her cell phone, thinking that he had heard her conversation with Xiao Yi. She had completely forgotten that she was currently wearing a sexy outfit. She also did not notice the fiery stare that Shan Liangchuan was leveling at her. Xiao Yi replied, "Miss Chow, I kept thinking about how even though we followed Best Actor Shen the whole day today, he did not fly into a temper. This means that those rumors about Best Actor Shen disliking the paparazzi are false. Thus, I became emboldened with courage. If you do not uncover who Mrs. Shun is, the chief editor will keep hounding you. As such, I must naturally help you with all of my ability." Are you so touched that you are about to cry? She was indeed about to cry, but not because she was touched. Qiao Lian twitched the edges of her mouth and said, "You should hasten back home." "Go back home for what? The bodyguards are quite alert, but I managed with great difficulty to sneak in today." "Don't worry, Miss Chow, the lights on the second-floor bedroom are switched on, which means that Mrs. Shun is definitely here. I will wait for her for the entire night. I refuse to believe that Mrs. Shun will not leave her house tomorrow. She definitely needed to go to work tomorrow, or else the chief editor would definitely accuse her of being lazy." "Miss Chow, I'll hang up now because I need to find a place to hide." "Well, I will send the address to you. If you can come, then come. If not, it's no big deal." Could she not go? Because of her, Xiao Yi was probably going to wait outside for the whole night. It would definitely be inappropriate of her to sleep soundly in her house tonight. She hung up the phone and lamented for a while. She intended to change her clothes and go out, but she suddenly felt a boiling hot body quietly approach her from behind. Qiao Lian's body immediately froze. She did not even have a chance to look behind her before she felt a warm breath on the back of her neck. A familiar aura of manliness was surrounding her back. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and turned her head. Her gaze met with Shun Liangchuan's dark one. His exquisite appearance seemed gentler under the light, more warm and less cold, making Qiao Lian's heart start to beat erratically. Her mouth was dry as she asked, Mr. Shun, what are you planning to do?" Shun Liangchuan's thin lips said delicately, "What are you planning to do, dressed like this?" "Dressed like this?" She lowered her head and anxiously clutched her chest area with both of her hands, saying, I dash. Before she could finish speaking, she felt Shun Liangchuan's large hands surround her waist. His palms were hot. A feeling of roughness and dryness emanated from her sensitive waist region, causing Qiao Lian to feel as though her entire body was heating up. Then she heard him say, "Did you specifically buy this outfit to make me come home and stay?" Qiao Lian was on the verge of tears. She had no such intentions. However, at this moment she could hardly tell him this. She fell into his arms, their breaths synchronized. Her heart was beating wildly. Her shy expression also caused Shun Liangchuan's mood to intensify. Their entire history disappeared in an instant. At this moment, he chose not to think about the sadness in his memories. He only wanted to hug the girl in his arms and stay like this for eternity. He lowered his head and moved closer to her, speaking slowly. I have never slept with a female fan of mine. His words caused Xiao Lian's face to blush a bright red. She was bewildered and did not know what to do. Shen Liangchuan was intending to do something, but he suddenly saw the girl he was hugging and violently jerked his head upwards. She bit her pink lips, the light shining in her eyes brightly like stars in the sky. Then she gathered her courage and said, Mr. Shen, actually, ever since your audition 8 years ago, I had already begun to notice you. However, when he heard what she said, her rambling speech seemed to have transformed into a bowl of cold water which instantly splashed all over him. 8 years ago. Shen Liangchuan's enormous hands, which were holding onto her waist, slightly tensed up. At this moment, her confession was like a large slap to his face. 8 years ago, their relationship had just shattered. However, had she already fallen in love with him as a celebrity? No, to phrase this in another way, it meant that their initial relationship, which he had kept in his memory, was nothing to her. All his heart palpitations disappeared along with Xiao Lian's words. The only feelings left were mockery and awkwardness. Shen Liangchuan narrowed his eyes. He could clearly feel the temper within his body slowly awakening, making him wish that he could tear her apart. His large hands forcefully lifted her and threw her onto the bed. He then pressed his body on her. Just when he was about to punish her, he suddenly saw her eyes, which were overwhelmed with fear. She shouted at him, Mr. Shen. He violently jerked upwards upon hearing her words. He suddenly thought of her acute appendicitis. He tightly clenched his fists. Afraid that he would hurt her again, he immediately got up and turned to leave. Bang! Only when the door of the room violently closed, did Xiao Lian, who was lying on the bed, regain her consciousness. She widened her eyes. She did not understand why the obviously flirtatious atmosphere had swiftly changed in the blink of an eye. He had been fooling around with her, which was why she had been brave enough to say those words. However, why had he suddenly raged violently? She was completely baffled. His temper was truly unpredictable. Xiao Lian sat on the bed for a while and calmed herself down. Her cell phone rang again. When she picked the call up, she heard Xiao Ye's intentionally soft voice saying, Sister Qiao, I just saw Best Actor Shen angrily leave. The only person who could make him flare up like that is definitely Mrs. Shen. Only then did Xiao Lian remember that Xiao Yi was still waiting for her downstairs. She immediately said, I will go and find you now. She hung up the phone and changed her clothes. From the back door, she walked outside and then quietly snuck to the front door. After meeting up with Xiao Yi, the both of them stayed awake the entire night, hiding behind a nearby rock. Xiao Yi excitedly said, Mrs. Shen is definitely inside. We are definitely going to uncover a huge scoop. As she finished speaking, her mouth twitched. But we have it tough as reporters. Look at people like Mrs. Shen, who can sleep on their comfortable beds. However, we are toughing it out by hiding outside. She sighed. Xiao Lian thought, I also want to hide inside and sleep. If I had known this would happen, I would have carried both my bed and my blanket downstairs. The both of them slowly endured the entire night by talking with each other. The next day, even at 8 in the morning, only 2 servants left the mansion to buy vegetables. They did not see anybody even remotely resembling Mrs. Shen. Xiao Yi hung her head, looking like a shriveled tomato. She followed Xiao Lian outside. Xiao Lian yawned as she walked. She slapped Xiao Ye's shoulders encouragingly and said, When there's a will, there's a way. Don't look so down. Xiao Ye nodded. The both of them walked out of the mansion's neighborhood and entered the garden. Just when they were intending to continue walking, they suddenly heard Xia Yehua's voice. Xiao Qiao. She walked over and looked at Xiao Lian, saying, Look at you. Why do you look like you haven't slept for an entire night? Xiao Yi blurted out, Of course we didn't sleep. As reporters, it's normal for us to stay awake for the whole night. The only unfortunate thing is that even after staying awake for an entire night, we still did not uncover any of Best Actor Shen's scandals. Best Actor Shen? Xia Yehua arched her eyebrows and instantly laughed. You are trying to uncover Shen Liangchuan's scandals? As she looked at Xiao Lian's fatigued expression, Xia Yehua only felt conflicted between Xiao Qiao and her son for a fraction of a second. Her heart aching, she immediately said, "Leave this to me." As she finished speaking, Xiao Lian looked at her astonished. She watched Xia Yehua say delightedly, "I know a lot about him." An unconvinced Xiao Yi asked, "Why?" Xia Yehua blinked and said, "Because I'm close friends with his mother." Aunt Xia was close friends with her mother-in-law? Since they all lived in the same neighborhood, this was definitely possible. Xiao Lian momentarily cupped a hand over her mouth. Oh, dear, if Aunt Xia told Shen Liangchuan's mother about the insults she had thrown at her, wouldn't she be in big trouble? As she was speculating wildly, Xiao Yi was already excitedly grabbing her arm and saying, "Auntie, you must save our Miss Qiao." A shocked Xia Yehua immediately asked, "What happened to Xiao Qiao?" A crying Xiao Yi said affectionately with snot and tears running down her face, "You probably don't know this, but ever since she joined our news agency, our Miss Qiao had conscientiously tried to uncover scoops with all of her ability. She's doing a great job dash." The edges of Xiao Lian's mouth twitched. She grabbed Xiao Yi and said, "Enough, speak properly." Xiao Yi immediately regained her composure and said, "I'm just telling Aunt Xia about the immense difficulty you're currently facing, to prevent her from giving us too little information." Xiao Lian. Xia Yehua had already anxiously grabbed Xiao Yi and said, "And then what?" "Actually, our chief editor has a niece called Su Mimi. She plans to compete with Ms. Qiao for the annual Best Employee Award, so she has been pressuring our Ms. Qiao, saying that if she can't discover Best Actor Shen's scandals, she will be fired from the agency." Xia Yehua immediately got angry and said, "What kind of person is this, who doesn't know that Shen Liangchuan's surroundings are tightly guarded? So much so that even a fly can't fly inside. If he didn't want me to know something, I could never hope to figure it out, let alone the both of you. She's purposely making things difficult for you. My dear Xiao Qiao, why are you so pitiful? Don't worry, I will definitely give you a huge scoop." Xiao Yi immediately got excited, and then heard Xia Yehua say, "What type of scoop would be considered a huge one?" "Xiao Yi. When he was young, because he was so beautiful, I mean his mother asked him to wear a beautiful dress. Does this count?" Qiao Lian. She thought about a young Best Actor Shen wearing a dress, a cold expression on his face. PFFF. Qiao Lian and Xiao Yi laughed irresistibly. However, they could not possibly write such a scoop as it would ruin his reputation too much. Qiao Lian hurriedly shook her head and said, "That doesn't count." Then, when he went to school, his parents used to get called to the school every day. Does this count? A surprised Xiao Yi asked, "Isn't Best Actor Shen quite proficient at studying? Someone uncovered his report card before." Xia Yehua immediately waved her hand and said, "None of you know this, but even though he was good at studying, he played truant almost every day." "Where did he go?" Xia Yehua immediately laughed loudly, saying, "To play." Xiao Lian also got curious and asked, "Then how did he still have the best scores in the exams?" Xia Yehua proudly said, "Because he was smart." Xiao Lian said, "Auntie, why do you have an expression of pride on your face?" Xiao Yi stood to the side, shaking her head and said, "This one doesn't count, because such a small scoop would only improve the brilliant image of Prince Charming. We need a huge scoop such as Mrs. Shen's identity." Xia Yehua immediately hesitated. A conflicted Xia Yehua said, "Mrs. Shen, I am also not sure as to who she actually is." Of course she didn't know who she was, she had never met her. Xiao Ye's expression turned awkward. Xia Yehua looked at Xiao Lian and thought about how Xiao Qiao was being bullied by the chief editor at her news agency. She suddenly said without hesitation, "Don't worry, I will tell you who Mrs. Shen is by the end of tomorrow." After hearing Xia Yehua's promise, Xiao Lian and Xiao Yi walked out of the park. As they walked out, Xiao Yi grabbed Xiao Lian and pointed at the silver Volkswagen parked nearby. "Let's go, we'll drive around and look for Best Actor Shen." Xiao Lian was about to reject her suggestion, when she suddenly saw Song Cheng's sedan driving out of a nearby neighborhood. Xiao Ye's eyes shone and she said, "Quick! We should follow Song Cheng." Xiao Lian did not even have the chance to protest before she was pulled into the car by Xiao Yi. Then the both of them started tailing Song Cheng. However, they were too obvious in their movements and Song Cheng had discovered them for quite some time. Regardless, he ignored them and continued driving at his own pace. Eventually, he arrived at Shun Liangchuan's office in Beijing. Not long ago, Shun Liangchuan's contract with the film company had expired, and he had not renewed the contract. Instead, he had set up his own film company. Shun Liangchuan was the major shareholder, and thus went to Shanghai in order to secure potential investment in his company. Xiao Lian saw Song Cheng enter the office. After a while, Shun Liangchuan exited, wearing sunglasses and a gauze mask. After he entered the nanny van, the van drove away. Shun Liangchuan sat in the back seat. His dark gray suit stood in stark contrast to his pale, indifferent face. He closed his eyes to rest and a chilly atmosphere emanated from his body. Even though he did not speak, everybody in the car knew that he was not in a good mood today. His assistant poked Song Cheng's arm and Song Cheng coughed, saying, "Whoa, the silver Volkswagen has caught up to us today as well. Brother Shen, did you leave Miss Chow alone in her room last night again?" As he finished speaking, Shun Liangchuan jerked open his eyes. He saw the car tailing them through the rearview mirror and furrowed his brow. What she said yesterday rushed into his mind again, leading to waves after waves of irritation. He picked up his cell phone, called a number and said, "Take care of the car behind us." Song Cheng immediately approached him and said, "I say, Brother Shen, can you not treat Miss Chow so viciously? What if they get into a car accident?" He snatched the cell phone over and said, "Look out for their safety." After he hung up the phone, Shun Liangchuan looked coldly at him. Only then did he awkwardly smile and pass the cell phone back to him. His assistant could not help but say timidly, "Brother Song, aren't you being a bit too brave?" Song Cheng glared at him and said, "What do you know? Do you think that I would have been able to snatch the phone if Brother Shen had not let me snatch it away from him?" In the tailing Volkswagen, Xiao Lian had absolutely no idea as to what had just happened in the van in front of her. As she followed the nanny van, the memory of what had happened yesterday night flashed across her mind. What was wrong with him? Originally, the atmosphere had been so good. However, he had suddenly flown into a rage. Could it be that he had encountered too much stress at work? As she thought about it, she suddenly heard Xiao Yi yell out, "Sister Qiao, be careful." She instantly recovered from her rumination. Only then did she realize that a black nanny van was driving towards them from the side of the road. The car skidded past a stone pillar at the side of the road, emitting screeching sounds along the way due to the friction. Xiao Lian hurriedly stepped on the brakes. Both cars skidded to a stop. By now, Xiao Yi and Xiao Lian had been rendered speechless due to shock. That was too dangerous. They could even feel the boiling temperature inside the car. It felt as though if she had not stepped on the brakes in time, the car would have burst into flames the next second. Through the glass window, she could see that the hood of the car had been squashed. The car had been disfigured beyond all recognition. Just as both of them were breathing deeply, they heard someone knocking on the car window. Xiao Lian rolled down the window and saw a bodyguard wearing a black suit standing outside. "If you don't want to die, stay away from Best Actor Shun." In the nearby nanny van, Shun Liangchuan only closed his eyes after seeing that the car behind him was fine. Xiao Lian and Xiao Yi stood at the side of the road and looked on as the towing company towed away their car. They both stood there in shock, still suffering from residual fear. Xiao Ye's legs were still trembling and her voice was wavering. Miss Chow, Best Actor Shen is indeed terrifying. Too terrifying." Xiao Lian clenched her fists tightly. As she thought about the car accident that had just happened and how she had been on the verge of death, her eyes reddened. She bit her lip and patted Xiao Ye's shoulder. She sent Xiao Yi to the rented car. After Xiao Yi had left, she stood on the roadside, picked up her cell phone and dialed Shun Liangchuan's cell phone number. The phone rang for a while but nobody picked it up. She then dialed Song Cheng's cell phone number. Song Cheng quickly picked up the call and asked, "Miss Chow, Turn on the loudspeaker. Song Chung pressed a button and said, "It's on." Xiao Lian breathed in deeply and then shouted loudly, "Shen Liangchuan, you bastard! Do you know that you could have killed somebody? If you purposely make things difficult for me when you return home just because you face some troubles at work, then you are no hero. I'm warning you, if you scare me one more time, I will forever treat you with hostility." After she screamed these words at him, she hurriedly hung up the phone. Her heart was beating wildly and her hands were still shaking. In reality, she had realized that based on the force by which the car had banged against them, it would have been extremely unlikely for something serious to happen to them. One could even say that that was merely a warning from Shan Liangchuan, and not necessarily an intent of harm from him. She was no longer afraid. She only felt a strong emotion of rage stuck in her chest that would continue making her uncomfortable, unless she expelled it out somehow. But now that she had exhausted all her rage and had temporarily felt better as a result, what should she do next? Inside the nanny van, the entire compartment reverberated with the voice that had just emanated from Song Cheng's cell phone. Both assistants lowered their head, not daring to even breathe loudly. Even the driver wished desperately that he could disappear into thin air. Song Chung felt like he was dying inside. Since he became Shen Liangchuan's manager, he was aware that he could never boss Shen Liangchuan around. Other artistes treated their managers with deference. However, in his case, he was the one that deferred to Shen Liangchuan. All these years he had never dared to say a single harsh word. However, what had happened just now? Did he somehow become possessed? Why did he choose to listen to Ms. Chow's instructions? Why did he turn on the loudspeaker? As he thought about Ms. Chow's indignant yell, he practically wanted to throw his cell phone out of the window. The entire group of people lifted their trembling heads and looked at Shan Liangchuan. At first, they thought that Shan Liangchuan would fly into an unstoppable rage, and they would have to bear the brunt of it. However, Song Chung rubbed his eyes. He could not believe what he was seeing. Somehow, Best Actor Shin had not raged at them. Instead, the corners of his lips curled up and he was smiling. In fact, his smile grew bigger and bigger, until even his chest area was vibrating. Shen Liangchuan's loud peals of laughter suddenly echoed throughout the entire compartment. Song Cheng's eyes widened. Was he looking at a ghost? Shen Liangchuan was laughing uncontrollably. This was due to the fact that the cursing sounds he had heard just now had suddenly made him remember about an event that had happened 8 years ago. He had also made her extremely angry back then. She had called him, but he had not picked up the call. She had kept on calling him incessantly. At last, when he finally picked up the call, the first thing he heard was, "You bastard! Why didn't you pick up my call?" Shan Liangchuan said apathetically, "You are in a fit of anger. We both need to calm down for a while." "Calm down, my ass. Do you know how bad I'll feel if I can't expel my rage? Just now my entire body almost exploded. From here on out, when we argue, you must immediately answer any calls I place, got it?" Thus, even though he did not see it himself, he could now imagine the crazy expression on Xiao Lian's face as she stood by the roadside. Xiao Lian obviously could not see Best Actor Shin's reaction at that moment in time. After she had scolded him, she became cowardly again. She did not dare to go home because she was afraid that he would seek revenge on her. Thus, she slunk back to the small house that she had rented and stayed in before. As for the news agency, she pretended that she was off uncovering some scoop and thus was not able to show up for work. After staying in her small house for 2 days, her cell phone suddenly rang. She answered the call and Xiaohua's voice emanated from the phone saying, "Xiao Qiao, Auntie has done you wrong." A stunned Xiao Lian said, "Auntie, what happened? I was waiting outside Shen Liangchuan's mansion for 2 whole nights, but I did not see Mrs. Shen at all." "Boo-hoo-hoo." Xiao Lian immediately explained, "Auntie, it's probably because nobody is at home. Don't cry." "Achoo." Xiaohua sneezed and said, "Xiao Qiao, I have a cold. I'm alone in the house and extremely bored, so come and find me, please." Xiao Lian snappily replied, "Sure." 1 hour later, Xiao Lian was standing in Xiaohua's bedroom. Xiaohua laid on the bed. Her nose was red and she had a cooling strip pasted on her forehead. She looked extremely weak. Xiao Lian noticed that the mansion was empty and asked inquiringly, "Where are the servants in your home?" "They went to buy vegetables. I had them cook up a storm to welcome you." After she finished speaking, Xia Yehua sobbed for a while and said, "Boo-hoo-hoo. Xiao Qiao, you must take care of me. You don't know how unfilial my son is. I'm so sick and yet he forbids his wife from coming to see me. Is he scared that I'm going to chew her up?" The truth of the matter was that she wanted to know who Mrs. Shen was, but nobody at home would tell her. Hence, she had no other idea but to pull this scheme. Xiao Lian reached out and touched her head. "Auntie, your forehead is not hot at all." Xia Yehua immediately said, "I just took my medicine, which is why my fever subsided temporarily. It'll return after a while." Xiao Lian said, "Then we should go to the hospital." "I'm not going. I'm going to wait for my unfilial son to bring his wife to see me." As she looked at the state Xia Yehua was in, a warm feeling spread across Xiao Lian's heart. She furrowed her brow and said, "Auntie, your son is too unfilial. How about I go and talk to your son on your behalf?" "Boo-hoo-hoo. Xiao Qiao, I should have known that in this entire world. Only you would treat me the best. Go and talk to him for me." Xia Yehua quickly jumped off the bed, reached out her hand and grabbed a feather duster. She gave it to her and then weakly climbed up the bed and continued lying on it. "Help me teach him a lesson. Once he comes, beat him with this." Xiao Lian. Auntie Xia had probably accumulated a lot of anger inside of her for quite some time now. As such, Xiao Lian should symbolically hit her son a few times later so that Auntie Xia would feel sorry for him and quickly forgive him. After settling on this course of action, Xiao Lian heard the sound of a car driving. It came from outside the villa. "He's here. Hide behind the door and whack him once he enters," Xia Yehua excitedly said, sounding like she was there just to watch the unfolding drama. Once Xiao Qiao realizes that the person she was hitting was actually her idol, the look that she would give. This was definitely going to be fun. Xiao Lian followed her orders and stood behind the door. The door of the room was pushed open and a lanky figure walked inside. "Hit him!" Xia Yehua yelled commandingly and Xiao Lian picked up the feather duster and started hitting. However, before she could hit anybody, her wrists were wrenched behind her. Before she could see who it is, someone had pressed her hands behind her back. Xiao Lian loudly shouted, "Hands off me! Do you know who I am? I am a reporter. You unfilial son, you better be careful. Once I write an article about this, your life will be over. Apologize to Auntie Xia right now." Before she could finish speaking, she heard a familiar cold voice say, "What are you doing here?" Xiao Lian's body immediately froze. She turned her head unbelievably and saw Shan Liangchuan's strong complexion standing in front of her. On his face there was surprise. His eyes gazed at her, deep in thought, but they were also filled with alarm. Xiao Lian asked with surprise, "Why are you here?" As her sentence ended, she recalled the words Aunt Xia had just told her. A thought suddenly popped up in her brain. Aunt Xia had said her son had arrived. Aunt Xia said that she wasn't staying with her son. On that rainy night, she hadn't been able to return home, but she had seen Aunt Xia being driven out in a car and the next moment, Caretaker Li had called her. Everything seemed to show that her guess was right. Xiao Lian's eyes widened and her face was filled with unbelievability and amazement. Aunt Xia was actually her mother-in-law. This realization made her feel as if her brain was short of oxygen, as she wasn't able to accept the fact. Hadn't Aunt Xia said that her son treated his wife really well, and even forgot about her? When had Shen Liangchuan treated her well? If it hadn't been for these words, Xiao Lian's reporter's instinct would have noticed that something was wrong with all these coincidences. While she was still in shock, she once again heard Shen Liangchuan's alarmed voice. "Speak, why are you here?" His cold-as-ice question violently dragged Xiao Lian back into reality. She looked up and was met with his freezing cold gaze. Xiao Lian shivered, and in the midst of things she suddenly realized what Shan Liangchuan meant. He had thought that because she hadn't managed to get news about him, she changed her target to Aunt Xia. This thought caused her heart to swell with pain suddenly. It felt as if she was being pricked by a needle and she felt a piercing pain. Before she was able to explain herself, Xia Yehua had already shouted, "Unfilial son, let go of Xiao Qiao." Xiao Qiao? Shen Liangchuan's gaze sunk. As this familiar yet unfamiliar nickname was called out by Xia Yehua, he was left momentarily in a trance. Taking this chance, Xiao Lian finally escaped his grab, which had loosened. She moved her arm, which felt sore due to his tight grab, and looked at Xia Yehua once again. Xia Yehua continued, "Xiao Qiao, didn't you want to interview Shen Liangchuan? Quick! With me around today, I won't let him bully you." After she finished her words, she then looked fiercely at Shen Liangchuan. "This is the young friend I told you about. Shen Liangchuan, if you dare to bully Xiao Qiao, don't blame me for being harsh." Xiao Lian's heart, that had just been hurt by Shen Liangchuan, felt as if there was a sudden warmth that went past it. She was a reporter, thus every time Shen Liangchuan saw her, he was going to think that she had something up her sleeves. However, Aunt Xia knew very well that she was a reporter and digging for the news of Shen Liangchuan, and still she had chosen to give her trust. Aunt Xia had even allowed her to enter her house to meet Shen Liangchuan in person, one filled with suspicion and the other filled with trust. At that moment, their attitudes towards her formed a great contrast. If Aunt Xia knew about her identity, would she still trust her so much? Xiao Lian clenched her fist. Her heart was a jumbled mess. "Auntie, it's all right, I'll take my leave." She picked up her bag and hurriedly ran towards the door. She didn't want to lose a friend that she had finally made. However, just as she reached the door, it was pushed open by Caretakerly from the outside. Seeing Xiao Lian, Caretakerly asked in surprise, "Madam, why are you here?" "Madam?" Xia Yehua, who was lying on the bed, was surprised. However, she spoke laughing. "Oldly, I've become old, madam. Why are you still addressing me as madam?" As she exclaimed in surprise, her gaze landed on Xiao Lian. "Meh." Her irises swelled as she suddenly sat up and stared at Xiao Lian in disbelief. "Xiao Qiao Yu." Caretakerly had no idea what was happening. She walked forward with the food and said, "Madam, have you came to visit old madam with sir? I've bought a lot of ingredients today. I'll cook good food for both of you in the afternoon, stay for lunch, okay?" After she finished her words, she then realized the weird atmosphere in the room. She looked at Xiao Lian, looked at Xia Yehua, and then looked at Shen Liangchuan. She then shut her mouth with understanding and hid in the kitchen. Xiao Lian's body had froze as she stood rooted to the ground, not daring to move. Behind her was the concentrated gazes of both Shen Liangchuan and Xia Yehua. Their gazes, one hot and one cold, were respectively on Xiao Lian, making her feel as if her body was immersed in both warmth and cold. Was Aunt Xia angry? Aunt Xia had a strong dislike for her daughter-in-law, so she didn't like her now, right? After spending such a long time with her, Xiao Lian had found the mother's warmth on her and she yearned for it. However, now, she slowly turned her body and lowered her head. She didn't dare to look at Aunt Xia's expression as she apologized. "Aunt Xia, I didn't know you were, I'm sorry." She gave a deep bow, and when she was about to turn to leave, she suddenly heard Xia Yue's stern voice. "Xiao Qiao, come back." Xiao Lian stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were filled with tears. In her whole life, she had never been afraid of people making life difficult for her or questioning her. Yet, she couldn't bear to hearing those mean words. If it were to come out from Aunt Xia. She bit her lips and then heard Xia Yehua's voice. "You're my daughter-in-law?" Xiao Lian nodded her head. Just as Xia Yehua wanted to continue, Shen Liangchuan quickly took a step forward and said, "Mom, if you are feeling all right, then we'll take out leave first." When he finished, he reached out his hand and grabbed Xiao Lian's arm, dragging her to the exit. Xiao Lian looked at Shen Liangchuan in confusion and surprise. This man. He had been suspicious of her just a while ago, and now he wanted to take her away quickly. Did he want to protect her from being picked on by Aunt Xia? Her eyes suddenly blurred. However, Xiao Lian suddenly stopped and reached her hand to hold Shen Liangchuan's big hands, saying, "Wait a moment." Her palm was warm and soft. It sent a shock to Shen Liangchuan's body, as he unconsciously looked down at their holding hands. Xiao Lian turned around and walked in front of Xia Yehua. She lifted her head up and exchanged eye contact with her. "Aunt Xia, can I still address you as an aunt? Can I still play games with you in the park?" She gathered her courage and asked, as she didn't want to lose this kinship. She felt perturbed as she waited for her reply, but she then heard Xia Yehua's cold answer. "No." Xiao Lian's heart swelled in pain and sadness. She bit her lips and spoke sadly. "Okay, I understand." She turned around and just as she was about to leave, she heard Xia Yehua's strict voice. "Why are you addressing me as auntie instead of mom, when I'm your mother-in-law?" Xiao Lian's body was stunned as she turned her head in disbelief. Xia Yehua then continued fiercely, "And let's not go to the park anymore. Don't you know that it's getting cold? If you want to play, come home instead and play." Although Xia Yehua was still stern, the meaning behind her words really touched Xiao Lian and allowed Shen Liangchuan to heave a sigh of relief. Tears rolled down from Xiao Lian's eyes as she plopped down by the side of Xia Yehua's bed. "Auntie Xia. Auntie Xia? Call me mom instead." Without any reservations, Xiao Lian immediately called, "Mom." As long as her relationship with Auntie Xia could remain the same, she would even be willing to address her as Dad. Xia Yehua coldly humphed and said, "That's better. But I do have something to say." Her words caused Xiao Lian to widen her eyes, as her heart felt as if it was hanging by a string again. When Xia Yehua saw Xiao Lian's expression, she started laughing so badly in her heart. Yet, she kept her emotions in and spoke solemnly. "I just remembered that you said you have a weird mother-in-law?" Xiao Lian immediately waved her hand in disagreement. "That is because I had failed to recognize a great person. I've been blind. Today, after I've seen my mother-in-law, I have realized that not only she is beautiful, her heart is also kind and she's a super-duper great person." Although Xia Yehua enjoyed receiving the praises, she tried to stop her lips from curving into a smile and said, "Humph! You must play Temple Run with me for 10 times. Xiao Lian wiped her tears away from her reddish eyes as she spoke with a smile. "No problem, we can even play 100 times. Xia Yehua patted her head and said, "Look at how muddled I am, we can actually play together for the rest of our lives." Xiao Lian was stupefied. The rest of their lives. But she was going to divorce him after she gave birth to his child. How could they play for the rest of their lives? However, she did not want to dampen Xia Yehua's excitement at the moment, thus she smiled at her while nodding her head in agreement. Even if she divorced Shen Liangchuan, she could still be friends with Aunt Xia. Xia Yehua bossily pointed at the kitchen and ordered, "Go pour me a cup of tea. I want my daughter-in-law to serve me tea." Xiao Lian immediately ran to the kitchen obediently. Watching the view of her back, Xia Yehua was laughing. Shen Liangchuan furrowed his brow and took a step forward. He couldn't figure out why he felt jealous when he saw the two women hugging each other and forgetting about his presence. Although he was the one who linked them together, they seemed to have forgotten about his presence. He coughed. "I thought you didn't like her?" "Who said so? Let me tell you, there were so many people in the park, but she was the only person who caught my eye." "This is the kind of affinity we have," said Xia Yehua. "You once said she was a materialistic woman who married me for money. HMPF, if your wife is Xiao Qiao, she must have her reasons. Let me tell you, you are not allowed to ask Xiao Qiao what reason made her to do so. If one person betrays her body for money, it means that the reason behind it must be very important. You are not allowed to bring it up and hurt her." Shen Liangchuan. "Io, can you please leave? I get annoyed seeing you. Isn't the company still busy now? Hurry up and go go go." Shen Liangchuan thought. "So I'm getting shooed out." At that moment, Shen Liangchuan was getting slightly angry. Xiao Lian rushed out of the kitchen, started talking to Xia Yehua and didn't spare him a glance. As he was feeling unwelcomed, he then left gloomily. A whole day passed. After he got off from work, it was one of those rare times when Shen Liangchuan returned home. However, the bedroom upstairs was still dark. He stopped in his tracks and confusedly asked, "Where's Madam?" The servant replied, "Madam is in Villa 18. Shen Liangchuan's face immediately became gloomy. Shen Liangchuan went upstairs and entered the study room. He read the script to kill time, but he couldn't digest it and kept staring at his watch. It was 9 o'clock at night.
10 o'clock.
11 o'clock. But she still hadn't returned. Shen Liangchuan frowned impatiently and proceeded downstairs. The servants on the first story were already sleeping and the whole house was empty. He could vaguely hear the sounds of car horns from the distance. He suddenly walked out, started the car and left the villa. When he reached Villa 18, as his car pulled over at the door, he heard a bright and clear laughter. The bustle here was a stark contrast to the coldness in his house. Shen Liangchuan frowned. He had used to enjoy peace when Xia Yehua wasn't around, but now he had suddenly realized that such bustle was what he loved the most. He parked his car and entered the house. In the living room, caretaker Li was brewing tea and smiled when she saw him. Shen Liangchuan furrowed his brow and looked up at the bedroom. He walked upstairs and saw that the door of the master bedroom was open. Xia Yehua and Qiao Lian sat cross-legged opposite each other. Both of them had finished bathing and were donned in pajamas with the same design. They looked as if they were twin sisters. They both held onto a tablet each and were battling fiercely. "Ai mom, that's wrong. Turn to the left, turn to the right." "Aish mom, why are you so stupid? You are the stupid one. When you asked me to turn left, I had already passed the turn. It is all because of the fast speed mode, there's no way I can pass it. Xiao Qiao, you have to teach me." "No problem. Just follow me." While Shen Liangchuan was watching them, caretaker Li appeared upstairs with tea in her hands. "Sir, could you make way please?" He turned his body sideways to allow caretaker Li to bring the tea into the room. Both Qiao Lian and Xia Yehua looked up and took a glance at him. Xia Yehua spoke. "Oh, you're back." Qiao Lian didn't say anything and just shouted, "Mom! Quick! AI, is this right?" Shen Liangchuan. He was once again completely ignored and his face turned really black. He coughed and tried to make himself noticeable. However, both of the women in the room ignored him. Caretaker Li was the only one who reacted. She turned to look at him and asked, "Sir, do you want some tea?" Shen Liangchuan frowned and looked into the room. He casually walked in and sat on the sofa. He picked up a cup of tea and asked, "What are both of you playing?" "Temple Run," Xia Yehua replied. After sticking out his hand and loosening his tie, he suddenly stood up and walked beside the bed. Then he took the tablet from Xia Yehua's hands and opened the game. He casually looked at it and started playing. Qiao Lian's attention was immediately focused on him. She and Xia Yehua both moved each to one of his sides and watched him complete all the levels casually. The time he used to complete the levels was 10 minutes less than Qiao Lian. After Shen Liangchuan had completed all the levels, he threw the tablet on the bed. After which he grabbed Qiao Lian's arm and said, "Mom, you can go to sleep. I have something to say to her." After he finished, he didn't bother whether they had objections and just dragged Qiao Lian into the room beside the master bedroom.
Bang!
The moment the door closed, Qiao Lian came out of the game world. Seeing his temperamental emotions, she suddenly recalled scolding Shen Liangchuan and calling him a **road. So now was he going to settle scores with her? Qiao Lian hurriedly took a step backwards to distance herself from Shen Liangchuan. She widened her spiritual eyes and stared at him, alert. Mr. Shen, what do you want to tell me? What do I want to tell her?" Shen Liangchuan was vaguely stunned. How could he know what he wanted to tell her? If he hadn't come up with a reason, they would still be gaming. But he didn't show it on his face. All he did was casually sit on the sofa and ask, "Why are you still here?" Qiao Lian suddenly understood. He currently hated her. Thus he didn't want to return home. Most likely he was going to stay here, but today she was also staying over. Qiao Lian explained, "It's Mom who insisted I stay. You're addressing her so dearly." Shen Liangchuan's cold tone made Qiao Lian stand up straight immediately. "And Madam Xia." He still seemed dissatisfied, as he coldly made a sound of disagreement. At this moment, Qiao Lian was completely unable to guess what he was thinking and could only continue. Then, I will go back home now. Villa 8 isn't really far from Villa 18 anyway. After she finished speaking, she looked at him cautiously. Shen Liangchuan looked up and spoke with an unfriendly tone. You want to complain about us not getting along? Xiao Lian immediately waved her hands, denying his assumption.
No.
I really didn't. You better not. He stood up immediately. Miss Chow, please don't forget your duties. Don't try to get close to Xia Yehua all the time. All he knew was that he didn't want to allow the two women to constantly stick together. After Xiao Lian heard his words, she lowered her head. She really likes Xia Yehua, but after hearing Shen Liangchuan's words, he seemed like he didn't want her to be too close to Xia Yehua. Was it because he was worried that Xia Yehua would be hurt when they divorced? She lowered her head sadly, as her spirits had thoroughly lowered. Shen Liangchuan stared at her, suddenly feeling unhappy. When she played together with Xia Yehua, she had been so excited and in great spirits. Yet now, when she was with him, she was so sad. Looking at her unhappy face, he thought that she looked like the cat he had had when he was young. She looked obedient and cute, and he couldn't bear hurt her. He furrowed his brow and said, She is getting old and cannot stay up late. She must sleep before 11 at night. Xiao Lian immediately lifted her head up and her eyes suddenly shone. Did he mean that as long as she guaranteed that Xia Yehua went to bed by 11, she would be able to play with her? A smile immediately appeared on her face. Okay, Mr. Shen. Seeing her expression, Shen Liangchuan didn't speak and went into the washroom to bathe. When he was back, he realized that Xiao Lian had heartlessly fallen asleep on the bed. Shen Liangchuan. The night was peaceful and quiet as he stared at her sleeping face. Her beautiful face was glowing. Her young voice suddenly sounded in his brain. It would have been so good if we could sleep on the same bed. Now they were lying on the same bed. Shen Liangchuan's lips curved into a smile. The next day, when Xiao Lian had woken up, Shen Liangchuan had already left. When she went down, she saw Xia Yehua waving at her from the dining room. Xiao Qiao, come and have breakfast. Xiao Lian walked over and sat down. They started to chat while eating. Xia Yehua said, Xiao Qiao, Liangchuan has only had one relationship, where he got ditched. Thus, his character is cold and aloof, you'll have to pardon him. Her words made Xiao Lian lift her head up in surprise. Mr. Shen is so outstanding, why would his girlfriend ditch him? Shen Liangchuan was so good-looking and arrogant. From Xiao Lian's opinion, he should be the one who jilted girls. Hearing Xiao Lian's words, Xia Yehua immediately burst out laughing. Xiao Qiao, why are you so cute? You are not allowed to ditch him in the future, okay? Xiao Lian lowered her head and became silent. Why would she ditch him? It was Shen Liangchuan who wouldn't want her after she had given birth. Xiao Lian took a deep breath and once again looked up. Mom, what kind of person was Mr. Shen's first love? I never met her either. Xia Yehua sighed. I don't even know when he started dating her. I only know that for a period of time, he was extremely depressed and I thought he might have been jilted. However, when I asked him, he refused to say anything. He refused to share. It was probably because he really loved her. Xiao Lian ate really slowly, as she distractedly used her spoon to scoop the porridge and place it into her mouth, but she didn't swallow it for quite a while. Shen Liangchuan was the type who looked aloof, but once he chose a person, he would be faithful for his whole life. No wonder, all of the gossips about him in the entertainment industry were just the reporter's conjecture. From what she could gather, she believed that Shen Liangchuan had never dated anyone. He had been single for so many years. Was it because he hadn't gotten over his first love? Xiao Lian was hit with a sudden wave of realization. His heart was too small. It was filled by his first love and thus, he had no other capacity to fit her inside. Thus, there was the contract which stated that they would divorce after she gave birth. It was not true. What was she imagining? From the moment she had married Shen Liangchuan, she had clearly made sure to remember her identity. Furthermore, her feelings for Shen Liangchuan were adoration as a fan, and not love. That was all. After allowing her imagination to run wild, she tightly frowned as she stirred her porridge with no appetite. Xia Yehua realized her abnormal actions and hurriedly spoke. Let's not talk about his first love anymore. Xiao Qiao, now that you're together, both of you must live happily and quickly give birth to a grandchild for me. Qiao Lian's face immediately turned red. Yes, Mom. I can guarantee that I'll complete the mission. She stood up and said, I'm done eating. I'll be leaving for work. Just when she was about to leave, Xia Yehua grabbed her again. Xiao Qiao, I was too agitated yesterday and I almost forgot about it. How are you going to settle the problem of you finding a scoop? Qiao Lian smiled comfortingly. It's all right, I will cross the bridge when I come there. Don't worry, Mom. After she carried her bag and left the house, Caretaker Li walked out of the kitchen and stood before Xia Yehua. Old Madam, why did you suddenly talk to Madam about Sir's first love? You see, Madam is sad now. Xia Yehua shared her thoughts. Shun Liangchuan has been unable to walk out of his sorrow, and I realize that the only person who can help him out is Xiao Qiao. Furthermore, even if I didn't tell her about it, there will eventually be someone who shares it with her. Why not let her be mentally prepared instead?
Caretaker Li dan li understood Xia Yehua's intentions.
Xia Yehua smiled once again. I really like Xiao Qiao from the bottom of my heart. Shun Liangchuan is so protective of her, so he must have some feelings for her. So, Old Li, you can start waiting for grandchildren together with me. As her voice trailed off, Caretaker Li opened her mouth wanting to speak. However, when she saw how happy Xia Yehua was, she swallowed the words she was about to say. Xia Yehua had started talking to herself. Is Yuanqi's flight tonight? Shun Liangchuan had been jilted by his first love. If this piece of news were to be reported, it would definitely hit the headlines. As Qiao Lian entertained herself with these thoughts, she was filled with inexpressible dejection, as she sat on her seat in the office and stared at the computer screen. When Xiao Yi heard her sigh again, she patted her shoulder and said, Sister Qiao, don't be sad. I have already explained the situation about that day to the chief editor and the managing editor. Best actor Shen is so scary. Who would be daring enough to dig for his news? The managing editor will empathize with you. Will he? Just as Qiao Lian was deep in thought, the office phone rang. When she picked up, it was the managing editor Lu Zhixing's. Qiao Lian, please come to my office. Was he going to confront her? Qiao Lian stood up with a bitter expression on her face. She walked to the office of the managing editor and knocked on the door. Just as the door opened, Lu Zhixing was standing near it, filled with smiles. His huge mole moved together with his laughter, making him look ludicrous. He enthusiastically spoke. Qiao Lian, you're here. Please come in. After he finished speaking, he reached out his hand and grabbed Qiao Lian's wrist, pulling her into the room. Qiao Lian raised her eyebrows, but she was not bothered by it. Take a seat. Lu Zhixing pointed at the sofa and then walked beside her. Do you want tea or water? Qiao Lian hurriedly waved her hands in rejection. Managing editor, it's all right. It would be crazy if she dared command the managing editor. Lu Zhixing did not insist, so he walked over and sat right beside Qiao Lian. I've heard from Xiao Yi about your situation. Indeed, Best Actor Shen is famous for being private, and it's really hard to find about his gossip. He even used the car to scare you. You must have been so shocked. Qiao Lian laughed and replied, It's all right, I'm iron-hearted, I'm not scared. Xiao Lian, you are so humorous. Xiao Lian? Qiao Lian got goosebumps on her back when she heard his nickname for her. She awkwardly laughed and tested him. Mr. Lu, then, about finding the identity of Mrs. Shun dash. There's no rush. Xiao Lian, look, this is a chocolate that my friend has brought me from overseas. You can have it. Lu Zhixing took out a box of chocolates from his drawer and handed it to Qiao Lian. Qiao Lian immediately winced and pushed the chocolate back to him. It's okay, managing editor. She felt like the managing editor was acting weird today, but she couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. He was acting unaccountably solicitous with evil intentions behind. She perked herself up and stared at him. With a smile, Lu Zhixing placed the chocolate on the coffee table and stuck his hand out to hold Qiao Lian's hand. Xiao Lian, you are the core of our news agency. You must continue doing well, okay? After he finished his words, he moved even closer to Qiao Lian. A stinking breath was sent into her face, which disgusted Qiao Lian. She hurriedly moved backwards, wanting to pull her hand out of his grasp. However, before she was able to move, Lu Zhixing was already holding her shoulder. Xiao Lian, actually, I asked you to come over because I have something to tell you. He slowly moved nearer to her. I know your chief editor is against you. As long as I back you up, you will be safe in the news agency. Do you agree? He exhaled his breath on her face, causing Qiao Lian to squint her eyes. Thereafter he once again moved closer, and just as he was about to kiss her face, Qiao Lian violently pushed him away and stood up. She casually spoke. Managing editor, I have a boyfriend. Lu Zhixing's face immediately became gloomy. Boyfriend? Can your boyfriend help you find out who Mrs. Shun is? Boyfriend? Lu Zhixing sneered. Your boyfriend can find out who Mrs. Shun is for you? Of course he can. Her boyfriend was Best Actor Shun himself. Qiao Lian cursed him in her heart, but she still looked solemn as she said, I'm deeply in love with my boyfriend. Managing editor, if there isn't anything else, I'll take my leave. After she finished speaking, she walked towards the door. After she took 2 steps, she heard Lu Zhixing's furious voice. Qiao Lian, you will continue investigating Mrs. Shen's identity. Go and do so now. And you must constantly send me your location through WeChat, so I can make sure you aren't goofing off. Qiao Lian stopped in her tracks and scolded him in her heart. Dang it. Sure, she would do it. When he watched her leave the room, Lu Zhixing narrowed his eyes. From the day he had seen her, he had been mesmerized. Thus, for the past few days, his brain had been filled with Qiao Lian. Yet she wasn't tactful, so he would force her to be. Best Actor Shun had plenty of means to deal with her. He would patiently wait for the time she got scared and voluntarily run into his arms. By then he would definitely lay on top of this wild cat. When Qiao Lian walked out of Lu Zhixing's office, she still found it unbelievable. Were these hidden rules? She twitched her mouth and frowned tightly. Just as she was intending to walk out, she was blocked by someone. As she raised her head, she saw Su Mimi standing in front of her and staring at her, alerted. What did you tell Lu Zhixing? Qiao Lian ignored this retard and coldly snorted. I don't have the responsibility to report to you what I talked about with the managing editor, right? Su Mimi immediately pointed at her and scolded her. Qiao Lian, let me warn you. Don't try to hook up with the managing editor up simply because you're pretty. Lu Zhixing is my boyfriend. You better keep a distance from him. Qiao Lian coldly replied. I think it would be more appropriate if you told him these words. She directly pushed Su Mimi away and took large strides out. Shun Liangchuan should be in his company at this time. Thus she hailed a cab. After she had gotten off the cab and entered the office building, she intended to seat in a random cafe. Anyway, she just had to send her location to the managing editor and let him know that she was in the area. But before she could manage to find the cafe, she suddenly saw a black nanny van at the door. After which, a man wearing sunglasses and a mask together with a baseball cap took long strides in. His clothing was exactly like a star's. She wasn't able to see his face, but when she saw the manager behind him, Qiao Lian suddenly realized that the man was Wang Wenhao. He was the man whose love and conspiracy with Li Mengqi she had exposed during the banquet some time ago, and he had been terribly scolded by netizens. Her irises contracted as she quickly turned around to avoid him. Then, she saw Wang Wenhao enter the elevator and go up to the 28th level. Level 28. Wasn't that Shen Liangchuan's company? Why had Wang Wenhao come to look for Shen Liangchuan? Could it be? Qiao Lian became silent as she frowned, clenched her teeth and went upstairs. She first went to level 27, and then slowly took the stairs to level 28. However, before she could walk out of the staircase, she saw Wang Wenhao and Shen Liangchuan standing in front of the elevator. It looked like Shen Liangchuan was intending to take the elevator down, but he had coincidentally bumped into Wang Wenhao. She bit her lip and heard Wang Wenhao ask, Teacher Shen, I came especially today to ask you a question. Remember that woman you kissed that day? Was she the female reporter who secretly caught us? Time had passed extremely slowly for Wang Wenhao lately. Online he was getting scolded everywhere. This matter involves his fundamentals, his roots, his character. It would never be eased. Furthermore, his wife Yao Manwen had gone to court to sue him, saying that he had plotted to murder her by poisoning her. He was in a terrible fix. All the shows with him as the lead had been banned from being released. All the brands he used to ambassador had disappeared. He had been shrouded by gloom daily. And the person who had destroyed all he used to have was that reporter. He wasn't stupid, or else he wouldn't have successfully deceived Yao Manwen for 5 years. Therefore in no time he understood the situation and found his way here. He was a popular celebrity and at the peak of his fame. However, Shen Liangchuan was a best actor, it wasn't something he could reach. Yet, since his career had been thoroughly destroyed, he had nothing left and he wasn't scared of anyone now. Wang Wenhao stared at Shen Liangchuan, as if he wanted to tell the answer from his expression. Xiao Lian hid behind the door of the staircase. She stared inside nervously through the window. Although she had planned it well, she had missed out something. That Wang Wenhao would actually come knocking on Shen Liangchuan's door. And now what should Shen Liangchuan do? She nervously stared at the people before her and heard Shen Liangchuan speak. What if it is? And so what if it's not? Wang Wenhao's face immediately showed a ferocious expression. Shen Liangchuan, we have never crossed paths. Why did you have to do this to me? Shen Liangchuan stood there expressionlessly. His glance at Wang Wenhao looked as if he was looking down to a mere ant. Xiao Lian was so anxious that she didn't even dare to breathe. Swallowing her saliva, she wondered how Shen Liangchuan would answer his question. However, his low and sexy voice went through glass and into her ears. It was because I needed someone to take me off the spotlight. Wang Wenhao, the only thing you can blame on me is that only scandals like yours could help me. After he finished speaking, he looked at him challengingly. Furthermore, I'm friends with Yao Manwen. He bypassed Wang Wenhao and walked directly into the elevator. Wang Wenhao was mad. He shouted at Shen Liangchuan with reddened eyes. Shen Liangchuan, I'm not done with you. After shouting that, he turned his head and his fist flew towards Shen Liangchuan. Xiao Lian's heart jumped, but she saw that Shen Liangchuan avoided Wang Wenhao's attack smoothly, as if he had eyes behind his back. Shen Liangchuan grabbed his wrist and pushed him forcefully, causing Wang Wenhao to stumble a few steps backwards. Shen Liangchuan glanced at him coldly, patted his hands and entered the elevator. When the doors of the elevator closed, Wang Wenhao hit the floor in anger. When Xiao Lian made her way out of Shen Liangchuan's company, she was still in a trace. She was standing in a corner of the first floor as she suddenly lowered her head and covered her smiling face. In the depth of her heart, she felt strong palpitations and she was very touched. Shen Liangchuan had nothing to do with it. Thus, when Wang Wenhao had asked him, he should have clarified that it didn't have anything to do with him. But he had admitted to it. And his admission had been so arrogant. It wasn't his usual style. Then, he had done all of these for her, so that he could attract Wang Wenhao's anger to him and prevent Wang Wenhao from seeking trouble with her. Xiao Lian's heart bubbled with warmth. His attitude towards her was vile on the surface, but underneath he was always protecting her. She suddenly felt that such an attitude from Shen Liangchuan was oddly familiar. 8 years ago, there had also been someone who insulted her and bossed her around. However, with outsiders he was always very protective of her, making her fall for him. Xiao Lian was a stubborn person. She thought that she would go through an unforgettable first love and get married to him. However, little did she expect that in the end it was just her imagination. Shen Liangchuan wasn't nice to her, but at least she was able to feel him and see him. But that person, she totally didn't know who he really was, his real name or where he lived. She wanted to find him, but the capital, Beijing, had millions of people. How would she be able to find him in that vast sea of people? As she thought so, Xiao Lian lowered her head. Desperation and sadness suddenly overwhelmed her heart. He was just a swindler. Although that unreal relationship had already passed 8 years ago, Every time she was reminded of it, she felt sad and embarrassed. Xiao Lian took a deep breath, disallowing herself to get immersed in her memories, as she stood up straight. Then she saw Shen Liangchuan's nanny van driving out of the car park. She hurriedly halted a cab and got in it. "Driver, please follow the car in front." As the car drove, she sat at the back seat feeling unhappy. She took her phone and searched for Lot in the application store. Immediately, it showed many application suggestions. However, after she hesitated for a long time, she didn't do anything and locked her phone. Lot was a classic game that had been around for more than 10 years. It used to be her favorite, but it had witnessed the biggest joke of her life. Xiao Lian smiled queerly and threw her phone into her bag. Her right hand slightly trembled, showing the agitation in her heart. In the cab, she took a few deep breaths, burying the memories back into the depths of her heart. She looked at the nanny van in front of the cab. The car finally stopped at a hotel. It was one that many artists liked patronizing, as it provided better privacy. When Xiao Lian got off the car, she could feel that there was a large number of reporters in the surroundings. She didn't bother, as there were usually many people who liked to watch the area. She found a discreet corner and sent her location to the managing editor. The fact that Shen Liangchuan was coming here to dine meant that he was probably meeting with someone to discuss certain matters. As she was deeply absorbed in her thoughts, she leaned on the wall and silently looked into the distance. Only when she suddenly felt a pinch of hunger, she realized that she hadn't eaten lunch. She lowered her head and patted her stomach. In her thoughts, an image suddenly flashed through. It was from 8 years ago, the time when she was the most addicted to Lot. She always neglected her meals when gaming. She made sure that her profile picture was dark and not offline. Thus, in Lot, a young lady dressed in a yellow dress with a high ponytail was killing many monsters skillfully. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind her. The dark figure that appeared out of nowhere gave her a huge shock. After this, a few words appeared on her screen. "Why are you so stupid? You took so long to kill just a few low-leveled monsters." She twitched her lips and said, "I'm not as well equipped as you are." He didn't answer and joined the fight. The fight that was supposed to last 20 minutes ended in 5 after he joined in. He then fiercely commented, "That was totally a waste of time. Might as well spend the time having lunch." Xiao Lian's lips curved up. That was him. He was mean on the surface, but his words were full of care. He was actually concerned about her not eating on time, but he had to show his malicious facade. Xiao Lian was lost in thought when the police siren rang. She turned her head and suddenly saw a few police cars stopping outside the hotel door. Her heart leapt. What happened? Xiao Lian widened her eyes and stared forward. Then she saw the surrounding passers-by, who were actually reporters in disguise, rush forward into the hotel along with the police. Xiao Lian's eyes narrowed. Under the guise of collecting news, she rushed in as well. She did not know exactly what had happened. She only knew that she must enter, find Shen Liangchuan and ensure that nothing had happened to him. The security guards inside the hotel had already lost control of the situation. The leader of the police squad showed his identification card to the lobby manager, who was hurrying over to him. "We are from the Chaoyang District Anti-Narcotics Bureau, and we suspect that there are people taking drugs in these premises." Then, at a wave of the squad leader's hand, the other policemen rushed to the various hotel rooms in an orderly fashion. Xiao Lian's heart dropped when she heard those words. Taking drugs. If there were celebrities taking drugs here, then every single celebrity present in this hotel today would be carted off by the police to undergo drug tests. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and clenched her fists tightly. She was extremely certain that Shen Liangchuan did not do drugs. However, even if this was true, his reputation would certainly be tarnished once he got carted off by the police. Once she thought of this, she tailed the policeman and dashed among the different compartments as well. A group of people were being brought out by the police, their heads clearly in the clouds. Expressions of enjoyment and relaxation were on all of their faces, but these expressions just made their appearance look both wretched and disgusting. This room was not Shen Liangchuan's. She walked to the next room. As she was walking, she suddenly heard a familiar voice saying, "I wasn't taking drugs. We were only socializing." This was Wang Wenhao's voice. Xiao Lian turned her head and saw that Wang Wenhao was being escorted by the police outside. The policemen were clearly ignoring his explanations and continued taking him outside. Right when they reached the entranceway, Wang Wenhao suddenly shouted, "Shen Liangchuan is also here. He's also taking drugs." His words caused the squad's leader to frown and immediately say to two policemen, "Both of you go back and search again." "Yes, sir." Xiao Lian was panicking. It wasn't wrong of the police to be doing what they were currently doing, but it was wrong for them to be paying undue attention to these public figures. If a celebrity was arrested, even if it was later confirmed that they did not take drugs, such a scandal would get posted on Weibo. By then, who would believe in their innocence? As such, Shen Liangchuan must not be caught no matter what. As Xiao Lian began to walk faster, she took out her cell phone and called Shen Liangchuan. However, nobody was picking up her call. Thus, Xiao Lian had no other option but to call Song Cheng again. Her call was quickly picked up. As she was currently running rapidly, she said in a heaving voice, "Which room are all of you in?" "Room 888. Why are you asking?" His relaxed tone almost caused Xiao Lian to spew out a mouthful of blood. How could have they not have heard the huge commotion downstairs? Their room was indeed soundproof, and at this moment that wasn't a good thing at all. She desperately said, "The police are downstairs apprehending suspected drug smugglers. Wang Wenhao just confirmed to them that Shen Liangchuan is in the hotel. You must find a way to escape quickly." As she finished her proclamation, Song Cheng's tone became serious. "Fine," he said. Xiao Lian stood on the spot and took a couple of deep breaths. She then saw that the police had already found Shen Liangchuan's room number and were about to go upstairs. Xiao Lian's eyes narrowed. Noticing that the elevator was still not descending, she clenched her teeth and ran to the nearby stairway. She hurriedly climbed up the stairs, stopping to observe the elevator on every floor. As she arrived at the 8th floor, the elevator also opened with a ding. Two policemen walked out of the elevator. However, at this exact moment, Song Cheng had opened the door to room 888 and was walking out of the room. They were in deep trouble. At that moment, a single thought flashed across her mind. Song Cheng and his group of people were simply too slow, which had resulted in them bumping into the policemen. No, they absolutely could not be seen by these two policemen. As this thought flashed across her mind, Xiao Lian threw herself at the two policemen without thinking. She grabbed the policemen and forced them back into the elevator, shouting, "You can't go out." When she finished speaking, the two policemen stood in stunned silence and looked at her dumbfoundedly. Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian's mind was moving a mile a minute, trying to think of a reason or an excuse. She was close to breaking out in tears. Both policemen were already holding her wrist in caution. As one of them looked outwards, the other asked, "Why are you not allowing us to exit?" His hand was hovering around his waist. That was a gun. Xiao Lian was so scared that her legs started trembling. She stammered out, "Scissor, that you can't go out, I need to go downstairs." "Why are you blocking our way from getting out just because you need to go downstairs?" Yes, why am I not letting you out?" Xiao Lian stammered. After a while, she wrenched her mouth open and said, Yes, I've remembered." She widened her eyes and swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. "Sir, are you not aware of this? There are ghosts in this elevator. Policemen." Xiao Lian blocked the stairway by gesturing wildly, thereby preventing the both of them from exiting. "I want to go downstairs but don't dare to do so because I'm afraid of ghosts. My mom said that if I run into any issue I should approach the police. Thus, can the both of you escort me downstairs?" She blinked, her heart beating wildly. She could not think of any other excuse in such a critical moment. However, this excuse would only have worked if she had been a little girl of around 7 or 8 years old. Xiao Lian was 20 years old, so her expression just made her seem as though she was intellectually disabled. Intellectually disabled? Xiao Lian's eyes brightened and she immediately smiled sweetly again. "Sir, I'm afraid. I need to find my mother. Can you come with me to search for my mom? She was willing to do anything for Shen Liangchuan. Thus she was going to pretend that she was crazy for a while today. The two policemen looked at each other. One of them said, "Is she intellectually disabled, or did she become stupid due to the drugs?" Xiao Lian's heart thumped once. She was in trouble. People usually spout nonsense after taking drugs. Could these people actually think that she had taken drugs? Could it be that she would need to go to the police station as well today? As she thought about this, she heard another person say, "This lady's eyes are clear. She does not look like she has taken drugs." Xiao Lian immediately blinked, trying hard to make her gaze even clearer. Song Cheng walked over in the middle of the confrontation and said, "Xiao Lian, what are you doing here?" Xiao Lian turned her head and saw Song Cheng. However, because Shen Liangchuan was not there as well, she could tell that Song Cheng had approached them to try to defuse the situation. She immediately became overjoyed and shouted loudly, "Dad!" Song Cheng immediately thought, "You idiot! I can be the father of an 8-year-old daughter, but not the father of a 20-year-old daughter." When she glanced at Song Cheng's expression, Xiao Lian reacted as well. Darn it, she had been too immersed in her acting and had unexpectedly yelled the wrong thing. The two policemen looked at Song Cheng with expressions of dumbfoundedness. Song Cheng was not in the public eye that often. As such, they did not recognize him. One of the policemen had already noticed something fishy, and pushed Xiao Lian away with a shove before running directly to room 888. The other policeman gripped Xiao Lian's hand tightly to stop her from leaving. When she saw that one of the policemen had rushed to room 888, Xiao Lian began to worry. However, she breathed a sigh of relief after noticing that Song Cheng was as calm as a cucumber. Indeed, when the policeman walked over, he realized that room 888 was completely empty. However, because of this, the suspicion surrounding the two of them grew bigger. Both policemen stared at them. Song Cheng coughed once and angrily berated Xiao Lian, saying, "Why are you calling me dad again? You should be calling me brother." Xiao Lian said with a face full of grievance, "Brother, I miss our father." The words she spoke seemed to have reopened a wound in her heart. She instantly started crying buckets of tears without even pretending. She missed her dad. She really missed her dad. Her tears showed no signs of stopping, and the sobbing was even causing her to choke up at the end. Song Cheng hurriedly patted her shoulders and sighed, saying, "Our father passed away when she was 8 years old. That year, she had also banged her head accidentally. Hence, her mental age has remained at an 8-year-old level ever since." As he spoke, he tapped Xiao Lian's shoulders and said, "Xiao Lian, come. Stop crying and tell Uncle Policeman how old you are." As Song Cheng looked at her anxiously, Xiao Lian immediately stretched out her finger and said, "I'm 8. Song Cheng, policeman." Having noticed nothing out of the ordinary, both policemen went downstairs to report their findings. As Xiao Lian and Song Cheng watched them leave, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Then Xiao Lian turned her head and grabbed Song Cheng's arm, saying, "Mr. Song, Brother Song." The smile on her face would have terrified anybody who saw it. Song Cheng anxiously said, "What's up? Can you not tell Best Actor Shen about everything that has happened today?" Xiao Lian smiled obsequiously. She thought about how shameful it would have been if Shen Liangchuan had seen what had happened just now. As Song Cheng listened to her, he thought about her performance just now. He hid a smile and said, "Well, about that dash. Brother Song. Uncle Song? If you dare to tell Best Actor Shen about this, I will." "You will what?" Song Cheng asked curiously. Xiao Lian's huge eyes looked back and forth. She suddenly smiled cunningly and said, "I'll write an article that will expose your homosexuality. It'll be about how you are actually in love with Best Actor Shen." Song Cheng gave her a thumbs up and said, "You got me." Xiao Lian was extremely pleased and said, "Well then, you've already promised me." Song Cheng nodded and said, "I won't say anything." Xiao Lian momentarily breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as she did that, she heard Song Cheng say, "Well, I don't need to say anything anyway." Xiao Lian froze and said, "What do you mean?" Best Actor Shun has already seen everything for himself. As Song Chung said these words, he looked behind her. Xiao Lian's entire body froze momentarily before she swung her head around, only to see that Shan Liangchuan and a few of his assistants were standing at the entrance to room 833. They were currently all looking in her direction. His two assistants' heads were lowered, their shoulders trembling violently. It was clear that they had saw the events that had just transpired. Furthermore, even though Shan Liangchuan, like usual, was standing there indifferently, his lips were slightly curled upwards. Xiao Lian. She immediately understood the situation. No wonder she felt that Song Cheng's actions were sluggish. In reality, Shun Liangchuan had already switched to a different room and Song Cheng was just staying behind in his old room to pack up his things. As she was unaware of this development, she had self-righteously ran over to help him block the police. However, what she ultimately did was totally unnecessary. And now, as she looked at Shan Liangchuan, Xiao Lian hastily lowered her head. Boo-hoo-hoo. She could no longer face anyone out of shame. Then she saw Shan Liangchuan stride towards her. As he passed by her, he stopped and casually said, "Your performance just now. Not bad." Her performance? Xiao Lian froze for a while and then jerked her head up, staring unbelievingly at Shan Liangchuan. Best Actor Shen had always treated her coldly. However, he was actually capable of teasing her after all. She immediately smiled simple-mindedly and said to him, "Thanks for the compliment." After saying this, she desperately wished that she could slap herself. Darn it. He was clearly teasing her about her decision to act as though she was intellectually disabled. Why was she thanking him? Indeed, while she had been blessed with beauty, she clearly hadn't been blessed with much intelligence. She sneakily lifted her head and saw that the people surrounding her were all smiling at her. She desperately wished she could dig a hole and crawl inside it. However, a certain Ms. Chow had always been able to recover smoothly. As such, she quickly made them change the topic by saying, "Then how are all of you going to leave the building? The police must have already surrounded the parking lot, the first floor and all the other exits." Once Xiao Lian said this, Song Chung eyed Shen Liangchuan and asked him calmly, "What bright ideas do you have?" "Bright ideas?" Xiao Lian's eyes shone and she said, "I've got it. Give me a moment." She turned to head downstairs. 5 minutes later, she hurriedly ran upstairs, her face a bright shade of red. Her forehead was dripping with sweat. She immediately pushed Song Chang and the assistants out of the room, leaving only Shen Liangchuan and her inside. Xiao Lian took out some clothes from her bag and threw them on the table. "Mr. Shen, change into these quickly." Shen Liangchuan frowned and picked up the clothes on the table. He saw a plain-looking men's smock and a set of loose, expansive clothing. Were they for pregnant women? Even ignoring the fact that the set of clothes was for pregnant ladies, that red stain at the bottom, why did it look like blood? He touched it and it felt damp. He smelled it, and it smelled exactly like blood. The palm of his hand was stained with some of it. Even though he tried to rub it away, the stain stubbornly stuck to his palm. In the midst of his confusion, he heard Xiao Lian saying, "That's chicken blood." There was only chicken blood left in the kitchen. The edges of Shan Liangchuan's mouth twitched. He threw the garments on the ground and watched Xiao Lian pick up the clothing for pregnant women. She quickly wore it. Then she stuffed a large bolster into them and supported her own waist. She had turned into a realistic version of a pregnant woman. Then she mussed up her hair. Even without using water, her hair immediately stuck together due to the sweat generated from running up and down the stairs. "Shen Liangchuan, hurry up and change your clothes. Why are you staring into space blankly?" Xiao Lian yelled at Shen Liangchuan and anxiously turned her head. She began searching throughout the entire room again, before finally finding her own makeup kit. As a reporter, she had trained herself to be able to do her own makeup anytime and anywhere. She picked up her makeup kit, looked back and saw that Shen Liangchuan had changed into the smock. She walked over and stood on her tiptoes, wanting to help him put some makeup on his face. However, standing on tiptoes, coupled with her large belly, meant that she immediately bumped into Shen Liangchuan's belly. Xiao Lian bounced back and staggered backwards. Shen Liangchuan. He had no choice but to sit down. Xiao Lian rapidly put on so much makeup on his face that she could no longer recognize Shen Liangchuan's original appearance. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. All right, let's go. The policemen on the first floor were currently investigating, when suddenly the elevator dinged open and a man walked out of it with much difficulty. He was supporting a pregnant woman. The pregnant woman said while she walked, I feel like dying. It's so painful. That voice sounded extremely distressed. The leader of the police squad said, What's the matter? Song Chung anxiously said, Our wife is about to give birth. Quickly, let us go to the hospital. The squad leader waved his hands and said, Hurry up, scram. Shen Liangchuan lifted Xiao Lian up in one swift motion. As they were about to dash out of the premises, the two policemen they had met upstairs walked over and said, Why does this pregnant lady's voice sound so familiar? His words caused Song Chung and Xiao Lian to freeze instantaneously. The squad leader looked at them suspiciously. Just as the two policemen were about to walk towards them, Xiao Lian hugged Shen Liangchuan and yelled shrilly, Chuan, I can't hold it in anymore. I'm about to give birth. Her shrill yells caused everybody to look over in her direction. Shen Liangchuan took the opportunity to walk forward and said, Quick, bring the car here. The squad leader and the two policemen did not dare to stop them anymore. They could only stare wide-eyed as the group of people rushed outside and got into the nanny van that the assistants had just driven over. Not long after, they were gone. Due to the urgency of getting into the car, Shen Liangchuan had sat down while still hugging her. Even though the driver had sped away from the scene rapidly, Xiao Lian stayed in his arms from start to finish. She widened her eyes, about to tell him that he could let go of her already. However, when she raised her head, she saw Shen Liangchuan's expression. He had a dazed look. She immediately swallowed her words and did not dare to speak. Shen Liangchuan was indeed dazed. The way that Xiao Lian had addressed him just now in the midst of all that chaos had made him suddenly remember the events that had happened many years ago. Even though this happened 8 years ago, the girl's voice still sounded rather similar to her voice today. It was still clear and pleasant to the ear. They had met each other due to a video game. In fact, they were in the same raid party and fighting the same boss monster. While they played, they usually switched on the in-game voice chat and talked with each other. He liked the way she fussed around when she was impatient. Her expression then was similar to the look of craftiness she had on her face when she was threatening Song Chung just now. Sometimes he would purposely tease her. In desperation, she would loudly yell out his name. Chuan, why are you acting so despicably? Chuan. His in-game username was Chuan. Her in-game username was Xiao Qiao. Just now when she had desperately yelled out Chuan, was it because she had remembered their shared past? As he thought about this, he lowered his head and saw that Xiao Lian's heartless, blinking eyes were looking straight at him. Shen Liangchuan momentarily felt a wave of stuffiness. He frowned and pushed her. Bang! Xiao Lian fell onto her derriere. Even though the car's floor was covered with a thick carpet and she did not feel any pain, her current posture was not graceful at all. Xiao Lian opened her mouth to scold him, but when she saw Shen Liangchuan's gaze, she could not help but swallow her words. She patted her skin and tried to stand up. However, the car's compartment was extremely squeezy. Furthermore, she was bearing a large belly. Thus, before she could stand up fully, her belly had already banged into the car seat and she fell on the floor again. Xiao Lian could not help but purse her lips and glare at Shen Liangchuan. Like a superhero, she had just saved the both of them. Yet, this person was turning his back on her. Xiao Lian slowly stood up and took off the pregnancy clothes. After throwing them in the car, she found a seat and sat down. During the rest of the ride, she did not speak with Shen Liangchuan at all. The both of them reached the villa rather quickly. Xiao Lian's body was stained with chicken blood. She hopped off the car without a word and went upstairs to shower. Shen Liangchuan stopped in his tracks. He had wanted to shower as well. He frowned and looked at the girl's fading silhouette. Then, in low spirits, He walked to the living room to shower. Once the both of them had finished showering, changed into clean clothes and walked downstairs, they saw Song Chung standing in front of them. He said with a serious expression, "The word got out after all." He passed the cell phone to Shen Liangchuan. Xiao Lian hurriedly leaned close to him to look at the screen. She saw the top headline on Weibo. Drug sting conducted at Hua Mao Hotel. Many celebrities arrested. Wang Wenhao claims Best Actor Shen was also in the hotel. Currently his claim has not been confirmed. However, reporters have tried to contact Best Actor Shen's manager to no avail. Song Cheng's other cell phone suddenly started ringing. He rejected the call irritatedly and cursed. This Wang Wenhao is practically crazy. Wang Wenhao insisted that Shen Liangchuan took drugs, which had made the issue blow up online. And at the moment it wasn't the right time for Song Chung, Shen Liangchuan and their team to take actions. After being slandered, if Shen Liangchuan rushed to the hospital for a blood test to prove his innocence, it would show that he had a low status and that he was easily wavered by others. However, if he failed to react, online ghostwriters would flood the net. Yet still, Shen Liangchuan's Weibo did not enable the comment function. Song Chung felt that it was really annoying. It was as if there was a patch stuck onto him, which felt sort of disgusting. The management team reached the villa in no time. As everyone started discussing on the ways to deal with the matter, Xiao Lian was also invited to listen to their discussion. She sat on the sofa and listened to Song Chung explaining the current situation to them. As she was listening, her phone suddenly rang. She lowered her head and realized that someone had tagged her in a WeChat group. When she clicked the notification, she found calls for her in the Liang Fans group. Liang Fans was the name for Shen Liangchuan's fans. They had a fan club and Xiao Lian was the doyen, while Chuanlu Bushi is the president of the club. Both of them conversed on WeChat often, thus they were more familiar with each other. Chuanlu Bushi. Hurry up and check your Weibo, there's a catfighting war at Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian picked up her phone and entered Weibo. On her phone, her Weibo username was Chaolian Liangchuan. Seeing this name, she immediately lifted her head up and looked at the few people present guiltily. Realizing that no one was paying attention to her, she was then relieved. She then entered the topic of hashtag Shen Liangchuan taking drugs hashtag, intending to understand more about the situation. But as she looked through the topic, anger immediately rose in her. There was an ongoing fight in Weibo. Big tongue. I have disliked that Shen Liangchuan for a long time, and recently the internet has been filled with bad news about him. Him putting on airs, bullying the juniors, creating gossip even after marriage, and now he even took drugs. Did his nature get exposed after being chosen the best actor? Chuanlu Bushi. What about his nature? Don't speak nonsense when you don't know what's going on. You might just bite your tongue. Big tongue. I'm not worried about biting my tongue. I'm just worried that everyone will be deceived by his face and unable to tell his real nature. Another brainless fan. Chuanlu Bushi. I think that you're just jealous of my husband's handsome face. In times like this, is it a sin to be handsome? Big tongue. What a completely brainless fan. I was just stating a guess. Do you know that you are putting yourself in a very bad light? Or is it that he took you along when he was taking drugs and that's the reason why you are speaking up for him? Chuanlu Bushi. You are not guessing, you are slandering him. My husband has the right to take you to court. Big tongue. Sue me then, I'm not afraid. Shen Liangchuan is just a sly and cunning lowly person. You haven't seen his ugly side in his private life. Do you know why he rarely participates in variety shows and barely accepts interviews? That's because he's uneducated and his manager is worried that he will show his idiotic side on the shows. Other than a pretty face, what else does he even have? Her words were a strong personal attack, which resulted in the retaliation of many of Shen Liangchuan's fans. However, a large number of people had been wavered by the big tongue. Even some of them had started to be suspicious of Shen Liangchuan. Xiao Lian's anger was rising rapidly, but she retained her rationality. She picked up her phone, tapped on the screen and started writing a reply. Chaolian Liangchuan. Some people really go overboard. I believe that the person involved knows the truth best and that he is innocent. After his marriage was exposed, you claim that he was an attention seeker, yet because he does not join variety shows, you claim that he is uneducated. So why don't you teach everyone how to be a public figure? I advise some people to accumulate virtue verbally. Her reply was rational and sharp, causing the rest to cheer her in the WeChat group. But Big Tongue shot back in no time. Big Tongue, he another brainless fan. He knows best if he's innocent? Does he have the ability to be innocent? If he is innocent, why hasn't he made any announcements to clarify himself? Furthermore, Wang Wenhao has nothing against him. Why would he want to wreck Shen Liangchuan's reputation? Chaolian Liangchuan. May I ask, why are we brainless? If we are called brainless fans when we speak up for Shen Liangchuan, then since you are full of criticism for him, are you a brainless hater? In addition, if he had made a public announcement just on such small matters, would you have criticized that he was making a mountain out of a molehill? As for the relationship between Wang Wenhao and Best Actor Shen, how do you know that there is no grudge or hate between them? Right after she published her comment, she heard one of Shen Liangchuan's assistants shout, "This Chaolian Liangchuan's words are really incisive." Chaolian was shocked. Her finger trembled and she almost dropped her phone on the floor. She immediately lifted her head up and realized that everyone was glued to their phones, watching this word battle. And at that moment, everyone lifted their heads to look at Chaolian. Chaolian immediately panicked as her mouth turned dry, and she unconsciously placed her phone into her pocket. Song Chung jokingly said, "Could it be that this Weibo account in Ms. Chao's?" Chaolian immediately shook her head strongly, firmly denying it. "How could it be mine? Haha. The username is made up of your name and brother Shun's name." Chaolian explained hurriedly. It's probably a young lady named Qiao who likes Mr. Shun." Song Chung nodded his head. "I'm just teasing you. This fan is already a veteran in the fan club." Chaolian felt extremely awkward and she didn't dare to speak. Dang it. If it was exposed that she was Chaolian Liangchuan, it would be so embarrassing. She didn't dare to look at the expression on Shen Liangchuan's face, so she coughed and stood up. I'm not of much help sitting here. I will make my way upstairs first." When she reached the master bedroom, she picked up her phone again and realized that the user named Big Tongue didn't dare to continue commenting. The WeChat group had already started celebrating. Chuanlu Bushi. Chaolian, well done. No wonder you're a journalist. In the WeChat moments, almost everyone showed their personal information. When Chaolian had just begun her profession as a reporter, she had accidentally divulged her profession, and it was thus known by the members of the group. Chaolian, smiling face. Chuanlu Bushi. But now what should we do with this messy situation? The way of us scolding one another isn't going to solve the problem. Another veteran fan spoke. Cute cat. Bushi, have you contacted Mr. Song? Chuanlu Bushi. Not yet, I can't get through his phone. Some very loyal fans had close relationships with the artists. An example of this was Chuanlu Bushi, who had managed to even attain Shen Liangchuan's schedule. Cute cat. Actually, I have a solution. Wang Wenhao had a feud with Best Actor Shen for many years, and he often hints about it on his Weibo. There are even traces of it on some shows. We can make a video with all these hints complied and let everyone know that because Wang Wenhao's luck has run out, he is making use of Best Actor Shen to cushion his fall. Chuanlu Bushi. This works. Chaolian, will trouble you to make the video. Chaolian. No problem. As a reporter, she had to do these things regularly, thus she was really skilled at it. The fan club had many people and it was powerful. So, in no time they were able to find a whole compilation of videos and Weibo screenshots that proved the feud between both of them. Chaolian turned on her laptop and started working. The sky slowly darkened and before she knew it, it was already 10 p.m. Song Chung and the team had carried out a meeting that had lasted a few hours and thereafter, they had dismissed it and left. When Shen Liangchuan pushed open the door of the bedroom, Chaolian jumped in shock. She hurriedly turned off her laptop, stood up with it in her hands and looked at him. He still looked calm and he seemed to be in a good mood, unaffected by those rumors. His calm demeanor influenced her, as she felt her heart compose itself. However, when she recalled the embarrassing incident in the hotel earlier today, she immediately felt uneasy. The room was really silent. He had casually put on a sleeping robe and was looking at his phone in his hands. He walked to the sofa and sat down as if he didn't see her. At that point in time, no one spoke. The trees outside the window rustled as they were blown by the wind, and the curtains also moved with the wind. The golden light was cast on him, making him look exceptionally mysterious. Xiao Lian stood there and finally broke the silence. Mr. Shan, I have to go tidy up some of my work documents and I might stay up late. I will go to the guest room, you can rest first. After she finished speaking, she ran out of the room. But when she reached the door, she suddenly heard his voice. Miss Qiao. She stopped in her tracks and looked back at him. He lifted his head and locked his cold and expressionless glance on her. Only when you rest well and build a strong body can you give birth to a healthy baby. Do you understand? Xiao Lian. She understood. He had started it again. He was clearly concerned about her, but he had to show it in such an unpleasant way. She should have listened appropriately, but when she remembered the people waiting in the WeChat group, she lowered her head and spoke as if she didn't understand the hidden meaning behind his words. Mr. Shan, when I had appendicitis, the doctor checked in this month. I didn't get pregnant. Once I'm pregnant, I will definitely stick to a stick routine. I'll leave then. She held her laptop, left the master bedroom, and after she reached the guest room, she laid on the bed. In the quiet room, she busied herself until 3 a.m. When she finally finished setting up the videos and the evidence, she sent them to Chuanlu Bushi. The document was large and it would take some time before it would get sent. As she was waiting for the document to get sent, she picked up her phone and entered Weibo. The drug consumption incident had started to worsen as Shun Liangchuan had not given any response. It was progressing to a tense state. She wondered how Songcheng and the team were intending to manage this crisis. Xiao Lian slanted her head sideways and turned off the application, not wanting to read the vicious comments. As she was bored, she suddenly remembered something and opened the application store in her phone. The lot she had searched earlier in the day was still shown on top. Her glance was focused on the familiar picture of the game. She hasn't come into contact with the game in a long time. She had been trying her best to forget Zichuan. She had almost completely forgotten him. But recently, she had been flooded with the memories she had buried deep in her heart. Especially today, after she was touched by Shun Liangchuan's protection, her soul had suddenly become fragile and she couldn't suppress the memories anymore. She subconsciously downloaded the game. Although the game had evolved significantly, the scenery was just like what it used to be before. She logged into her account, explored the familiar places, and visited the Cliff of Forlorn Love in the game. On the pale white stone wall, there were no plants and it looked grand and majestic. Xiao Qiao was wearing a green war suit on the Cliff of Forlorn Love, while she viewed the whole game world. As the wind blew, her red hair fluttered with it. Xiao Lian stared at her phone. She felt as if she had been transported back to the times when she was able to do anything as she pleased, without any restraints. When she got addicted to the game, she was only in Senior 1. It was the age where she had no worries, and the first game she had started playing was Lot. When she began, she didn't like practicing with the bots. Thus, she directly entered the actual combat. She had never played such games before and as expected, she had lost terribly. In a 5 vs 5 battle, she would die over 10 times in a match. Her friends all advised her not to use Xiao Qiao as her character, as Xiao Qiao was weak in attack. In addition, Xiao Lian liked to play the forward characters, but she was really stubborn. Even after unlocking many functions and after playing for a long time, Xiao Lian still insisted in using Xiao Qiao as her character. When she met Zichuan, it was her second day playing the game. After their teams were randomly assigned, Xiao Lian saw an elegant person with a profile picture of a Chinese brush painting enter the opposing team. Her teammates immediately broke into laments. Her screen was spammed. Yang, Zichuan's here, what's the point of us playing? Can I quit the match now? Dang it. Zichuan, please don't mess around with us and go play with your team. Xiao Lian asked in confusion. Who is Zichuan? Her teammates quietened down for a few seconds after her question. After a while, someone questioned weakly. Young lady, you're a new bright? You don't even know who Zichuan is? He's the best player on the server. Zichuan normally plays with his teammates. Have you seen the server's rankings before? After hearing them, her eyes immediately shone. After practicing for a day, she felt that she was well versed with the controls. Thus, if she could kill this Zichuan, did it mean that she was incredible? The youth's unwillingness to submit coupled with her eagerness to excel, she was determined. She exercised her wrist and started the game. When the game started, she stared at the mini-map, only to realize, why wasn't Zichuan moving? Both teams were having an intense fight, while Zichuan stayed at his spot without moving. Xiao Lian also stayed at her position and stared at Zichuan. After 5 minutes, Zichuan then started action and moved towards the center of the map. Xiao Lian was immediately filled with excitement. Her in-game character was running after Zichuan. She didn't like team fights, so she secretly closed in on Zichuan, immediately stood up and attacked. After her first hit and just when she was excitedly going plan her second, she realized the screen had declared her death. What the hell? Xiao Lian was unwilling to admit defeat. After waiting for a few seconds, she revived. And once again she rushed forward and hit. This time Zichuan was surrounded by everyone. She hit him twice, but when she was about to hit again, an explosion occurred and before she knew it, the screen had announced her death again. Xiao Lian. She looked at the replay and realized that in the short 2 seconds, Zichuan had continuously used his skills, activating an ultimate attack on every player in Xiao Lian's team. The speed at which he attacked, it was literally unattainable by human hands. Xiao Lian wasn't going to admit defeat and thus she tried again. And this time before she could even go near Zichuan, she was killed by him. And she tried again. But when she revived, she was once again killed. The cycle lasted until the end of the game. Xiao Lian did not kill any monsters and never got any coins. She had been seeking for death for the whole match. When she counted, she had actually died 9 times. Xiao Lian tapped her head and started a new match. The teams were once again randomly assigned. After entering the group, while she was quietly waiting for the players to enter, she suddenly realized that Zichuan had entered the same group. Furthermore, he was in the same team as her. Xiao Lian immediately greeted him in the group chat. Xiao Xiao. Hi Zichuan, you played really well in the previous match. Little did she expect he would quit the group right after she said so. Xiao Lian. She searched for his account and sent him a friend request. However, even after a long time he did not accept it. Xiao Lian then sent him a message. Xiao Xiao, Zichuan, why did you leave? She only received a reply from him after a whole 5 minutes. Zichuan's answer was straight to the point. Zichuan, I don't want to be in the same team as an idiot. Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian stared at her phone and burst into laughter. That was their first conversation. His words angered the energetic and outstanding girl. When she recalled the crazy action she had taken then, Xiao Lian couldn't help but cover her face in embarrassment. Now that she thought about it, she had been really retarded then. She flipped her body over and stared at the lamp hanging from the ceiling. It pulled her back to reality and the smile on her face slowly disappeared. The sweeter her memories were, the sadder the present seemed to be. She hadn't had affinity with Zichuan on their first encounter, which showed that this first love of hers was not meant to be. Her eyelids dropped as she shook her head, stopping herself from thinking further. She was afraid of falling back into the loneliness she had been in 8 years ago. She took a deep breath and looked at her computer, realizing that the video had been already sent to Chuanlu Bushi. On WeChat, Chuanlu Bushi sent her a message. Chuanlu Bushi. This actually isn't enough to show Wang Wenhao's hatred for Best Actor Shen. I wished we had more direct ways to show it. When Xiao Lian saw her message, her eyes dimmed. She obviously had a more direct video, but it wasn't the time for it to meet the public yet. She threw her phone to her side and fell asleep with her body splattered on the bed. In the neighboring master bedroom, Shun Liangchuan had not gone to sleep. While he was holding his phone and surfing Weibo, he suddenly saw a video published by Chuanlu Bushi. He opened the video and his lips curved into a smile after he finished watching it. Lying on his arm, he laid onto the bed, but he wasn't able to fall asleep. He then decided to leave the bed and check out the other room. As he carefully opened the room door, he realized that the woman had fallen asleep. Shun Liangchuan's gaze darkened when he saw that she hadn't covered herself. It had been so many years, but she still hadn't learned to take care of herself. He walked over, picked up the blanket and covered her with it. When he was about to move her laptop aside, he was stunned the moment he saw what was on the screen. He turned his head and stared at the girl on the bed. His eyes were full of emotions. She had said that she had work to do. So, she had been busily working on this video? Suddenly warmth and impulse rushed into his heart. He got onto the bed and laid on top of her. Just as she dazedly opened her eyes, he suddenly asked, "Xiao Qiao, why are you treating me so well?" In a daze, Qiao Lian felt as though her chest was pinned under a large piece of warm rock. A familiar masculine scent wafted into her nostrils, causing her to try and open her eyes, in an attempt to see exactly what was happening. However, since she had stayed awake late into the night, she was currently extremely tired. As she waged a war with her eyelids, she heard a soft voice. It was as though the voice was emanating from the deepest parts of her memories, and it was loud enough for her to think that it was being spoken right beside her ear. The voice said, "Xiao Qiao, why are you so good to me?" Xiao Qiao. The familiar greeting, in addition to the unique way the word Qiao was spoken, caused her to reminiscence events from the past, even if they had happened so many years ago. She abruptly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Shun Liangchuan's bottomless gaze. She stared at him blankly. The familiar person that she saw was starting to make her want to cry. However, before she could regain her composure, her mouth got overwhelmed by his tongue. It was gentle like nothing else she had ever experienced, and it was slowly sucking out all the air in her mouth. Twisting and turning, it would make any person rapidly surrender to its persistence. Qiao Lian unconsciously hugged his waist and reciprocated the kiss. On this night, he was uncharacteristically gentle, as though he was teasing her. In a flash, Qiao Lian was overwhelmed. The next day, Qiao Lian awoke and found herself on the large bed inside the master bedroom. The soreness spreading across her body reminded her of last night's wonderful dream. Immediately, her face turned bright red. She laid for a while on the bed before getting up to bathe. Once she had finished, she went downstairs. But when she spotted a figure in the kitchen in the corner of her eye, she abruptly stopped. She looked over in disbelief and saw Shun Liangchuan sitting in the dining room. He was eating. This guy hadn't left the mansion yet? She seemed to recall that Song Chong had reminded her yesterday that he had to go to an event today. Could it be that yesterday's events had affected him after all? As she thought of this, she frowned deeply. It looked like she had to deal with things at a faster pace. After she finished thinking, last night's crazy events flooded into her mind again. Qiao Lian's face immediately turned bright red. As she thought about how she had to eat with him face to face, she felt her heart almost burst out of her chest. Fine, she wasn't going to eat. She lowered her head and silently tiptoed, trying to sneak out of the mansion. At this moment, a servant walked out of the kitchen, saw her and said, "Madam, it's time for breakfast." Qiao Lian. When Shun Liangchuan heard the servant's voice, he slowly turned his head to look in its direction and saw Qiao Lian standing on tiptoes. He raised his eyebrows when he noticed that she had instantly stood stock still, with her gaze directed at the ceiling. She stretched her arms and said, I'm stretching my muscles." That look, was she embarrassed? Shun Liangchuan's cold expression turned a few degrees warmer as he continued eating his porridge. After some time, she walked in, dragging her feet the entire way, and sat beside him. Then, like an extremely hungry ghost, she picked up the bowl and started guzzling the porridge in big gulps by tilting the entire bowl, as though she was determined to finish her breakfast in a matter of seconds and then head to work. Shun Liangchuan put down his chopsticks and stared at her. Feeling his gaze staring at her, she slowly turned her head. As he saw her wary expression, Shun Liangchuan suddenly felt like teasing her. "Miss Chow, did you sleep well last night?" Xiao Lian's eyes widened until they were perfectly spherical. She felt as though a roaring fire had suddenly burst into flames, heating up her entire body. A mouthful of porridge was still inside her mouth. She had forgotten to swallow it. This man, how could he ask such a shameless question? However, his expression was entirely serious, as though he would keep asking until he heard a satisfactory answer. Could it be that he wanted her to comment on his stamina? This thought caused Xiao Lian to choke a little. She stretched her neck and forced the porridge down her throat. She looked to him again and realized that Shun Liangchuan was still looking at her nonchalantly. Xiao Lian was close to tears. How could he expect her to answer such a question? She lowered her head and said with a completely red face, "I thought Mr. Shun, you were great." He should be satisfied with such an answer, right? Any man would want to hear this type of compliment. However, she immediately heard him say, "What was great exactly?" "Xiao Lian, give someone an inch and they will take a mile." She raised her head, puffed out her cheeks and stared at him, saying, Well, obviously it's that." "Which one?" Xiao Lian's gaze instantly fell in between his thighs. A poker-faced Shun Liangchuan raised his eyebrows and scolded her, saying, "What were you thinking about? I asked you whether you had slept well." Xiao Lian. She had thought too much. She immediately cupped her face. Boo-hoo-hoo. She wanted to die so badly. She lowered her head so much that her petite face was on the verge of sinking into the bowl of porridge. She grabbed the spoon and ate the porridge spoonful by spoonful, not daring to raise her head for the entire time. An hour had passed before she finally finished her breakfast in excruciating fashion. Xiao Lian realized that this was definitely the longest breakfast that she had ever eaten in her entire life. She put down her chopsticks and said, with her head still lowered, "I've finished eating, so I'm going to work first." She stood up and grabbed her bag. As she stood in the hallway to change her shoes, she suddenly saw Shun Liangchuan following her. She immediately changed her shoes and made way for him. However, just as she pushed open the door and attempted to run away, she heard a commanding voice behind her say, "Wait a second." Xiao Lian stopped in her tracks. The way Shun Liangchuan changed his shoes was always particularly nice to watch and graceful to boot. He then walked out, started the ignition of the car, drove it to her side and said, "Get in." "Where are we going?" she asked subconsciously while she took a step back. Her expression made Shun Liangchuan narrow his eyes and say, "Why don't you tell me where we should be going?" Xiao Lian looked at the front door and stammered out, "Are you not getting in?" Shun Liangchuan's voice had a tinge of irritation. Xiao Lian was so scared that she immediately walked to the back seat of the car. Right when she was about to enter, she suddenly heard him say, "Miss Chow." Xiao Lian stopped in her tracks and looked back at him. Shun Liangchuan's eyebrows were tightly knit and his face was cold. He said, "I am not your driver." His baffling words stunned her for a full minute, before she finally understood what he meant. If she sat in the back while he was driving, anyone who knew nothing of the situation would definitely think that he was her personal chauffeur. Xiao Lian hurriedly walked to the other side of the car, opened the door and sat inside. Only then did Shun Liangchuan start the car's ignition. She sat on pins and needles, looking at him through the corner of her eyes. This guy. In the past, he had always driven off by himself. What had gotten into him today? Could it be that because last night had been so harmonious, he was finally willing to send her to work out of empathy for her? As she thought about this, Xiao Lian's heart momentarily burst with joy. Looked like Best Actor Shin had a compassionate heart after all. However, what if they were spotted by her colleagues because he had sent her to work? Xiao Lian blinked, thought for a while and then turned her head to look at Shun Liangchuan. Xiao Lian agonized for a long time before blurting out, "Mr. Shun, you can drop me at the next bus stop." Shun Liangchuan looked over coldly and said, "Are you treating me like your personal chauffeur?" Xiao Lian did not understand what he meant. Shun Liangchuan coldly humped and looked in front, saying, I received a phone call from my mother this morning. She asked us to head over. Qiao Lian momentarily tensed up and said, Mom, what happened to Auntie Xia? Was she feeling unwell? After noticing her anxious expression, Shun Liangchuan's gaze softened and he said, It's nothing. Yuanqi has returned, so we're just going to greet her. Yuanqi? Qiao Lian felt that the atmosphere had gotten overwhelmingly odd the moment Shun Liangchuan brought up this name. Shun Liangchuan was a proud man, and nobody could make him bow his head. Anyone who observed the relationship between his manager and him would also realize that he was not a man who liked to be controlled by others. Even after being married to him for about 6 months, she had never seen him accommodate anyone. However, at this present moment when someone had returned to the villa, why did he want to go over and take a look for himself? Who was this Yuanqi? She bit her lip and did not know whether to ask him or not. Her lips quivered, but she remained silent. She did not notice that when he mentioned Yuanqi, Shun Liangchuan seemed to have recalled something and his gaze had darkened. He suddenly said, Yuanqi is young and immature, so I treat her like my younger sister. You should be tolerant of her. His words caused a sudden feeling of distress to spark within her heart. She had thought that Shun Liangchuan had always been a cold-hearted person. However, it turns out that he had occasional moments of gentleness. Except, those gentle moments were not directed at her. This discovery instantly damped down her mood. After another 5 minutes, the car arrived at Villa 18. As they entered, Qiao Lian saw someone push open the door to the living room. Then a petite figure appeared in the room. She was wearing an army green sweater, which complemented her porcelain white face. She looked like an easily embarrassed younger sister. This was Yuanqi? As Qiao Lian thought about it, the car stopped. Shun Liangchuan opened the door nearest to the driver's seat, walked out of the car and went to the girl's side. Qiao Lian took some time to get off, thus she did not hear their conversation clearly. She could only see the girl tilt her head and smile inwardly. Shun Liangchuan tousled her hair affectionately. She slowly approached them and saw the girl lower her head and say in a quiet voice, Brother Liangchuan, you're teasing me again. I'm going to ignore you. Shun Liangchuan said in a low voice. All right, hurry up and enter the house. He looked as though he hadn't even noticed Qiao Lian's presence, and did not seem as though he was going to introduce them. The girl looked at Qiao Lian with her mouth agape. She wanted to greet her, but seemed like she did not dare to do so. After looking at Shun Liangchuan, she only managed to smile compassionately at Qiao Lian before following him inside. Xia Yehua had already stood up and said, I had already told you many times that Yuanqi's flight would land yesterday evening. Why did you not come over then? Shun Liangchuan walked over and sat on the sofa without explaining himself. A flustered Xia Yehua wanted to speak further, but Qiao Lian immediately went up to her and said, Mom, he had something going on last night. Yesterday, he was in a meeting with Song Cheng until late in the night. It was simply too late to meet anyone. Xia Yehua's expression softened, but she still humped at Shun Liangchuan before smiling at Qiao Lian. Holding her hand, she first introduced her to Yuanqi, saying, Yuanqi, this is your sister-in-law Qiao Lian. She then said to Qiao Lian, Qiao Lian, this is Song Yuanqi, my stepdaughter. Stepdaughter? Xia Yehua seemed to have noticed the confused look on Qiao Lian's face and explained, Yuanqi was brought here by Shun Liangchuan 8 years ago. You might not know this, but he told me then that he had fallen in love, and not long after he brought back this petite little girl. Yuanqi was only 14 at that point in time, and I originally thought that she was his girlfriend. I was so furious until I finally learned the truth later. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Shun Liangchuan, who said, Mom, have the both of you eaten breakfast yet? Xia Yehua answered, We've eaten. Turning her head back, she froze and said, Where was I? Shun Liangchuan pointed at the sofa and said, Sit down before you continue talking. The three of them sat down. Qiao Lian couldn't help but look at Song Yuanqi. Xia Yehua's intent behind what she had said earlier was clear. Yuanqi was not Shun Liangchuan's first love and Shen Liangchuan had never looked at Song Yuanqi in that way. They had known each other for 8 years. If he were in love with Song Yuanqi, they would have been together by now. However, Xiao Lian glanced at Shen Liangchuan. Why did she feel like Xia Yehua was about to reveal some important news before she had been interrupted by Shen Liangchuan? She looked at Song Yuanqi again. What kind of feelings did she harbor for Shen Liangchuan? Even if she hadn't understood love when she was young, now that she had grown up, it would be difficult for her to not be smitten with Shen Liangchuan, right? Song Yuanqi obediently sat at Xia Yehua's side and kept her head down. She was rubbing Xia Yehua's shoulders with a soft and gentle voice. She seemed quite shy. Perhaps she had felt Xiao Lian looking at her, because she raised her head and glanced at Xiao Lian. When their eyes met, Yuanqi's face immediately became bright red. She shyly smiled and lowered her head again, as though she did not dare to look at her. She was as timid as a rabbit. As Xiao Lian thought of this, Shen Liangchuan said, "Now that you've graduated, what are you going to do next? Embark on further studies or start working?" A doe-eyed Song Yuanqi met Shen Liangchuan's gaze and immediately retreated in fear. Her mouth was agape and she looked as though she wanted to say something. However, what she actually said was, "Brother, I'll listen to you." Shen Liangchuan imperceptibly frowned as he noticed Song Yuanqi's scared expression. He said in a low and gentle voice, "Yuanqi." When he said her name, it sounded extraordinarily pleasing. Grievance flashed across Xiao Lian's heart. Then Xiao Lian heard his advice for Yuanqi. He said, "Yuanqi, this is your life after all. I can't make every decision for you. Can't you tell me what you wish to do?" Song Yuanqi looked at Xia Yehua. Xia Yehua smiled and said, "Child, how many times have I told you that you shouldn't treat yourself as an outsider? You're my stepdaughter, so do what you want. You can say anything." Song Yuanqi bit her lower lip and only answered timidly after a few minutes. I wish to pursue acting." "No." Shen Liangchuan rejected her suggestion without hesitation. Song Yuanqi became so fearful that her entire body shrank, and she immediately lowered her head. Shen Liangchuan's anger was about to explode out of him, but it got suddenly stuck in his chest, unable to be released. At this moment his cell phone rang. He glanced at Song Yuanqi before walking to the balcony to take the call. The atmosphere in the living room instantly lightened up. Xia Yehua sighed and said, "Yuanqi, I've always thought that you were a timid child, but you..." She turned and looked at Xiao Lian saying, "Xiao Qiao, help me persuade her please. She's addicted to the internet. Most of the things that you find on the internet are fake, so can they really be reliable?" Song Yuanqi's face turned beet red and she grabbed Xia Yehua's arm, saying anxiously, "Auntie, did we not agree not to talk about this matter with others? Why are you talking about it now?" Xia Yehua poked Yuanqi's nose and said, "If I hadn't seen the foolish expression you had on your face when you were chatting on your phone, I would not have even known that you were in love. Do you really see me as your stepmother? If so, why wouldn't you tell me about such a huge thing? I'm telling you, online romance is completely unreliable." Song Yuanqi wanted to say something, but she did not dare to say it out loud. Instead, she said softly, "Auntie, this is something that us teenagers do quite often, so you dash." "Teenagers? Well, how about you ask your sister-in-law whether true love can be found over the internet?" As she finished speaking, both of them stared at Xiao Lian simultaneously. Xiao Lian froze. Her entire body was stunned. Could true love really be found on the internet? She once thought that the answer was yes. She had even argued with her mom over this issue. She had stood her ground then. She had even traveled a great distance to Beijing to find him. But ultimately, Xiao Lian lowered her head and said softly, "Everything you find on the internet is simulated and you shouldn't take them seriously." As she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted. A cold breeze was blowing directly at her, causing everybody present to subconsciously close their mouths. They had seen Shen Liangchuan walking from the balcony, and his entire body was completely frigid. He was still holding a cell phone in his hands. Clearly, he had just finished answering a call. However, his gaze was coldly directed at Xiao Lian's body. She had just said that, Everything on the internet was simulated and couldn't be taken seriously. Heh. Why was this sentence so ironic? That's because not only had he treated an online relationship seriously, but he had also never forgotten it for 8 long years. 8 years. How many 8-year groups could a person live through in his entire lifetime? He swiftly clenched his fists tightly. He found everything he was currently seeing intensely ironic, like the world was mocking him for imagining that his romantic feelings would be reciprocated. All these months, her kind actions towards him had made his heart gradually soften and almost forget the events from the past. 8 years ago she had brought him so much despair. Yes, 8 years ago she had teased him and mocked him, but even now? Shen Liangchuan's rage could not be dampened as he slowly walked into the living room, one step at a time. His fierce gaze caused the 3 women currently in the room to jump in fright. Song Yuanqi trembled uncontrollably and she mumbled, "Brother Liangchuan?" Xiao Lian widened her eyes and could not understand what was happening. She wanted to stand up, but his gaze petrified her so much that she did not dare to open her mouth and speak, let alone move from her current spot. The eerie silence and the frigid atmosphere in the room was finally broken by Xia Yehua, who frowned and said, "Shen Liangchuan, what happened? Did another huge scandal break out? Why is your expression so stern?" Her words seemed to pull him back to reality. He frowned and laughed coldly. He suddenly turned around, picked up his coat and strode outside. After a while, everyone in the room heard the sound of the car's ignition. He had already left. All 3 women in the living room were positively terrified. They looked at each other and did not understand what had just happened. Xiao Lian suddenly thought of something and hurriedly picked up her cell phone. She opened Weibo and discovered that G8SIP magazine had published an article that had caused the hashtag #ShenLiangchuan takes drugs to trend online. A reporter from our news agency, surnamed Xiao, has confirmed that Best Actor Shen was present at Huamao Hotel yesterday. Did Shen Liangchuan think that this piece of news had been published by her? Xiao Lian stood up and said, "Mom, I still have something to do, I'll take my leave first." However, by the time she reached the door, his car had disappeared. Xiao Lian decided to call him to explain herself, but he refused to pick up the phone. He must be furious. That meant that he absolutely wouldn't want to hear her explanation. Xiao Lian bit her lips and tears surged in her eyes. She stood outside the villa and only started making her way to the news agency after taking a few deep breaths. Under her, Shen Liangchuan was driving the car aimlessly down the streets. The irritation and anger in him, coupled with the sorrow he wasn't willing to admit, completely enveloped him. He curved his lips, feeling like he was really laughable. Song Cheng had called him and asked if the article online had been posted by Xiao Lian. He vowed that it couldn't be her and claimed that there must have been a misunderstanding. But when he turned around, he heard those heart-aching words. So she had never loved him, right? He suddenly heard the voice of the young girl in the game, conversing with him. "Zichuan, will our love die when it meets the light? If I look really ugly, will you still love me? Zichuan, don't tell me your name. I want you to tell me your real name in person. Zichuan, I'm going to meet you in Beijing. Are you excited?" She didn't wait for his response and continued. "What should I do? I'm so excited. I'm going to buy a pretty dress. Do you like red or yellow more? Oh yes, you like the color green, right? Ha ha ha. Shall I buy a green hat for you? Ha ha." Screech. The car suddenly stopped by the roadside and Shen Liangchuan calmly looked in front of him. Thereafter, she had come to Beijing and allowed him to witness how heartless and ironic their love was. His fist ruthlessly hit the steering wheel, but despite its force, he was unable to release any pain from his heart. Under her, Xiao Lian reached the news agency and angrily rushed to Su Mimi. She threw her bag onto Su Mimi's table. "Su Mimi, what do you mean by doing this?" The article's writer was stated as Su Meirin, her pseudonym. When Su Mimi heard her words, she calmly spoke. "What? Are you complaining that I had snatched your credits? It's not my fault that you didn't publish the article as soon as you could. Heh, I saw your location in the hotel from Lu Zhixing's phone. And I realized that Best Actor Shen must have been in Hua Mao Hotel. You don't know anything. That was due to Wang Wenhao's setup to frame him. If she hadn't been in the news agency, Xiao Lian would have hit her. Last night, when the short clip she had made was posted online, it got ruthlessly countered by the article. She had just checked and realized that the comments that had been in Shen Liangchuan's favor had once again changed their stand.
Sumeimei taichet hermot.
Xiao Lian, don't make unfounded remarks. If you can, you should take out concrete evidence and report it. You're just useless. That's the reason why I got to snatch your piece of news. If you can, go ahead and suppress my article with yours. After Xiao Lian heard her words, she squinted her eyes and said, You think that I would make such comments without any evidence? Su Mimi's irises swelled and she started panicking. You better not lie. Xiao Lian gave her a cold glance and turned to her computer. She immediately wrote and published an article about the grudges between Wang Wenhao and Shen Liangchuan. Together with the article, there was a video that showed Wang Wenhao looking for trouble with Shen Liangchuan at Shen Liangchuan's office. As a reporter, when she had witnessed their argument, she had subconsciously recorded it. When the article was published online, it immediately caused a huge stir. #BestActorShen taking drugs hashtag had been causing a lot of excitement online. At first, everyone was in disbelief. Yet, as Wang Wenhao insisted that Shen Liangchuan had been taking drugs, the public opinion took Wang Wenhao's side. Thereafter, Chuanlu Bushi had posted a video online, which made people take the middle way and slowly put their trust in Best Actor Shen. However, on the second day, there was a news agency's reporter who claimed that she had seen Shen Liangchuan in Hua Mao Hotel, resulting in the change of people's stand once again. However, just when everyone believed that Shen Liangchuan really took drugs, the same news agency published an article and video about the grudges between Wang Wenhao and Shen Liangchuan. This article immediately blasted away online, as if one poured a drip of water onto hot oil. Shen Liangchuan's fans began to crusade against Wang Wenhao online. The haters and internet ghostwriters hired by Wang Wenhao had all lost their argument against Shen Liangchuan's fans. At that moment, the situation was largely in Shen Liangchuan's favor. After Xiao Lian published that article, she watched Su Mimi crash against the table in fury. Her previous article had served as preheating for Xiao Lian. Su Mimi's actions of working overtime to publish the article the previous night had become a joke to everyone at that moment. Su Mimi felt as if she was a clown that had gotten tricked. Xiao Lian must have done it on purpose. Su Mimi stared at Xiao Lian with hatred, as evil shone in her eyes. She didn't say anything, she only gave a cold laugh and walked into the office of the chief editor. Sister Qiao, I think that Su Mimi is acting out of the norm. You should be on your guard. Xiao Yi reminded her out of concern. Xiao Lian nodded, but she had no idea what would Su Mimi do to her. She would only be able to find ways to defend herself when her attacks came. She took a deep breath and secretly peeked at the people in the news agency. She then told Xiao Yi, If the chief editor asks where I have gone to, just tell her that I have left to track down more news. After this, she stood up and left. On the street, she turned around to look at the office building where the news agency was. The working environment here was getting more and more stressful for her. The managing editor used to be able to control the chief editor, and thus the chief editor didn't dare to be too obvious when trying to counter her. But now, Xiao Lian mocked herself. If she had a choice, she wouldn't stay and work here. The place was making her feel increasingly disgusted. She took a deep breath and walked to the roadside where she hailed a cab. After she got on the cab, she sat at the back seat for a while before speaking. Sir, please take me to Hospital 1. At that moment there was no traffic jam and she reached the hospital in half an hour. She walked to the side and bought some chestnuts. Since she was familiar with the place, she quickly found the VIP room, but when she looked in, there wasn't anyone on the hospital bed. She put the chestnuts down and looked for the caretaker, asking, Where's Qiao Yi? Oh, he's doing his exercises in the recovery room. As the family of the patient, please persuade him. He has just completed his surgery, and he shouldn't be doing such taxing recovery exercises. However, not matter what we said, he refuses to listen. Xiao Lian nodded and found her way to the recovery room. In the recovery room there were a few people with Alzheimer's disease. They were trying to practice with the help of the caretakers. In the crowd of people she immediately spotted the young Xiao Yi. He looked exactly like her, but with a flat-top haircut. As his body was not suited for movement, he rarely exercised and he had kept his skin fair and fresh. Just simply staring at it could make one jealous. But at that moment he was struggling to walk forward with the support of a walking stick. His forehead and hair were both soaked by his perspiration, but the resilient youth was biting his lips in concentration and seriousness, not making a sound. Xiao Lian stood at the door and her heart hurt as she watched him. That was her brother. He broke both of his legs when a pillar fell on him in that huge fire 8 years ago. He had never stood up again after that accident. Both of her parents had died, and her only brother ended up in such a state. Her house had been thoroughly burnt. The company had closed down and she was left with no money. Even the compensation for her parents' demise got rejected by the bank, and they ruled it as suicide. How did she survive those dark days with her brother? She quit school, but as she was yet to be of legal age, she could only barely support the both of them by taking up 3 jobs a day. Her brother's legs had also missed the best time for treating them because of that. Her life then had been truly very hard and bitter. She used to cry out of tiredness every night when she returned home. Then she met Shen Liangchuan. In the toughest times every word of his was like a light, brightening up her unknown future. Thus no need to ask why she treated Shen Liangchuan so well. Other than the defense feeling she had as a fan for her idol, she was filled with gratitude for him. Just when Xiao Lian was lost in thoughts, Xiao Yi looked at her. And when he saw her, his eyes shone as he gave a bright smile. Xiao Lian walked forward and held him. That was when she realized that he seemed to have grown taller. How long had she not visited? In her trance she helped Xiao Yi get on his wheelchair to rest. Xiao Yi smiled at her and asked, "Sister, why did you come?" Xiao Lian felt a pang of sadness when she heard his words. The stress in her daily life had caused her to be terribly busy working. Hence, she had few chances of taking care of her brother personally. It seemed like this was her second time visiting him this month. The last time she had visited him was on the day of his surgery. She stuck out his hand to pat his hair, but Xiao Yi immediately shunned her. "Sister, don't touch my head, I'm sweating." Xiao Lian couldn't contain her laughter when she saw how uncomfortable her brother was. "Okay, I've bought your favorite chestnuts. Let's go and have some." Xiao Yi looked at the practice beam behind him, wanting to say something, but when he looked at Xiao Lian, he didn't speak and followed her back into his room like a good boy. Xiao Lian picked up a chestnut, intending to peel it for him, but she wasn't able to despite many tries. Thus, she had not choice but use the most primal way, her teeth. At that moment, Xiao Yi suddenly reached out his hand and pinched the chestnut with his 2 fingers. The chestnut was immediately split open. He then took out the inside of the chestnut and put it in front of Xiao Lian's mouth, saying, "Sister, eat." Xiao Lian smiled, ate it and picked another one up. She had originally thought that Xiao Yi would eat it himself, but he once again offered it to her. Xiao Lian was stunned. "Xiao Yi, you can have it." "Sister, I remember that you like eating chestnuts too." Xiao Lian was dazed for a moment as she smiled and said, "Yes, I've forgotten about it." She had a very similar food taste to Xiao Yi's. They both had always liked eating chestnuts since young. However, due to being financially tight, sometimes she was only able to buy a few. She couldn't bear to eat them and would leave everything for Xiao Yi. She would have never expected that he could still remember what she liked. Xiao Lian smiled and heard Xiao Yi say, "Sister, I'm a man and I've grown up. It will be my turn to take care of you in the future." Xiao Lian was stunned for a moment and rose her head to look at him. Xiao Yi was smiling really gently as he reached out his long hand and patted her shoulder. "Sister, if you're unhappy at your job, just quit it. You have been working very hard for the past 8 years. I will take over the remaining things for you." Her eyes were suddenly filled to the brim with tears. In front of her brother, she always tried her best to appear happy, but she would have never expected that he would still be the first one to tell her feelings. despite them barely seeing each other. She laughed while crying and turned her head to the side. After wiping her tears away, she looked back at him and said, "I'm not unhappy. You're crying. I'm crying because our Xiaoyi has grown up and I'm really touched. Now your main task is to recover well. Don't seek for immediate results. I've just talked to your doctor in charge and he said that if you push your rehabilitation practice, your legs may just completely become useless. In the future, you must stringently follow what your doctor had scheduled for you. Okay?" Xiaoyi furrowed his brow. "Sister, where did the money for my medical expense come from?" Xiao Lian was silent for a moment and spoke. "You know that I'm a sportscaster, and the pay for female casters is really high now. Xiaoyi, quickly recover your legs and go back to school." Xiaoyi looked at her, full of emotions, and laughed. "Quit your reporter job then. I know that you don't enjoy being in the industry." Xiao Lian immediately spoke. "I used to dislike it, but now I really love it. Do you know? The news agency has arranged for me to follow a new artist, and it is Shen Liangchuan. He's my idol and now I can closely interact with him on a daily basis." Xiao Yi, "Sister, can you not be so obsessed with good-looking men? You look like your interaction with him has become one with a negative distance." Xiao Lian immediately blushed. "Yang, why are your words so frivolous?" Xiaoyi continued laughing for a while, and then looked at her seriously. "Sister, you should really quit your job. I will check the reason behind our parents' death, okay?" Xiao Lian's eyes reddened again. She reached out her hand out and patted his head, ignoring his protest. "My Xiao Yi, our parents' biggest wish was that we could both study hard and well. You have already delayed it for so long, and once your legs have recovered, you should return to school. I have already worked in the news agency for 8 months, and if I continue for 4 more months, accumulating a whole year, I can get my reporter's certificate. After she attained her reporter's certificate, she would be able to investigate the reason for her parents' death from 8 years ago." Knowing that she wouldn't heed his advice, Xiaoyi changed the topic. "Sister, can I discuss something with you?" "What? Can you change my caretaker to a male one?" "Why?" "It's because I have grown up." "Ha ha 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 ha. Xiaoyi, why are you so cute?" Under her. When Xiao Lian walked out of the hospital, she looked like she had revived and was gushed with energy. What could her chief editor even do to her? As long as she survived these 4 months and successfully got her reporter's certificate, she wouldn't bother to continue working for them. At 6 p.m., Xiao Lian alighted from the bus. When she intended to walk to Villa 8, she received a call from Xia Yehua. "Xiao Qiao, come to Villa 18 for dinner tonight. Let's have dinner together." When Xiao Lian reached Villa 18, she realized that the car Shen Liangchuan had driven today was parked there. Did that mean that Shen Liangchuan was back? Had he realized that the article hadn't been her doing and returned back to apologize? As the thoughts were running through her mind, she lifted her head up and walked into the living room. The 3 of them sat on the sofa in the living room, and they were happily conversing before she entered. But after she had entered the room, Shen Liangchuan's expression immediately turned cold. The atmosphere in the room immediately froze. Shen Liangchuan didn't speak, he was emotionless. Song Yuanxi looked at Shen Liangchuan uneasily, and then turned towards the door. She looked as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to. Xia Yehua laughed and broke the awkwardness. "Xiao Qiao, you're back. Quick, have a seat. Let's have dinner together later." As she ended her sentence, Shen Liangchuan immediately stood up and went upstairs without a word. Xiao Lian's expression immediately became awkward. As she stood rooted to the ground, lost. Bang! They heard the sound of the door slam. The 3 people downstairs looked at one another. Xia Yehua was furious. "Xiao Qiao, don't be angry. Since he dares to treat you like this, I will go upstairs and scold him now. When a couple fights, why should the man wait for the wife to appease him? Does this guy even know how relationships work?" After she finished speaking, she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to go upstairs. Xiao Lian immediately held her back. Whenever she realized how good Xia Yehua was to her, her heart would feel increasingly guilty. Shen Liangchuan and her had a contract-bound marriage, Their status wasn't equal. She laughed and said, "Mom, I'll go up and see what's up." After she spoke, she lowered her head and went upstairs. Xiao Lian stuck her head into one of the bedrooms on the second floor, but she didn't see any traces of him. She then slowly moved towards the study. She knocked on the room door and slowly pushed it a bit. This villa seemed to have been inhabited before Xia Yehua moved in. Thus the arrangement of the room was really simple. There weren't many documents in the study room. He sat solemnly behind the empty table, while his tall stature made him look as if he was a king with a strong air. Xiao Lian walked in with fear, as she lowered her head down and said, "Mr. Shan, the article published on Weibo today wasn't by me." He looked over coldly, but his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. His glance was too confusing, and Xiao Lian could not capture his exact emotions. "I know." These two words were heavy. They sounded nice, but they carried a slight unhappiness with them. He was unhappy? Why? Xiao Lian was stunned for a moment, but she suddenly understood the situation. Although he was usually unaffected by everything around him, no matter how aloof someone could be, in the face of internet ghostwriters, he would definitely get unhappy. She didn't want him to stay unhappy, thus she made up a speech in her heart. Then she began, "Mr. Shun, you don't have to worry about those comments online. The fans who support you will always continue doing so. And those who hate you are using the accounts of others to criticize you on purpose. Internet violence is so terrible nowadays, and honestly I really dislike the internet. Through the internet, the real feelings between people are disappearing." She continued nagging, but his expression kept turning colder. Xiao Lian finally realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. But before she could figure out what had gone wrong, he made an annoyed sound. Shen Liangchuan was really angry. She was speaking about how she looked down on the internet and how it reminded her of their online relationship. She had never believed in their relationship in the first place, right? Then, if she hadn't seen a future with it, why had she attracted him to delve deeper into it? He stood up, went around the table and walked towards her. He turned his back on the light and stood in front of her. A shady atmosphere immediately enveloped her. She couldn't help but take some steps backwards. But every time she did so, he would take a step forward. It continued until she suddenly felt coldness behind her, when she realized she was against the wall. He stretched out his arm and placed it on the wall. This position. Could it be that he wanted to cabinet on https://wikipedia.org/wiki/cabedunner? The next second she heard his question. "So you can play with others as you please?" Xiao Lian widened her eyes and looked at him confusedly. Her wronged expression only irritated him even more. He narrowed his eyes and stared deeply into hers. All the shame and hate that he had experienced 8 years ago had sparked a notion within him. He wanted nothing more than to strangle her. That way he could settle things once and for all. However, as he looked at her elongated neck, he could not bear to take action. He thought of the time when she was being mistreated by the servants. Only then did he realize that he could not bear to watch her get hurt. Only he knew of the depth of his love for her. However, this deep love he had was not worth a single penny in her eyes. To her, it was part of the artificiality of the internet. He was such a proud man. Yet, he had given away his love to someone who would trample all over it. As he thought about this, the irritation within his body began to slowly intensify again. He wanted nothing more than to take advantage of her entire body. He immediately lowered his head and grabbed her chin with his large hands. However, he stopped his movements after observing that the girl's eyelashes were trembling nervously. He suddenly felt pity for himself and laughed. He took a step back and wiped his hands with a tissue, as though they had been stained by a dirty object. Then he turned away and walked downstairs. Xiao Lian leaned against the wall and looked at the wide-open door to the study. She then heard him walking downstairs and heading outside. Everything that he had done had felt like a slap to her face. She bit her lip, hurriedly calmed herself down and ran downstairs as well. Noticing Xia Yehua's anxious gaze, Xiao Lian squeezed out a smile and said, "Mom, it's all right. I've already hashed things out with him, so we'll be heading home first. Ha ha ha. Once she finished speaking, she chased after him and headed outside. However, Shen Liangchuan's car had already driven away. She turned back and saw Xia Yahua and Song Yuanqi's expressions. With an awkward smile, she pointed outside and said, "Well, I'm trying to lose some weight by walking back." After she said that, she immediately ran into the darkness. She walked back to Villa 8 despondently, but then realized that Shen Liangchuan had not returned after all. Dejected, she went upstairs, laid on the bed and hit herself on the head. She had always been quite witty and intelligent, so why could she not figure out the reason why Shen Liangchuan was unhappy? She fell asleep in a daze. For the next few days, Shen Liangchuan did not return home. Xiao Lian wanted to follow him, but she realized that she had no way of tracking him down. Then one morning, she was rudely awoken by a call from the chief editor. In a daze, she held the cell phone to her ear and heard the stern, commanding voice of the chief editor. "Xiao Lian, come to the news agency immediately." She hurriedly bathed and changed her clothes. When she rushed to the news agency, she realized that every employee in the agency was on edge. Judging by their expressions, was some important person visiting the agency? In a daze, she heard Su Mimi say, "Mr. Wang, it's her. She was the one who exposed the scandal between Li Siki and you. She was also the one who wrote about your conflict with Best Actor Shen." As she finished speaking, Xiao Lian instantly turned her head around and saw a furious Wang Wenhao rushing at her with 2 bodyguards in tow. Without another word, she turned around and ran. However, before she could take more than a couple of steps, the bodyguards had forcefully grabbed her arm and pulled her to Wang Wenhao. Xiao Lian struggled mightily, but her strength was no match for the group of bodyguards. Her arms were quickly wrenched behind her back and she was subdued. She was unable to move her body at all. She worriedly raised her head to look at Wang Wenhao. Before she could speak, she saw the other party suddenly raise his arm. Piak! A tight slap landed on her face. During her entire lifetime to date, Xiao Lian had only endured 2 slaps to her face. One was the slap that she received from Yang Lingxi last time. The other was the one that was just inflicted to her face by Wang Wenhao. Men generally had greater strength than women, and Wang Wenhao had just slapped her in a furious rage. Hence, Xiao Lian's head reeled from the slap. She was completely dizzy and started seeing stars in her vision. There was a metallic taste in her mouth and she felt some of her teeth loosen. Her arms were tightly restricted by the 2 bodyguards, leaving her unable to move. Her face was slightly tilted and the intense pain made her realize that her face must have been bruised by the slap. Each and every movement that she made was accompanied by an intense swelling pain. Xiao Lian narrowed her eyes and violently turned her head back. She clenched her teeth and looked at Wang Wenhao, only to see Wang Wenhao walk forward and grip her chin in one swift motion. Shen Liangchuan had frequently gripped her chin, and she had felt pain every single time he did so. However, she only realized at this moment that Shen Liangchuan was extraordinarily careful when gripping her chin, since the way Wang Wenhao was doing the same action right now felt much more painful than when Shen Liangchuan did it. At this moment, she felt as though her jaw was about to be shattered. Red flares appeared in her eyes because of the pain, but she stubbornly refused to tear up. Wang Wenhao's face inched closer towards hers and he said, "Xiao Qiao? This pseudonym suits you well. Your face is indeed quite delicate." He used his other hand to slap her already swollen cheeks, intensifying the pain. There's a handprint on one cheek but no handprint on the other. That's certainly not balanced at all. So should I rectify the situation for you?" Xiao Lian clenched her teeth, the corners of her mouth stained with fresh blood. She stared intensely at Wang Wenhao before suddenly spitting at him. Tui. She had always been the type of person that responded better to reason rather than coercion. If this Wang Wenhao intended to use violence to make her beg for mercy, he could banish the notion right now. She spat a mouthful of blood on Wang Wenhao's face. He didn't manage to avoid it, even after turning his head around. When he turned his head back, the expression on his face had become even more gruesome. He let go of Qiao Lian's chin and walked backwards to pick up a tissue and wipe his face. Oh, you're feisty. I love to play with these sorts of people. Right when he had finished speaking, he swiftly slapped Qiao Lian's left cheek again. Qiao Lian's head shook violently. The violent action had caused her hair to fall across her face, covering it. Then Wang Wenhao leaned closer and gripped her chin again. Let me see, is your face balanced yet? It seems that the mark on the left side of your face is lighter, so I should slap it again. Right? As he finished speaking, he saw Qiao Lian suddenly crack a smile. Wang Wenhao narrowed his eyes. Qiao Lian opened her mouth and said, Mr. Wang, if I were you, I would choose to immediately flee the scene after slapping someone. Wang Wenhao looked at her, stunned. Qiao Lian's eyes looked toward one of her pants pockets. Wang Wenhao reached into the pocket she was looking at and took out her cell phone, only to find out that she had already called 911. As a reporter, she was frequently in the line of danger, so the speed dial number on her phone was 110. When she entered the news agency and saw Wang Wenhao, she immediately placed a call that instant. Wang Wenhao's expression was indeed ugly. He raised his finger and pointed at her. As he looked at her current state, with countless bruises all over her body, a pitiful state indeed, the anger in his heart slightly lessened. He waved a hand and said, Let's go. The bodyguards released Qiao Lian. She was unsteady on her feet, so her hands gripped tightly onto a nearby desk for support. She fixed her gaze at Su Mimi, who had walked over after seeing the commotion, the chief editor and even the managing editor, Lu Zhixing. When Wang Wenhao found his way to the news agency, the chief editor should have called her to inform her that the correct choice for her was not TP come to the agency building. However, these three people had instead schemed against her. Fine. It was all fine. If she does not take revenge against them, then her surname would no longer be Qiao. The three of them, including Su Mimi, were terrified after looking at the stare that Qiao Lian was leveling at them. Su Mimi could only say harshly, What are you looking at? It's due to your inattentiveness that he was able to enter the news agency. Why are you glaring at us as though it was our fault that this happened? Qiao Lian smiled coldly. The corners of her lips were twitching so much that her cheeks had started to hurt. She opened her mouth and was about to speak, but the managing editor Lu Zhixing walked up to her and said, That's enough. Qiao Lian getting hurt also involves our agency, so quickly go to the hospital and get your injuries checked out. The company will reimburse your treatment fee. As he said this, he stared at Qiao Lian in an oddly cavalier fashion. His expression clearly communicated to Qiao Lian that this entire incident would not have happened if she had not offended him. These people were really shameless. Qiao Lian bit her lip, feeling both anger and hatred within her. She looked at her stunned colleague standing inside the news agency and said, Managing editor, if such an incident happens a second time, I think that nobody here will ever dare to uncover scandals anymore. We work so hard to expose someone else's privacy, but then get scolded and beaten when they angrily approach the news agency. G8 SIP magazine really does care about its employees' welfare, doesn't it? Her words ridiculed the managing editor so much that his face was alternating between the shades of white and red. Qiao Lian looked at the furious expressions on the faces of the surrounding employees and lowered her eyes. She took a deep breath, turned around and left. The most important thing that she should do now is to take care of her bruises. Qiao Lian did not notice that Su Mimi, who had been standing behind her, had kept her cell phone after Qiao Lian left the news agency. The managing editor turned around and looked at everybody present. Then he waved his hand and said, All right, get back to work. Everybody left returned to their own positions, but Su Mimi took the opportunity to enter the chief editor's office. The chief editor smiled at her and said, Well, did you film the incident? Su Mimi raised her cell phone delightedly and said, Of course, Auntie. I'm telling you right now that the article I am publishing this time will be bigger than hers. Wang Wenhao beat up the reporter surnamed Qiao. Heh. Such a huge scoop will definitely make the headlines. Qiao Lian left the news agency. Right when she left, she noticed people staring over at her. She cupped her face, hailed a cab and went to the nearest hospital. The diagnosis showed that a couple of her teeth had loosened after all, and thus she needed to recuperate for a period of time. The gash on her face had been caused by the ring on Wang Wenhao's hand. After applying some anti-inflammatory medicine, the doctor said, "With regards to the gash on your face, the scar will only fade after 1 to 2 months." Xiao Lian nodded and looked at her swollen face in the mirror. A couple of revenge plans against the news agency flashed across her mind, but she knew that now was not the time to implement any of them. She clenched her fists and took a deep breath. She should not begin taking revenge until she had received her press pass. Xiao Lian returned to the villa and immediately went upstairs. Given that the 2 servants were not as observant as Caretaker Li, they did not notice her odd appearance. She laid down on the large bed in the master bedroom and applied ice to her face. The fiery pain that she felt on her face had somewhat subsided, but it had not receded completely. Furthermore, the shame she felt was amplified exponentially in the quiet bedroom. The injustice she felt caused her to bite her lips savagely as she tried not to cry. However, ultimately large teardrops started rolling down her face. She hurriedly wiped the tears off her face with her hands, but tears still kept rolling down her face uncontrollably. "Idiot! You soft bastard! Why are you crying?" She cursed at herself as she continued wiping away her tears. Right at this moment, she heard the sound of a car horn emanating from somewhere nearby. She sat up immediately. Was Shun Liangchuan nearby? A shocked Xiao Lian sat on the bed with a swollen face. Shun Liangchuan had not returned home for almost a week. Furthermore, it was currently daytime, so she thought that there was no way that he would return home at this time no matter what. However, she instantly jumped up and ran to the window to look outside, where she saw Shun Liangchuan stepping out of a car in a black tuxedo. His graceful deity-like body strode into the villa. Xiao Lian's heart instantly leapt. She looked in the mirror and realized that the bruises on her face were still extremely noticeable, even though they had somewhat subsided thanks to the ice. Such serious injuries could only remain concealed if she chose to cover her face up. However, she made up her mind not to let Shun Liangchuan know about this. She anxiously hopped around the room. What should she do now? Shun Liangchuan's inexplicable rage subsided only after he stayed away from the villa for the entire week. She usually would not be home at this hour, so he had chosen to return home now to collect some documents. He walked into the living room with a cold expression. He was about to change his shoes when he saw that Xiao Lian's white sneakers were placed on the shoe rack. Did this mean that she was home? Shun Liangchuan froze momentarily and raised his head. The second floor was completely empty. She had not come down to greet him. What could she be doing in her room at this time? Even though she knew that he was home, she had not come to greet him. Was this because his rage the other day had scared her? Shun Liangchuan frowned imperceptibly and walked upstairs with a blank face. After entering the study, he purposely sat inside for a while, but she still did not come over to greet him. Shun Liangchuan picked up his documents and walked out. He had already decided to leave the villa immediately, but stopped unexpectedly when he passed by the master bedroom. He lingered at the doorway for a while, before laughing at the anxiety that he was feeling. This was his home and he should be able to enter any room as he pleased. Why should he care about her feelings on the matter? He immediately stretched out his hand and pushed the door open. Even though the room's dressing table and sofa were clean, to a germaphobe like him, they still seemed a little messy. He frowned again. This woman. Had she not tidied up this room at all last week? He surveyed the entire room, before his gaze finally fell on the bathroom door. He walked over and intended to push open the bathroom door. However, he realized that the door had been locked from the inside. The woman inside asked cautiously, "Mr. Shun?" Shun Liangchuan frowned, sat on the sofa and waited for 10 minutes. However, she still did not come out from the bathroom. He stood up, walked to the doorway and knocked twice with his hand. He then heard a woman's voice emanate from within the bathroom saying, "Mr. Shun, I have a stomach ache. If you wish to use the toilet, Please use the one in the living room. Shun Liangchuan. He actually only wanted to see her, after not being able to see her lively expression for an entire week. However, after hearing what she said, Shun Liangchuan frowned for the third time and said irritatedly, I'm going to work. Ah, that's fine, please go. Why did she sound so happy after hearing that he was going to work? Shun Liangchuan felt even more irritated and turned to leave. Bang! He shut the door to the room. After he went downstairs, right when he was changing his shoes, he suddenly remembered how weak her voice sounded. Stomachache, was it serious? He turned and took out some over-the-counter medication from a drawer. After a moment of hesitation, he still decided to go upstairs. When he opened the door to the master bedroom, he saw that Xiao Lian had already walked out of the washroom. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned around, confused. The moment he saw her face, he frowned for the fourth time. Shun Liangchuan frowned and stared at the girl in front of him. Her face was covered in a mess of sticky green things, and she was currently jumping inside the room. After noticing him, she momentarily bent over and clutched her stomach. Shun Liangchuan furrowed his brow and his mood immediately soured. What are you doing? Xiao Lian immediately widened her eyes and said, I am applying a facial mask. He obviously knew that it was a facial mask, but hadn't she said that she had a stomachache? How could she be in the right mood to apply a facial mask? Xiao Lian looked at his icy expression and immediately tensed up. Well, actually, having a stomachache and applying a facial mask really complement each other. It gets boring when you're stuck in the toilet. Shun Liangchuan furrowed his brow even more. Xiao Lian coughed and said, Do you want to try it? Shun Liangchuan stopped himself from scolding her for her impulsiveness. He then glanced again at the awful way she had applied the facial mask and could not help but say, Do you know how to apply a facial mask? Why is your face so bumpy? Xiao Lian. That's because it is swollen, okay? But how should she answer him? She rolled her eyes, lowered her head and put on a guilty expression. Well, I'm sorry, but I had been interested in this facial mask for so long, but never had the means to buy it. Today I suddenly saw it and was overcome with emotion. So I accidentally applied too much of it. Shun Liangchuan. Xiao Lian raised her head and took out the box of facial masks. Mr. Shun, do you want to apply it with me? Isn't it strange that other celebrities always take special care of their skin, but I've never seen you use a single facial mask, even though there are quite a few lying around in your house. Her words caused Shun Liangchuan's expression to darken again. She anxiously waved her hand and said, I'm not saying that you're unprofessional or that you don't have a good skin condition. In fact, I'm saying that your skin condition is extraordinarily good. Do you go to the beauty parlor often, which is why you do not use the facial masks in the house? I noticed that most of these masks were about to expire, so should I help you apply them on your face? It'll be a waste if you don't use them. The veins on Shun Liangchuan's forehead started to throb violently. He threw the medicine on the coffee table and said, Take 3 tablets each time. I'm leaving. He turned to leave. Only after he had left the room did Xiao Lian breathe a sigh of relief. She touched the facial mask on her face and silently congratulated herself for her wittiness. Shun Liangchuan was such an unpredictable person, so she had had to take preventive measures in case he barged into the room while she was pretending to have a stomachache. Thus, she had searched the washroom, found a facial mask and applied it to her face just in case. However, she looked at the medicine on the coffee table and turned in his direction. He was already gone, so could it be that he had returned just to give these medicine tablets to her? Was this an apology for the incident that happened a few days ago? She picked up the medicine on the coffee table and smiled silently. She begrudgingly accepted his apology. After confirming that his car had left, she rushed into the washroom and washed the facial mask off her face. There were still bruises on her face, so when had applied the face mask, her face had burned with fiery pain. It took a lot of effort to wash the mask off her face, and only when she finished did she realize that the swelling on her face had aggravated. Xiao Lian silently applied ice to her face and sat on the sofa. The euphoria she had previously felt faded and her mood soured. As Shun Liangchuan drove away from the villa, his phone started to ring. He picked up the call casually. He heard Song Cheng's voice emanate from the phone speaker saying, "Brother Shun, did you check Weibo? Wang Wenhao actually sabotaged himself by beating a reporter." Reporter? When Shun Liangchuan heard his words, his eyes immediately narrowed. He stopped the car on the roadside and hurriedly took out his phone, where he got to see the video that had just been posted to Weibo. Shun Liangchuan looked at the video on Weibo. The video was somewhat grainy and only showed the girl's expression after she had been beaten up. Hair was covering her face, so Song Cheng had not managed to identify the girl's identity. However, Shun Liangchuan immediately clenched his fists. This girl, even if her face was covered, he could instantly recognize her. It was Chao Lian. No wonder she was staying in the house even though it was clearly daytime. After all, she was a lively girl who would stay outside the entire day if she could. No wonder she had been hiding in the bathroom and had not wanted him to see her. No wonder she had applied a facial mask on her face. In reality, everything she had done was due to this. How dumb was she? Did she not know that applying a facial mask on a bruised face could aggravate the inflammation of her injuries? As he thought about this, he suddenly turned the car around and sped it towards the villa. On the way, his eyes had a foreboding feeling. As he thought about how the girl had had to endure 2 slaps in the face, he desperately wished that he could find Wang Wenhao right now and rip him apart. When the car arrived at the villa, he intended to jump off the car to open the door, but he suddenly stopped. The momentary anger that had been boiling inside him just now had also slowly dissipated. A flashback of her expression filled his entire mind at that moment. He couldn't help but remember her sparkling eyes, even through the facial mask that was on her face. His gaze flickered and suddenly, his lips curled up in faint mockery. She had uncovered these scandals because of him. However, she had not dared to confide in him, even though she was angry. Why did she not confide in him? Was it because he had once warned her not to cause trouble for him? As he thought about this, he leaned into the car seat and gazed at the villa's second floor through the car window. She had probably just finished washing the facial mask off her face. Thus, if he drove back into the villa, she would definitely have to anxiously reapply it again. Since she did not want to let him know about this, then why should he enter the villa and cause more trouble for her? His gaze landed on the steering wheel, and an imperceptible expression flashed across his eyes. He could hear voices from 8 years ago suddenly start emanating beside his ear. When he used to play video games with Chao Lian, he would switch on the in-game voice chat to make their communication easier. Once, when they were having a match, Shun Liangchuan chose to fight in the center lane, which allowed Chao Lian to fight from the periphery and thereby upgrade their equipments. He stared at her as he fought the waves of monsters. Suddenly, he saw on the world map that 2 enemy players had appeared in front of her. He warned her, "Leave now." The game had just started and she would definitely lose if she fought alone against 2 players. However, she said, "I'll let them feel my prowess." And then her character died. After her character revived, she stubbornly continued to fight against those 2 players. The center lane was being attacked as well, so he was unable to assist her in her fight. Therefore, her character died again and again. After her character had died 4 times, she said commandingly, "Ziquan, go and avenge me. You must definitely kill them 4 times." Shun Liangchuan pursed his lips and said, "Why should I help avenge your deaths when you died due to your idiocy? You knew that you could never defeat them, and yet fought them anyway. Because you are my boyfriend. When I get bullied, it's natural for you to protect me. Hurry up and go. Because you are my boyfriend." That one sentence triggered him to ultimately kill the enemy players 4 times, as promised, which made her anger subside. After the incident, he said to her, "Only idiots would still stubbornly try the same method even after failing numerous times. You should have waited for me to avenge you after dying the first time." Yes, this little girl has learned her lesson. Dear husband, please continue to take care of me in the future. The headstrong girl he had seen at that moment was a stark contrast to the girl that he saw today. Shun Liangchuan suddenly felt his heart hurting. He turned the car around and silently stopped it by the roadside. His heart was desolate, like there was an empty patch in it that could not be filled no matter what. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it and took a draw. The large quantity of nicotine immediately had an impact on his lungs, making him cough. However, for a while, he refused to exhale and kept the smoke in his body. He consecutively smoked several cigarettes. As he thought about her proud personality, he picked up his cell phone and made a call. Xiao Lian was in her room, wondering how she was going to eat. If she went downstairs, the servants would definitely notice her face. Furthermore, it would probably not be good for her face if she applied another facial mask, right? Frustrated, she hit herself on the head. Then her cell phone suddenly rang. When she opened it, she saw that Chuan Forever had messaged her in the WeChat group. Chuan Forever. Xiao Lian, were you the reporter that got hit in the viral video that's currently trending on Weibo? At Xiao Lian froze and hurriedly opened her Weibo account. Indeed, she found the video circulating online. She momentarily clenched her fists. Shumimi. It couldn't have been considered a victory for her to let the world know that Xiao Lian had been beaten up, so why had she done it? However, Chuan Forever had been her friend for many years, and she did not want to lie to her. Thus she thought for a while and replied, yes. Chuan Forever and the others in the group immediately showed compassion for her. As Xiao Lian was chatting, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Then she heard caretaker Li's voice emanating from outside saying, Madam, your meal is ready. Something has happened at your mother-in-law's place, so I'm taking some servants from here over to her place to help. Can you manage things by yourself? Xiao Lian's eyes brightened up immediately when she heard this. She said, yes, that's no problem at all. At that moment, she suddenly heard a loud commotion coming from outside. Caretaker Li, Alu's foot is injured. I grabbed Sir's high-quality medicine for her to use. It's on the coffee table in the living room, so please don't throw it away. After a while, everybody in the villa, except Xiao Lian, had left. Xiao Lian pushed open the door and sauntered downstairs. The gods were definitely on her side today. The meal on the dining room table was sumptuous indeed. She started to chow down on the food. After she finished, she was just about to go upstairs when she suddenly saw a box of medicine sitting on the coffee table. This medicine was one that the doctor had prescribed for her in the hospital. However, because it had been too expensive, she had refused his prescription. Now that it was in front of her, it would be a waste not to use it, right? Shun Liangchuan sat in his car until the sky turned dark. After noticing that the lights upstairs had been turned off, he waited a while more before stepping out of the car. He then quietly opened the front door of the villa and slowly went upstairs. His mind would not be at ease until he saw her face. The door to the master bedroom was not locked from the inside. Hence, he pushed it open and walked in, immediately noticing that Xiao Lian was lying on the bed, fast asleep. He slowly walked to the side of the bed. Under the dimly yellow light shining from the bedside lamp, he could tell that she had fallen into a deep sleep. Her cheeks were extremely swollen, and there was even a gash on her right cheek. Such a long gash would still leave a scar even if it was completely healed, right? As he thought of this, his gaze grew cold. In the silent night, he stared at her face for a long time. He stretched out a hand wanting to touch her injuries. However, the hand hovered in mid-air. He was afraid to actually touch her bruises. He only left when it was already extremely late at night. He went downstairs and exited the villa. After entering the car and sitting down, he picked up his cell phone and placed a call. Song Chung picked up the call rather quickly and said sleepily, Hey brother Shun, given that it's late at night, could you let me sleep please? Shun Liangchuan stared forward and said, Did you not tell me yesterday that a filming crew had invited me to their press conference as a way to show support? Didn't Wang Wenhao have a supporting role in this show? When Xiao Lian woke up, it was already morning. She stretched her back and yawned. She only remembered that she had injured herself yesterday when her face started to hurt. She stood up and walked to the mirror. She realized that even though the 5 handprint marks on her face were still extremely obvious, The swelling has started to subside a little. That medicinal ointment was indeed pretty useful. As she thought about this, she finished washing up and then quietly walked downstairs. She noticed that all the meals had been prepared, but none of the servants were in the house. She sat in the dining room and ate her breakfast, before returning back to the master bedroom upstairs. Due to the bruises on her face, it would be untoward to leave the house like this now. Did this mean that she had no other choice but to stay at home the entire day? Just as she was thinking about this, her phone started to ring. Her live-streaming partner Gao Yoming's voice emanated from the phone, saying, "Forget Chuan. You have not live-streamed for a while. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? There's a match and we could comment it together." Xiao Lian looked at her own face. She was aware that she would laze around the house if she didn't accept his invitation. Thus she nodded and said, "All right, I'll see you tomorrow." Just as she hung up, she realized that she had not live-streamed for quite a while now. Somewhat bored, she picked up her phone. She had originally wanted to scroll through her Weibo page, but for some reason, she tapped on the icon for the Lot video game. As she gazed at the familiar in-game interface, her eyes darkened suddenly. Perhaps due to her being beaten up, her mood was rather low. Thus, many wonderful memories started flooding into her mind. Another match had just ended. Just as everybody was celebrating their victory, Zichuan suddenly sent her a private message saying, "Zichuan, are you not happy?" Xiao Lian immediately froze in shock. "Xiao Qiao, how do you know?" "Zichuan, you were so distracted when you were playing. Only a blind person can't tell that you aren't happy." Xiao Qiao, "Yes, I'm upset." "Zichuan, I'm bored now, so tell me why you're upset." Xiao Lian smiled. Even though this fellow was curt, he also had a soft heart. He clearly cared about her, yet still he had claimed that he was bored anyway. Her mood instantly lifted considerably, and she continued typing. "Xiao Qiao, in last month's exam, I dropped 10 spots in the school ranking. My mom told me that she would only let me play video games after I take the Gaokao. However, I'm still only in the first year of high school. I will only take the Gaokao in another 2.5 years. I refused, and my mom declared that if I do not improve my ranking in the next monthly exam by at least 10 spots, she would confiscate my computer." Once she said this, the other side stayed silent for a long time. The silence was so long that Xiao Lian began to think that Zichuan had only been superficially listening to her. She frustratedly hit her head. Why had she thought that she could find warmth and compassion from Zichuan? This fellow had a poisonous tongue. He was decent at arguing with her, but he would never be able to console her unless pigs were suddenly able to climb trees. She pursed her lips unhappily and intended to log off. However, a private message suddenly popped up on the game's interface.
Zichuan, 1861 XXXX 123.
Xiao Lian froze. A feeling of nervousness suddenly welled up in her heart. Could this be? She suppressed her heart's wild thumping and replied, "Xiao Qiao, what is this?" "Zichuan, you idiot. It's my phone number." Xiao Qiao's heart thumped even faster. At that moment they were still not in a relationship. They had only quarreled online and played games together. After training together for 3 months, her coordination with Zichuan was now absolutely flawless. She had always thought that since their relationship had started online, it would also end online. She did not know that such a relationship could transcend into the physical world as well. That day, she kept staring in a daze at the cell phone number she was given. She felt a myriad of emotions in her heart, including both hope and anxiety. She silently committed the cell phone number to memory, and then nervously logged out of the game. She could not concentrate for the rest of the day. When she was attending lessons in school, she would laugh unexpectedly. When she was doing her homework, the cold expression of his in-game character would appear in front of her eyes. When she was eating, she could not help but think about whether he was a normal person. Even someone who was so good at playing video games would need to eat, right? So what had Zichuan eaten for lunch today? What was his favorite food? She did her homework until 8 p.m. Yet her eyes kept drifting to her cell phone. Still, that evening's exercises were all rather simple. She actually did not find a single exercise which she was unable to solve. As she hesitated, she flipped ahead to the next lesson and looked at some of the questions listed there. After looking at the questions, she realized that she did not really know how to answer them. Thus, she excitedly picked up her cell phone and dialed his cell phone number, one digit at a time. Then she bit her lip and called him, her heart fluttering. The cell phone started ringing, but all she heard were beeps. Clearly, he had not set a ringtone. Xiao Lian pursed her lips. Zichuan must be similar to his in-game character, in the sense that both were boring and dull. Right as she thought of this, her call was picked up. Immediately, she heard a voice on the verge of changing due to puberty. Hello. His polite greeting had a noble and graceful disposition, leaving her speechless. Zichuan's voice in-game had always had a tinge of irritation. His commands were short and straight to the point, so she had always thought that he was a brutish man. In reality, his polite greeting had made her so nervous that she was rendered speechless. She could not open her mouth to speak at all. On the other side of the call, he silently waited for a while, before he suddenly laughed and said, "Xiao Qiao." She nervously answered affirmatively. "Oh, you aren't that dumb after all." His voice had a tinge of mockery and irritation, so Xiao Lian finally felt a sense of familiarity and dependability. She pursed her lips and said, "I'm not dumb. Given that I'm so clever and witty, how could I be dumb? A dumb person would never admit that they are dumb." "You. All right. Which question do you need me to help you with?" She immediately went along with his change of topic, lowering her head and looking at her textbook. However, she then asked another question, seemingly unconvinced. "How did you know that it was me? Do you think that I'm you?" Xiao Lian froze for a while before comprehending what he meant. She had become synonymous with the word idiot in his eyes. "You? What's the question?" She once again got distracted by his change of topic. From then onwards, they would practically call each other daily. Each call lasted approximately half an hour, and she sent him all the questions that she could not answer for that day. In the next monthly exam, her ranking improved by 15 spots. Her mother was so happy that she did not bring up the topic again. However, in the end, she still decided to stop playing the game. As she thought about this, Xiao Lian took a deep breath, lowered her head and looked at her cell phone. She did not know what she was thinking. After finally waking up from her daze, she realized that she had unwittingly reminisced the events from a few years ago in her mind. She had called that number again. However, she only heard the following: "The number you have called is no longer in use. Please check the number before calling again." She laughed bitterly and hung up. The same thing had happened again. Since that incident, she had never been able to contact Zichuan ever again. Xiao Lian clenched her fists and lowered her head. Actually, he was right. She was indeed an idiot, as only an idiot would believe that they could find true love online. She curled her lips and took a deep breath. Just when she was about to put down her cell phone, a barrage of posts bombarded her WeChat account. She logged into her account and saw that a large number of fans in the Shun Liangchuan fan group had tagged her. Xiao Lian asked in a daze, "Xiao Lian, what happened?" "Chuan forever." "Xiao Lian, look at the headlines on Weibo quickly." "Weibo headlines?" She froze momentarily, then picked up her cell phone and logged into Weibo. When she saw the headlines, her entire body immediately froze over again. At the film's press conference, Shun Liangchuan arrived at the scene after accepting the invitation. The director immediately went to greet him in a respectful manner, politely welcoming him and expressing his gratitude for Shun Liangchuan's presence today. Shun Liangchuan did not speak. Instead, he looked at Wang Wenhao, who was nearby. After Wang Wenhao's scandal broke, every film he starred in had been taken down. Only this show could still be broadcasted, as Wang Wenhao had a supporting role in it and was practically unnoticeable. In fact, the cast and crew hadn't even invited Wang Wenhao. However, he had obtained a copy of the invitation letter somehow, and strode imposingly into the venue anyway. He definitely had to come today. After all, this was his final chance. After his scandals broke, practically every advertiser and filming crew wanted to break their contracts with him. He would rather take a supporting role than fade out into obscurity. That was because the scandals surrounding him would never disappear. Thus, Wang Wenhao went around trying to curry favor with everybody at this press conference. Shen Liangchuan was wearing a dark gray suit, and he had a cold expression. He was holding a champagne glass and was currently standing beside a table. He looked exceptionally stylish but also exceptionally icy. As a result, none of the people around him dared to approach him. He was alone and standing inside his own bubble. If anyone had paid attention to him, they would have noticed that his gaze kept drifting over to Wang Wenhao. Song Cheng stood at his side. After noticing his behavior, he could not help but pinch his arm. Shen Liangchuan turned around and looked at him casually, with a questioning face. "Brother Shen, what are you planning to do? Can you tell me beforehand so that I can prepare myself mentally? You suddenly decide to come and attend such a small-scale press conference, yet you have been completely silent and are now just standing here and doing nothing? My heart is beating anxiously right now." After Shen Liangchuan heard him speak, he sipped a mouthful of champagne and put the glass down. Then he walked away in long strides. Song Cheng's heart jumped and he followed closely behind. Shen Liangchuan walked forward, one step at a time, until he reached the front of the room. Wang Wenhao was currently ingratiating himself with a C-list celebrity. The celebrity asked, "Hey, I heard that you beat a paparazzi?" "Yeah, the paparazzi nowadays are so disgusting. I have wanted to teach them a lesson myself for some time now. That day, I really couldn't hold myself anymore. So I went to the news agency. The paparazzi there were all shocked when they saw me. Ha ha. Won't they start hating you after you did this to one of them? I've already done it, so what should I be scared of?" That time Best Actor Shin beat up a reporter. He claimed that it was in self-defense so that he would have an excuse if he got sued, right? At that time nobody said anything because they were secretly pleased as well, right? As Wang Wenhao spoke, he laughed heartily. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt a presence approaching him from behind. He turned around and saw Shen Liangchuan. His eyes narrowed and attempted to smile at him. However, Shen Liangchuan took a step forward, grabbed his tie and threw a punch at his face. The situation at the conference was a mess. No one would have expected something like this to happen. Wang Wenhao was stunned. When he entered, he had realized that Shen Liangchuan was around too. Although he had grudges with Shen Liangchuan, he was a public figure, and he wouldn't try to settle things with him in the public eye. Thus, he acted as he pleased. Even when he saw Shen Liangchuan walking over, he didn't bother. But who could have told him that Shen Liangchuan would have the guts to hit him? Furthermore, he was punched once but his whole body was pushed back. His right cheek was burning with pain, and when he spat, he realized that one of his teeth had fallen out. The pain numbed his brain. He was at a loss. While he was in a daze, he realized that Shen Liangchuan had approached him again and had sent his fist to the other cheek. Bang! He was thrown onto the floor, where he spat another pair of teeth out. One could tell how much strength had been put into these two punches. Wang Wenhao covered his face and widened his eyes. Since he was sure that Shen Liangchuan wanted to start a fight, he reacted and gave out a low growl, intending to hit back. But before he could make his move, Song Cheng had hurriedly rushed over saying, "Ah, Brother Shen, calm down and stop fighting. Stop fighting." Although he said so verbally, he accidentally stepped on Wang Wenhao's finger. His leather shoes caused a lot of pain to Wang Wenhao, but Song Cheng only widened his eyes and asked, Did I step on something?" After he spoke, he applied a large amount of force and rubbed it. He then turned around and removed his foot. "Ah, I'm so sorry. Mr. Wang, I didn't mean it." Wang Wenhao. Wang Wenhao held his face and looked at Song Cheng and Shen Liangchuan, who were standing before him. Ignoring the fact that there were two people against him, everyone in the industry knew that Shen Liangchuan had learnt martial arts and taekwondo for a period of time. Furthermore, Shen Liangchuan had always taken seriously whatever he did, and he already had a black belt in taekwondo. He couldn't deal with simply one Shen Liangchuan. He wiped his mouth. His face was so swollen he resembled a pig's head. He moved his mouth and pointed at Shen Liangchuan, asking, "Best actor Shen, why did you hit me?" Shen Liangchuan nonchalantly looked up and gave him a glance. Then he said something that would make everyone puke blood. "Your looks annoy me." After he finished speaking, he just turned around and walked out. Song Cheng eagerly followed after him. "Brother Shen, if you wanted to punch someone, you should have just told me. Why do you have to do it personally? But why didn't you say that you wanted to punch him earlier? If you had told me, I would have placed a nail in my shoes. With that step that I took, I could have easily broken his hand." Hearing the long-winded speech his friend was giving behind him, Shen Liangchuan slowly closed his eyes. Why must he do it personally? Because he was her boyfriend. No, they were even closer now. He was her husband. Under her. The topic of hashtag Shen Liangchuan PK Wang, Wenhao hashtag started trending again. Xiao Lian read through the news articles and realized where Shen Liangchuan had hit him. She couldn't help but touch her face. Why did she have the feeling that Shen Liangchuan had hit Wang Wenhao the same way Wang Wenhao had hit her? Was this her imagination? Just as she was in her daze, someone messaged her on WeChat once again. When she opened her WeChat, she realized it. Chuanlu Bushi. Xiao Lian, don't you feel like best actor Shen is taking revenge for you? Xiao Lian stared at that message dazedly. Complex emotions were emerging in her heart. Wang Wenhao had slapped her twice, so Shen Liangchuan had punched him twice. This made her recall the Zichuan she knew. She remembered that she used to hate being killed in the game, as whenever she got killed, she would have to anxiously wait for revival. However, since she didn't play tank, she easily got killed. Thus, if anyone killed her, she would remember it and ask Zichuan to kill him. And the number of times Zichuan retaliated and killed this player would be the exact number of times this person had killed her. This was done in order to shock everyone. Let them understand that when they were competing against both of them, they couldn't be chasing after Xiao Qiao and trying to kill her. Or else they would receive Zichuan's revenge. Now, Shen Liangchuan had beaten Wang Wenhao up, which reminded her of Zichuan. She didn't understand why, but the Zichuan in her memories, the one that had been deeply buried in her heart, was slowly emerging now. She put down her phone and laid on her bed. She fell asleep unknowingly, as she indulged in weird thoughts. In her dream she saw Zichuan, who was donning an armor and running forward at a very high speed. She was Xiao Qiao, but when she wanted to rush forward to look at him, she realized that she couldn't move at all. She reached out her hand anxiously in the dark, shouting, "Zichuan, Zichuan, wait for me." Zichuan really stopped and slowly turned around. Xiao Lian then started smiling at him, but when she saw his face, she suddenly jumped in shock. "Shen Liangchuan? Why is it you?" It was when she opened her eyes that she realized that she had been dreaming. After recalling the dream, she realized that it was outrageous. She gave a bitter laugh and patted her head. "Xiao Lian, what are you thinking about?" She took a deep breath and picked up her phone. When she looked at it, she saw the message Chuanlu Bushi had sent her. "Chuanlu Bushi, Xiao Lian, do you know Best Actor Shen? Why is Best Actor Shen taking revenge for you? Hurry up, tell me the truth." She remained silent for a while and replied, "Xiao Lian, you are overthinking." After turning off WeChat, she checked the time and realized that it was already 5 in the afternoon. The servants had been summoned to Villa 18 by caretaker Li to tidy up Song Yuanxi's room. Hence, no one was at home, so she entered the kitchen with the intentions to cook a bowl of noodles for herself. The chopping sound she made when cutting the vegetables was too loud, thus she didn't hear the engine of the car. She was in a good mood, as Wang Wenhao had been beaten up. Therefore, she was humming and shaking her buttocks while putting the vegetables, meat and noodles into the pot. However, she suddenly heard a voice behind her. "This is how you cook noodles?" That one sentence gave her a shock. Her hands loosened their grip and all the vegetables dropped on the floor. She swallowed and turned around. Her eyes met with Shen Liangchuan's, who was standing at the door and donning a white shirt. She had no idea as to how long he had been standing there, which caused her to delve into panic. Xiao Lian widened her eyes. And Mr. Shun, why are you back? She suddenly realized something and hurriedly turned her head, covering her cheeks with her hair. But after doing so, she suddenly realized that he probably had already seen the hand marks on her cheeks. Yet, after he had seen it, he hadn't spoken nor shown any signs of surprise, which meant that he already knew she had been slapped? So, Xiao Lian's eyes immediately shone, as she suddenly turned her head and rashly asked, Mr. Shun, did you hit Wang Wenhao because of me? Her sudden question caused Shun Liangchuan to stop in his tracks, as he gave her a cold glance. Under his glance, Xiao Lian felt guilty and lowered her head. She was so muddled, how could she have asked such a question? She secretly lifted her head to look at him and realized that he was looking back at her with the same emotionless expression. He looked like he was vexing over how to give her a reply. She hurriedly changed the topic. Mr. Shun, have you eaten? It was then that Shun Liangchuan came back to reality. After staring at Xiao Lian for a while, he said, No. Xiao Lian pointed at the pot and said, Then do you want some noodles? All the servants in the house have gone to Villa 18, and they will only send food back at 7, and Okowo. Before she could finish her sentence, Shun Liangchuan had replied emotionlessly. Xiao Lian was stunned. She had actually just offered out of politeness. She hadn't forgotten the fact that a simple bowl of noodles had made him unhappy last time. No matter how bad her noodles was, he didn't have to show his unhappiness to her, right? Xiao Lian considered it for a moment, but she still said, The noodles I've cooked might not taste very delicious. They're delicious. Xiao Lian's heartbeat increased and a strong surge of happiness filled her heart. Shun Liangchuan thought her noodles were delicious? As she gathered her thoughts, she heard the next words. In your dreams. Xiao Lian. Shun Liangchuan walked towards her and said, The way you cook the meat strips, vegetables and noodles make the meat too watery, and your vegetables also get easily overcooked. Looking at how he was picking on her noodles, Xiao Lian felt unhappy. How dared he say that her noodles didn't taste nice? Recalling the year when she cooked for the first time, her father had been full of praises for it and finished everything. He even patted her head and exclaimed, My Xiao Qiao has grown up. I'm so relieved she knows how to cook for me now. After her father had passed away, Xiaoyi would also praise the noodles she cooked. In the period of time where they had lived together, their daily supper was always vegetables and meat strips with noodles. And it had lasted for a whole 3 years. She twitched her lips with unhappiness and lowered her head, saying softly, Then how about you do it instead? She had not realized that she had stopped being so careful with her words when she was with Shun Liangchuan. She had started saying whatever she wanted. However, Shun Liangchuan had realized it. The real nature of the girl before him was becoming increasingly similar to the girl he had known 8 years ago. His mood suddenly got better. He nodded and said, Okay. Xiao Lian. Shun Liangchuan rolled up his sleeves and walked into the kitchen. He picked up the vegetables and meat strips on the floor and threw them into the dustbin. Afterwards, he picked up a piece of meat, cut it and placed it into the small bowl to marinate it. Then, he turned on the fire and fried the meat. His actions were adept, they even looked artistic. Xiao Lian stood beside him. By the time the noodles were almost done cooking, he had already placed the vegetables and meat strips into the pot and stirred them. Shortly after, the 2 hot bowls of noodles were ready to be served. This was really a perfect combination of color, aroma and taste. Xiao Lian picked up her chopsticks and took a mouthful. Her eyes shone at once. It's delicious. Comparing this to the noodles she cooked, the food she had been eating with Xiaoyi for the past 3 years was literally pig's food. As Shun Liangchuan watched the girl eat, his glance got increasingly gentle. She was still that simple, she could be appeased by a bowl of noodles. However, why would a person with such innocent thoughts do such a thing? He would have never believed it if he hadn't seen it for himself. As he thought about it, his expression became cold again and he suddenly lost his appetite. Xiao Lian finished eating all the noodles, but when she looked up, she realized that Shun Liangchuan hadn't eaten much. Did this guy not like to eat noodles? With these thoughts in mind, she stood up and said, Mr. Shun, the servants will send food over later. If you don't feel like eating the noodles, just leave it then. Shun Liangchuan took a glance at her and softly made a sound of agreement, yet his attitude was not as gentle as before. Qiao Lian immediately softened her voice. If there isn't anything, I'll make my way upstairs. This guy was unhappy again, thus she couldn't stay. She didn't want to accidentally trigger him off. After she said so, she left her bowl in the kitchen and quickly proceeded upstairs. When she reached the master bedroom, she picked up the medical cream and applied a layer of it on her face. She looked in the mirror and realized her face was no longer red and swollen. Only vague slap marks were left. The wound on the right side of her face had already become a scab, but it still didn't look good. When she was staring at the mirror in a daze, she heard a car engine. She was slightly stunned and walked towards the window. Song Chung had arrived at the villa and had brought a few people with him. This was Xin Liangchuan's team, right? They had just started their own management company, so they must be really busy now. She wanted to proceed downstairs to greet them, but when she recalled the state of her face, she decided to give up on the idea. Under her, the small group entered Shun Liangchuan's meeting room. Shun Liangchuan sat behind the main table expressionlessly, and Song Chung passed a few sets of documents to him. These are some of the less well-known actors I have set my eyes on. They have acted in a few web dramas, but aren't really famous yet. This is our best chance to have them sign a contract with us. After he said so, he continued, We have just started out with QC Media Company, so we should bring a few people in now, right? Shun Liangchuan flipped through the documents in his hand while mentally recalling which television dramas these people had acted in. However, he realized that he completely had no recollection. He flipped until the end and threw the document on the table. He looked at Song Chun. You can decide what to do with these people. Song Chung nodded and replied, Okay. After he said so, he spoke again. Actually, the career development of female casters is also really fast. Many online female casters are really popular. Do you think we could choose a few female casters? They should be quite interested in our company, as they will be able to enter the entertainment industry after signing with the company. As he finished his sentence, the assistant beside him spoke. We should beware of this. Many online female casters are really pretty before the cameras, but they look terrible in real life. Thus, if we are going to make a deal with any female caster, we will have to meet them personally at least once. Song Chung nodded, agreeing with the assistant. Shun Liangchuan did not make any comments, which showed his silent approval. Song Chung gave it a thought and suddenly spoke. What do you think of the female caster Forget Chuan? She's really secretive in person and she rarely does live streams. However, each one of her live streams is very popular. She's a diamond in the rough. And most importantly, I've heard that she hasn't signed with any companies yet. After Song Chung finished his sentence, Shun Liangchuan looked up. Song Chung didn't realize the slight change in Shun Liangchuan and continued speaking. Everyone thinks Forget Chuan is a dinosaur, but it wouldn't hurt to hire her. As long as we allow her to work with better livestream platforms, the profits would still relatively significant. The assistant spoke again. Yes, I have always wanted to know who Forget Chuan is. After hearing that, Song Chung was determined. I will personally liaise with her to ensure it. We must bring in Forget Chuan. After Song Chung said so, the assistant laughed. Brother Song, I'll take your word for it. Forget Chuan is really mysterious and most people are unable to contact her. Do you know how to? Song Chung scratched his head and laughed. I'll make effort and try. After this topic ended, everyone continued the discussion and chose a few people. When it reached 9 p.m., the team took their leave separately. When she heard the sounds of cars leaving, Qiao Lian ran to the balcony and realized that Shun Liangchuan's car had also left. Did it mean that Shun Liangchuan had also left? She suddenly felt relaxed. She had the whole huge villa to herself. She was so free. After she bathed, she came out of the bathroom wrapped in just a towel and she patted her stomach. Noodles were easily digested, so she was feeling slightly hungry. Thus, she just walked relaxedly down the stairs and took out a bottle of yogurt from the fridge. The heater was turned on and she was barefoot with a towel around her. With satisfaction she hummed happily. She conveniently picked up a straw and took a few mouthfuls of the yogurt. As the amount of yogurt decreased in the bottle, she continued using force to suck it. The straw immediately gave out a really loud tis-tis sound. As she walked up the stairs she shook her buttocks while the time singing, "Yo yo, check it out! The yogurt's still insufficient." When she had just finished her song and looked up, she saw Shen Liangchuan at the end of the staircase. He was looking at her with a mix of complex emotions on his face. He looked like he wanted to laugh, but he was holding it in. Qiao Lian. Hadn't he left? Hadn't his car left the house? Could someone tell her why he was still here? Boo hoo hoo hoo. It was so embarrassing. And now she was going upstairs, wearing nothing but a towel around her? She could only process it after entering the master bedroom. Qiao Lian stood there staring at Shen Liangchuan in extreme awkwardness. After a while, she took out the straw from her mouth and passed the yogurt to Shen Liangchuan. Do you want some? Shen Liangchuan. Qiao Lian coughed and said, It's time to sleep. After she said so, her gaze floated around, as she was avoiding Shen Liangchuan. She then proceeded up the stairs, tightening the towel around her. In the middle of her panic, she walked quickly and on the last step, she tripped and fell forward. In her fluster, she only managed to stabilize herself after grabbing Shen Liangchuan's elbow. After managing to stand on the floor steadily, she looked at Shen Liangchuan with a smile and said, Thank you. Then she felt a cold breeze blow across her body. The towel slipped down. She followed Shen Liangchuan's gaze and looked at her bare body. She immediately covered her chest with both of her hands, but then covered the lower part of her body. Lastly, she covered her face and ran into the master bedroom. Woo woo woo. It was so embarrassing. Shen Liangchuan was almost unable to keep a straight face any longer. There was a half smile on his face and his gaze sunk when he recalled her state a moment ago. Then, he turned his head and followed the woman into the master bedroom, who seemed to be trying to put her clothes on in panic. However, as he might have entered too quickly after her, she decided to grab the blanket and completely bury herself, including her head, in it. Shen Liangchuan's smile widened further as he looked at the person buried in the blanket. He couldn't resist the temptation and walked over. He stood by the bed and stared at her. After a while, as he expected, she removed the blankets off her and stuck her head out. However, after seeing him, she hid back into the blanket again. He suddenly spoke. What are you embarrassed about? It isn't as if I haven't seen it before. Qiao Lian. Qiao Lian hid under the blanket. She was completely dumbfounded. Why was she so shy? He had seen it before, it didn't make sense to act all embarrassed. Furthermore, was this vulgar person really Shen Liangchuan? Why did his vulgar language remind her of the Zichuan that she had befriended in the past? She closed her eyes. Her entire body was on the verge of collapse due to the fact that she was, at this moment, completely naked. Just as she thought about this, she heard rustling sounds coming from outside the blanket. She froze, popped out her head and saw that Shen Liangchuan was removing his clothes. A shocked Qiao Lian immediately asked, What are you doing? Shen Liangchuan looked bemused. He seemed much more gentle without his usual distanced expression. What do you think I'm going to do? Qiao Lian hugged the blanket around her and said, Well, She looked around wildly, her eyes darting back and forth. At last she coughed and said, I'm not ovulating today, so you can't. I can't what? Qiao Lian glared at him and threw caution to the wind. You can't do that with me. Do what? How could this man be so shameless? Her body tensed, and she was rendered speechless. She could only direct her large, innocent eyes in his direction while desperately clutching the blanket. The last time he got drunk, he had taken advantage of her. Given that he wasn't drunk today, he definitely would not be having his way with her. She was not a lady who would sleep with anybody just for a bit of money. As she glared at him, Shen Liangchuan suddenly turned around and walked to the bathroom. His low and rich voice floated over to her ears. Miss Chow, please get your mind out of the gutter. How do you expect me to bathe without first removing my clothes? Xiao Lian, why are you removing your clothes at the side of the bed when you are clearly going to shower in the bathroom? Boo hoo hoo. Why did she always overthink things and make wild speculations? She grabbed her hair and desperately wished that she could give this guy a solid punch. However, Shen Liangchuan had gone to shower. So did this mean that she could finally put on her clothes? She immediately jumped off the bed, grabbed her clothes and started putting them on. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened and Xiao Lian froze. She violently twisted her head around, only to see Shen Liangchuan was standing there. Xiao Lian. He went into the room, took a towel from the drawer and walked back in. Xiao Lian. There were towels in the bathroom as well. This guy was definitely doing this intentionally. She hurriedly put her clothes on, laid on the bed and closed her eyes. After a while, he finished showering and walked out. He then went over to her side of the bed and laid down next to her. The smell of manliness silently wafted into her nostrils, making Xiao Lian suddenly feel extremely peaceful and calm. She shut her eyes and almost instantly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, she was awoken by Shen Liangchuan. Mom asks that you go over to her place for breakfast. Xiao Lian had no other alternative but to get out of bed. After wasting a considerable amount of time preparing herself in the room, she finally looked at herself in the mirror, completely satisfied. With this look, she could finally go outside and show herself to others. When she went to the living room downstairs, the waiting Shen Liangchuan took a look at her. The corners of his lips twitched. Her petite face had a thick layer of foundation on it, making it to look as pale as a ghost. Furthermore, a plaster was stuck to her cheek. She looked extremely comical. She followed Shen Liangchuan to Villa 18. As she entered, she saw Xia Yehua sitting on the sofa and fuming to herself. A stunned Xiao Lian said, "Auntie, what happened?" Xia Yehua pointed at Song Yuanxi and said, "What happened? Yuanxi wants to meet her online friend. Hurry up and help me convince her that online romances are completely unreliable. What if she was conned by somebody she met online?" Song Yuanxi's face was completely red. Her eyes red, she lowered her head. After hearing what Xia Yehua had to say, she hurriedly said, "Auntie, he wouldn't lie to me. Have you met him before? Do you know how he is in real life? Yuanxi, you were so obedient when you were young, but now you make others worry way too much. No, I will never let you meet him. Auntie." A doe-eyed Song Yuanxi raised her head and widened her eyes. She looked pleadingly at Xiao Lian and said, "Auntie." Before she could finish pleading, tears rolled down her face. "What I have with him is true love, so I." She cupped her mouth and lowered her head. For someone who had always been good-tempered and gentle, at this moment she was being surprisingly stubborn. Xiao Lian looked at her. She suddenly remembered her past self. She had agreed to meet Zichuan in Beijing and bought airplane tickets, intending to fly there. However, her mother disapproved immensely of her decision, and had said similar things to what Xia Yehua had just said. How had her past self handled this situation? She had irritatedly said, "Mom, Zichuan wouldn't lie to me." When she said this, she had been exceptionally insistent and exceptionally confident. Just like how Song Yuanxi was behaving now. Xia Yehua pointed at her and said, "You have only known him for a couple of days and you already want to meet him? Auntie, you were the one who said that online romances were unreliable. Therefore, we decided to meet each other, so that this romance wouldn't exist exclusively online and would move forward."
No.
Definitely not. You know nothing about this man. If you go over, meet him and get conned in the process, do you know how sad you'll be? Song Yuanxi bit her lip, feeling extremely wronged. Xia Yehua patted her chest and said, "You'll be the death of me." Song Yuanxi immediately walked over and patted her back, saying, "Auntie, please don't be angry. I promise I won't go." She was so obedient that any outsider would feel compassion and heartache on her behalf. As Xiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan stood on the side and watched, their feelings became even more complicated. Many online romances failed once they transitioned into the physical world. However, Song Yuanxi had a decent appearance, thus she was unlikely to be given the cold shoulder. Xiao Lian pursed her lips and suddenly said, "Mom, let her go." As she finished speaking, Song Yuanqi joyfully raised her head. Xia Yehua's entire body froze. Xun Liangchuan's gaze also fixated on Qiao Lian. Qiao Lian smiled and said, "It's normal for Yuanqi to meet her friend. If you are still worried about her, I'll accompany her to the meeting." Xia Yehua frowned and was about to speak when Shun Liangchuan said, "She is already an adult after all, so she should be able to decide some things for herself." Xia Yehua took a deep breath after hearing this and said, Fine. I'll stop minding about your teenage issues. I don't care anymore, just go." Song Yuanqi immediately became excited and said, "Auntie, you're the best." Then she rushed upstairs. Qiao Lian could already tell what she was doing upstairs even without following her. She was probably picking out the clothes and accessories that she would be wearing just like her past self. Her past self. After convincing her parents at their home, she flew to Beijing all by herself and excitedly went to meet Zichuan. She had prepared so many things just to meet him. She had practically brought every piece of beautiful clothing she owned with her. Thus, she dragged a large suitcase along with her. At the hotel, she tried out many outfits before finally deciding on one. After she was satisfied with how she looked in the mirror, she went out and hailed a cab. She then headed to the agreed location. She arrived 2 hours early at the agreed-upon cafe. Therefore, she managed to find a good spot to sit down. There, she waited for him silently. They had agreed to meet at a Starbucks cafe in the Haidian district of Beijing. She felt somewhat embarrassed because she had arrived early. Hence, she sat quietly in a corner of the cafe. At that moment, each and every second felt like a particularly arduous type of torture to her. This was the first time that she ever felt time passing this slowly. Every tick on her second-hand watch made her jump in joy. However, it was still too difficult to bear. She simply could not stand it anymore, and took out her cell phone to call Zichuan. As she thought of this, they heard steps approaching from upstairs. Song Yuanqi walked out with a red face. She was holding a white shirt and asked loudly from the second floor, "Sister-in-law, do you think this shirt will look good on me?" Her eyes were as bright as the most polished obsidian on earth. They were gleaming like stars in the sky. Qiao Lian tilted her head to look at her. As though by magic, she was suddenly holding a red dress and asking, "Or would this one look better on me? The white shirt would make me look pale, but the red color is too bright. I am rather pale, so I don't know if I can handle such a vivid color." Qiao Lian reminisced about the past again. That day, she had worn a red dress. Her mother had told her that red looked best on her, as it made her seem like a small sun that brought warmth to everybody around her. Should I put on makeup? But if I put it on, will I look too formal? Yet, I shouldn't let him think that I'm treating this too casually as well. That day, she had put on makeup before leaving the house. When she reached the doorway, she turned back again and washed off the makeup on her face. The makeup made her look old. Since she was naturally beautiful, there was nothing to fear. Which handbag should I take? If I bring one that is too expensive, I'm worried that I will stress him out. But if he comes from a rich family, I'm afraid that he will look down on me. Qiao Lian laughed. She had never considered this question at that time, since the Zichuan she used to know would have never been ashamed because she had brought an expensive handbag. Neither would he have glanced at her more often just because she had brought an expensive handbag. She had fallen in love with Zichuan because of his personality, so even if he had been ugly, she would have still loved him. However, Song Yuanqi had always been shy and introverted. What scared her the most was to cause trouble for others. Nevertheless, at this moment, she was excitedly speaking in a loud voice, and the 3 people downstairs couldn't help but to smile uncontrollably. Xia Yehua was rendered speechless and she could only point at her. Qiao Lian could only say, "Wear the white one. Don't put on makeup, you look better without it. Just put on a bit of pale lipstick. As for the bag, you are wearing white, so bring a blue handbag because it will complement both your clothes and your shoes." Song Yuanqi seemed to have found her pillar of support. She immediately answered in the affirmative and rushed back into her room. Xia Yehua exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen her so hopeful. However, I'm really worried that she is being lied to by others." Qiao Lian's eyes narrowed. Indeed, Song Yuanqi was quite innocent, even though she seemed somewhat older than how Qiao Lian had been at that time. The Qiao Lian of yesteryear used to be a small tyrant, and nobody would dare anger her. However, Song Yuanqi was currently as timid as a little rabbit. What if she got bullied by others? She pursed her lips and could not help but to clench her teeth. Her thoughts returned to that year's events. She had excitedly called Zichuan and the call had connected very quickly. Just as he answered the call with a hello, she immediately started speaking incessantly. Zichuan, I arrived early and have been here by myself for quite some time now. I'm bored. Where are you? After finishing her spiel, she angrily opened her mouth again. I'm giving you half an hour. If you don't show up within half an hour, this princess won't wait here any longer. She meant those words as a joke, but the other party stayed silent. His reaction made her panic. She said nervously, Zichuan, why are you not speaking? He only started speaking after she finished, saying, I'll arrive in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Qiao Lian's heart immediately turned warm and fuzzy. It seemed like she wasn't the only one that was worried. He was also worried that he would not be able to meet her, which was why he was arriving an hour early. She hung up the phone and supported her chin with her hands. Her eyes stared at the entrance of the cafe. At that moment, there were not many people in that Starbucks cafe. She reckoned that there were less than 10 people in the cafe, but there were even less people entering and exiting the shop. Hence, Zichuan should be able to spot her quite easily once he entered. As she thought about this, she suddenly felt nervous and had a sense of foreboding. She bit her lip and silently waited. Then, her cell phone suddenly started ringing unexpectedly. Sister-in-law, look at me. Is this fine? Song Yuanqi's question interrupted Qiao Lian's trip down memory lane again. Qiao Lian's mind returned to the present and she stared at Song Yuanqi. Song Yuanqi had a delicate appearance. Her pale facial features could complement almost any outfit. Everything suited her. She looked beautiful as she wore the clothes that Qiao Lian had picked out for her. Qiao Lian nodded and said, You look great. Song Yuanqi smiled shyly for a moment, and then looked at Xia Yehua asking, Auntie, what do you think? Xia Yehua humped coldly. When Song Yuanqi saw this, she lowered her head, like a child who had just done something wrong. When Xia Yehua noticed her expression, she stood up and walked over to Song Yuanqi to tidy up her messy hair. Yuanqi, you must remember to protect yourself, all right? Also, if that guy doesn't match your expectations, you shouldn't get upset. Understood. Song Yuanqi's eyes brightened and she nodded vigorously, saying, I'll remember, Auntie. Then she lowered her head and looked at the time. We agreed to meet each other at the nearby Starbucks cafe at 10 o'clock. It's almost time, so I'll take my leave first. As she said this, she happily ran outside. When she passed by Shen Liangchuan, she lowered her head, embarrassed. Brother Liangchuan, I'll be heading out now. Qiao Lian looked at Shen Liangchuan and noticed that he had an unfathomable look in his eyes. He was not gazing at Song Yuanqi. Instead, he was looking at himself. Baffled, she twitched her eyebrows, only to see him open his mouth and say simply, Okay. Song Yuanqi did not notice his expression and immediately ran out. After a while, a chauffeur picked her up and drove her. Qiao Lian stood up. When she noticed Xia Yehua's craned neck, she suddenly said, Mom, if you're worried about her, I'll go and look after her on your behalf. Xia Yehua immediately nodded and said, Ah yes, go and look after her. Without someone doing that, my heartbeat will keep beating erratically. Yuanqi has always been a particularly innocent child. I'm truly afraid that she will be conned by that man. Qiao Lian nodded, stood up and walked outside. Just as she reached the courtyard, she suddenly felt a presence behind her. She turned and saw Shen Liangchuan standing behind her. He walked past her, turned on the car's engine and said, Get in. Qiao Lian froze for a second before reacting. Shen Liangchuan was going to drive her to the cafe. She got in and the car drove towards the nearby Starbucks cafe. Once they had arrived, he stopped the car at the roadside. Through the glass window, she saw Song Yuanqi nervously sitting near the cafe's window. Noticing Song Yuanqi's nervous expression caused Qiao Lian to clench her fists nervously as well. A strange feeling of anticipation on behalf of Song Yuanqi began to blossom within Qiao Lian. She fervently hoped that the man that was about to show up was a decent person. She hoped that Song Yuanqi would not walk away disappointed, like she did so many years ago. She believed that Song Yuanqi, like her, would not care about the looks of the man that was going to show up. She quietly kept staring forward as time passed slowly by. Only after a long while did she notice that someone beside her had fixed his gaze on her. She turned her head. When her eyes met Shen Liangchuan's cool gaze, she froze momentarily. He had a complicated look in his eyes, and had an unfathomable expression on his face as he scrutinized her. His scrutiny made her feel as though this man was trying to understand her thoroughly. There was an awkward silence in the car. Finally, she could not stop herself from breaking the silence by saying, "Tell me, what do you think about Yuanqi's decision to meet this person?" Shen Liangchuan looked at her, processed her words and lowered his head, saying, "How should I know?" Qiao Lian. How could she continue the topic? She looked forward again and said, "I hope that whoever arrives is a dapper and handsome teenager. After all, every woman has always dreamed of a Prince Charming." When she finished speaking, Shen Liangchuan looked at her and said, "Hopeless idiot." His sharp tongue and look of disdain reminded her of Zichuan. She did not know why, but recently she had been linking the two men together. That was because these two men were extremely similar in some ways. As she stared blankly into space, she saw Shen Liangchuan turn his head around irritatedly. Suddenly, his gaze darkened and he said, "He's arrived." Qiao Lian followed the direction of his gaze and her eyes immediately brightened. "He's really here." The man who arrived seemed rather normal and was wearing a pair of glasses. Due to the distance, they could not see the man's looks clearly. However, his clothes looked tidy and he looked reliable. Song Yuanqi blushed a lot and cautiously shook the man's hand. Then the couple sat down next to each other. They chatted with each other in the cafe, as Qiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan sat in the car and watched them from afar. The man seemed quite proactive. Each time he spoke, Song Yuanqi would immediately start laughing. Then she would shyly lower her head and touch her hair. The man leaned forward. His expression clearly indicated that he was extremely interested in Song Yuanqi, and she got even more shy. Her timid expression would make any man want to protect her if they saw it, right? Qiao Lian saw the man waving his hand to summon a waiter. They ordered several cakes and pastries, and chatted with each other as they ate. The man seemed to really care for Song Yuanqi. He was passionate and animated. Even from afar, she could tell that their conversation was probably interesting indeed. Except, looking at the man's height, it seems that his height was just about the same as Yuanqi's. Wasn't he just a tad too short? However, she should not judge a person based on their appearance. At least this guy looked polite, reliable and not too sketchy. Qiao Lian lowered her eyes. She felt that Song Yuanqi's luck was much better than hers. That fateful day so many years ago, her past self had also stupidly waited there. When there were only 5 minutes left until Zichuan's promised arrival time, her phone started ringing. She picked up the call. The person on the other line was just her friend, asking about her well-being. After chatting for a while, she remembered that Zichuan was about to arrive, and thus found a convenient excuse to hang up the phone. She looked at the time again. He must be almost here, right? Qiao Lian lifted her head and sized up the room. The moment she did so, she saw someone walking outside. She paid it no mind and continued waiting, all the while staring at the entrance. 5 minutes passed. She looked at her cell phone. Zichuan had not arrived and had not called her either. She silently stared at her cell phone. After another 5 minutes passed, she impatiently dialed Zichuan's phone number again. She could hear his ringtone over the line, but even after a long while, nobody picked up the call. Qiao Lian frowned. Could it be that he was still on the way and thus could not hear his cell phone ring? She sat patiently and kept waiting. Half an hour had elapsed since the agreed-upon time. However, he had still not arrived. Qiao Lian held her cell phone and continued calling his phone number. Her calls could get through, But throughout the entire process, no one picked up any of her calls. She froze on the spot and an unprecedented sense of panic rose up within her. Did this mean that Zichuan had gotten into a car accident on the way here? She widened her eyes and walked out of the cafe. Then she stood at the entrance and craned her neck to check out the surroundings. Zichuan had said that he was only 10 minutes away from the cafe. Even if he had been driving in Beijing, he could not have driven a long distance in 10 minutes. She impatiently walked back and forth near the cafe, occasionally raising her head to check out her surroundings, hoping to catch sight of him. She also kept calling his phone number using her cell phone. Another half an hour passed. Nobody picked up her calls and nobody passed by the cafe. Xiao Lian could no longer stay seated. She has always had a vivacious personality, so it had already been extremely difficult for her to sit in this cafe for 1.5 hours. Furthermore, the fact that his phone number always rang meant that his phone had not run out of battery. As she continued to call him, she flagged down a cab and asked the cab driver a question that he found extremely strange. Could you randomly drive me around this cafe and stop at any place which can be reached from the cafe in exactly 10 minutes? She worriedly stared through the car window. However, she did not see any car accidents along the road. She got even more worried. In the end, she went directly to the nearest police station and asked if any car accidents had happened nearby. The answer she received was as follows. There was a tailgating accident. However, they have settled their respective car insurance issues, so they left the scene. Zichuan couldn't have been involved in that accident. Zichuan had always been both punctual and meticulous. Whenever she agreed with Zichuan to log in at a particular time, he would send a private message to inform her when he was late, even if it was by a single minute. She walked out of the police station and called Zichuan's phone number again. However, he had already switched off his cell phone. Xiao Lian hurriedly went back into the cafe and didn't dare to step out again. She was afraid that Zichuan would arrive at the cafe and not be able to find her. Thus, a habitually impatient person sat at a cafe for an entire afternoon. She stared at every customer in the cafe. Every time she saw someone who fit his age profile, she would approach them and ask, "Excuse me, are you Zichuan?"
No.
Still no. Still the answer was no. It was already 8 p.m., yet Zichuan had still not arrived. She sat dejectedly inside the cafe and a single thought kept popping into her mind. He's probably not coming anymore. Given what she knew of his personality, he would never let her wait at a cafe for this long. She bit her lip and silently stared outside the cafe. It was already dark here in Beijing, and cars drove to and fro on the road. At this moment, her cell phone finally began to ring. Xiao Lian excitedly lowered her head, but when she saw the caller ID, she dejectedly hung her head again. The call was from her mother. She dejectedly picked up the call and heard her mother's gentle voice say, "Xiao Qiao, have you met Zichuan yet? How is he? Do you find him charming? You've even forgotten to update us." Xiao Lian's eyes immediately turned red. She choked out, "Mom!" Right as she spoke, she burst into tears. Her mother's worried voice emanated from the other end of the call, saying, "Xiao Qiao, what's the matter? If something's happened, then tell me clearly. What happened to you?" However, the more her mother cared about her well-being, the more she wanted to cry. She bit her lip and cried uncontrollably. She did not know whether she was crying for herself or for Zichuan. Her mother consoled her for a long time afterwards. Once she hung up, her father called her cell phone. His calm voice helped soothing her heart. He said, "Xiao Qiao, regardless of what happened, don't be afraid. You are my daughter, the daughter of Qiao Dong after all. Now tell your father where you currently are." Only then did Xiao Qiao realize that her father might have misunderstood the situation. She hurriedly said chokingly, "I am still at the cafe. Dad, he didn't come. Boo-hoo-hoo, he didn't come." The other party sighed loudly in relief and said, "Xiao Qiao, don't cry. It's late and you should first return to the hotel. Perhaps he got caught up in something today. You have his cell phone number, and we'll be able to contact him sooner or later." Xiao Lian bit her lip and said, "All right, I know, Dad." After hanging up, Xiao Lian wiped away her tears. However, she had an unprecedented feeling of persistence. She would not leave this place until Zichuan showed up. She did not know whether she was being stubborn for herself or for him. She sat quietly and stared at her cell phone. She sat until the cafe's barista walked over and said, "Miss, our cafe is closing for the night. Please." Only then did Xiao Lian notice the time. It was already 11 p.m. Her expression froze for a second. Suddenly, the door to the cafe was pushed open by someone. She jerked her head up and saw a towering male figure standing at the doorway, looking at her. Xiao Lian's eyes immediately turned red again and she said, "Dad." She jumped up and ran over to her father's arms. Her father gently patted her back and said, "I knew you wouldn't listen to my advice. Thank goodness your mother sent me to follow you to Beijing because she was worried about you. Xiao, it's already late. Shall we proceed back to the hotel first?" Xiao Lian shook her head and said, "No, Dad. I'm going to wait here." Her father saw her expression and patted her head dotingly. Then he called the barista over and said something to him. After that, the barista did not come over or try to chase them out again. That night, she sat on a chair facing the cafe's window. Her father's arrival had calmed her down. She gradually became less irritated, but more persistent. She held her cell phone and would place a call every 5 minutes. Initially, she still had a glimmer of hope within her, wishing that the call would go through the very next second. Since it was already very late, Zichuan should have already returned home. Even if his phone was out of battery, he would already have charged it, right? Even towards the later part of the night, she robotically continued calling him. As dawn rapidly approached, she was still wide awake. Her face was tense. Then, after a countless number of calls, the other party finally picked up the call. The instant the other party picked up her call, her eyes immediately brightened up, full of either hope or relief. An entire night of waiting has created so much grievance in her heart that at this moment, she was on the brink of tears. However, she straightened her neck and barked harshly. "Zichuan, where the hell are you? Do you know that I..." Xiao. His voice, on the verge of changing due to puberty, interrupted hers. Even though he had only said a couple of words, his voice gave Xiao Lian a sense of foreboding. She stopped yelling as though she was afraid of what he was about to say next. Instead, she smiled and said, "Zichuan, how are you? Did something happen?" Tears rolled down her face as she forced a smile. "Zichuan, could you come to see me, please?" Once she finished speaking, he stayed silent for a while before uttering the last sentence one says in a relationship. "Xiao, I'm never going to see you again. Beep beep beep." As he finished, he hung up the phone without giving her a chance to speak. Xiao Lian immediately froze on the spot. She widened her eyes and stared at her cell phone unbelievingly. She bit her lips and said, "You won't see me again? Do you think just because you said that we won't ever see each other again?" She called him again. Just as the call connected, the receiver hung up again. When she called over again, the phone had already been switched off. He had actually switched his phone off. Xiao Lian stared at the phone in her hands, dazed. She had cried so much that her voice was already hoarse. That incomprehensible abandonment experience associated with youth and unfathomable romance that she had just experienced had turned her entire world upside down. Her mother's words before she left her house rang in her ears again. "Xiao, he can't be trusted. What if he is a con artist? What if he was a con artist? What should she do?" Her online romance with Zichuan had lasted approximately 2.5 years. For 2 years they had talked for almost half an hour every day, yet now she was being told that Zichuan could be a con artist? She could not believe it and picked up her phone to call him again. His phone was still switched off. Only then did she realize that she knew nothing about him, other than the fact that his name was Zichuan. She wanted to wrest an explanation out of him, but did not know how to find him. Afterwards, for many nights she called that familiar phone number. However, after her call connected, the answering machine would tell her that the number she called was no longer in use. Even after so many years, each time she thought about the despair that she had experienced that night, she would have a sense of haziness and confusion. She stared at the cafe in front of her, and at Song Yuanqi and the man. They were chatting with each other animatedly. She frowned. Were online romances really reliable? Just as she thought about this, she turned her head and saw that Shen Liangchuan was also in a daze, as though he had also reminisced about some event in the past. What was on his mind? As she thought about this, she saw Song Yuanqi and the man walk out of the cafe. She hurriedly looked in front of her and saw the couple get into car. Then the car drove away. She did not know why, but she kept feeling as though something was not quite right. She hurriedly pushed Shen Liangchuan. Mr. Shen, chase after them, hurry up. Shen Liangchuan still seemed to be in a daze. He stared at Xiao Lian and suddenly asked, "Why?" Xiao Lian immediately said, "I still think online romances are unreliable, so we should follow them to see what they are planning to do next." Online romances are unreliable. That sentence again. Shen Liangchuan's gaze was so deep that it seemed an entire person could get sucked into it. So, has it always been fake? Were her feelings for him fake from the beginning just because they had been in an online romance? She had only jerked him around for fun because their relationship had been fake. His gaze shone with fury and hatred as he thought this, causing the temperature in the car to drop rapidly. Xiao Lian's entire body froze with his gaze. However, as she saw Song Yuanqi leaving with that man, she could not help but to grab Shen Liangchuan's arm and say, "Mr. Shen, what are you thinking? Hurry up and follow them." Her words caused Shen Liangchuan to snap back to reality. He lowered his head and stared at the hand that was currently grabbing his arm. He finally suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart, looked forward and started the car. Only then did they begin following the other car. The other car was currently driving around Beijing City, but it was rapidly approaching the rural area. Eventually, it stopped at a rather dilapidated area near the west end of the city. Xiao Lian widened her eyes and looked in front of her. She pointed at a car in front of a small shop and said, "There, the car has stopped there." Shen Liangchuan frowned and stopped his car as well. Given that he was a public figure, he consciously took out a mask and a hat. However, before he could put them on, Xiao Lian had already opened the car door and gotten out. She rushed over to the other car. Shen Liangchuan took a moment to gather his thoughts, which resulted in him being slower to react than Xiao Lian. He frowned and lifted his head again. However, by this point, the girl's figure had disappeared past the entrance of the shop. He hurriedly pushed open the car door and got out. Xiao Lian worriedly rushed inside. It was a hotel after all, not a shop. There were many rooms along both ends of the hallway. The dim lighting made her feel increasingly uncomfortable. Furthermore, the atmosphere inside made her want to puke. With a single glance, she could tell that this was a seedy place meant for people to conduct immoral acts. She looked at her surroundings before noticing that Song Yuanqi, who was standing in front of her, looked somewhat unwell. She was currently leaning against the man's shoulder while she walked forward. She immediately realized exactly what was going on. As a seasoned reporter with years of experience, she had seen all kinds of scams. The Song Yuanqi in front of her had definitely been drugged. She moved forward and yelled, "Stop right there." The man did not turn around. Instead, he walked even faster. An anxious Xiao Lian tried to get closer again. However, at this moment, the doors on both sides suddenly opened and a group of thugs rushed towards her. Xiao Lian's eyes narrowed and she instantly took a fighting position. As she saw a man run forward to grab her, she stretched out her arm and grabbed the man at once. She then gave him a forceful shove, pushing him on top of another man. She had taken some martial arts lessons before. However, the little martial arts knowledge that she had was ultimately not very helpful against this group of thugs. After all, her bare hands were hopelessly outmatched by the sheer number of thugs surrounding her. Even though she had just beaten 2 thugs, more of them rushed up behind her. Then they surrounded her completely. She had nowhere else left to run. She worriedly bit her lip. Thugs started to attack her from all sides. Even though she managed to defeat the ones in front, she suddenly felt a flurry of punches attacking her from behind. Oh no! They were in deep trouble. Just as she thought of this, she heard people screaming behind her. Then, a broad-shouldered and warm body pressed against her back. Shen Liangchuan's usually calm voice was currently filled with worry as he said, "Are you a pig? Did you not know how dangerous it would be in here?" Qiao Lian froze as she got scolded. She felt an unfathomable yet familiar sensation. She remembered the other time this had happened, which had been while she was playing a video game. Some random player was driving her crazy with his in-game antics. As she ran and chased after him, she carelessly fell into his trap. A couple of players hiding to the side of her suddenly burst out of their hiding place. The 3 players took the opportunity to surround and attack her, causing her life bar to slowly drain away. Right as she was on the verge of death, Zichuan suddenly rushed inside. The voice chat function was switched on, so she heard his exasperated voice over the headset saying, "Are you a pig? Why are you rushing to your death?" At this moment, that familiar voice sounded strangely similar to the voice that she was hearing right now. Qiao Lian could not help but look at Shen Liangchuan. He was wearing a hat and a mask, so she was unable to see the expression on his face. She could only notice his eyes, which were shining with a cold gleam. As she froze in shock, someone rushed up again. Shen Liangchuan immediately grabbed her arm and pulled her to the side. He then kicked the man and said, "Why are you staring blankly into space?" After scolding her, he turned his head around and fought another man who was close by. Only then did Qiao Lian snap back to reality. She stood with her back against Shen Liangchuan and started resisting the group of men. However, they could not keep doing this. Qiao Lian bit her lip and said, "I saw Song Yuanqi being taken to the second-to-last room at the end of the hallway in front of us. We need to rush over and rescue her. If we keep fighting off these men, something will happen to Yuanqi. If they didn't manage to save her within 20 minutes, the immoral act currently taking place in the room would have concluded by then." Once she said this, Shen Liangchuan looked at his surroundings. "I've already called the police, but it'll take at least 20 minutes for them to arrive. I'll block them while you rush over to save her." As soon as Qiao Lian heard this, she ran forward without another word. However, before she could run more than a couple of steps, she was blocked again. Given her small stature, she would not be able to rush out of this brawl. She started to panic and looked around frantically. Suddenly, she saw a metal pipe lying on the side. She immediately ran over to pick it up before rushing back to Shen Liangchuan's side. She then yelled, "You should go. I'll stop them in the meantime." Shen Liangchuan instantly rejected her idea, saying, "No, you won't be able to handle them. Indeed, I can't stop all of them. But, if I rush into that room, there might be even more fearsome enemies waiting inside. Only you can enter and stop them. It'll be up to you to protect Song Yuanqi." She swung the metal pipe she was holding wildly, so nobody dared to approach her for some time. Feeling conflicted, Shen Liangchuan narrowed his eyes. She had analyzed the situation accurately. Her proposal was indeed the best course of action at this point. He had to go into the room and carry out the rescue while she handled things outside. These thugs were not vicious and unrelenting, thus they wouldn't be itching to kill her. However, the trapped Song Yuanqi could have her life ruined if someone took advantage of her body. Given Song Yuanqi's personality, he knew that if she was raped by a man, she might be driven to suicide. Shen Liangchuan clenched his fists. The girl standing in front of him yelled, "Why aren't you going?" His gaze darkened when he saw that fierce expression and that selfish look. He pursed his lips and suddenly said, "Take care, Xiao Qiao." Due to the chaos around her, Qiao Lian could not hear what he said clearly. She loudly yelled again, "Go quickly." She could not hold the thugs back for much longer. At this moment, someone placed an ice-cold dagger in her hands. She froze momentarily before noticing that Shen Liangchuan had already turned around and was rushing towards the room. He should have carried the weapon along with him as protection. However, he had chosen to give it to her. Before Qiao Lian could ponder this, more people kept coming in front of her. She held the metal pipe in one hand and the dagger in the other, and then tried her best to fight back the group of people in front of her. Her arms were so sore that she could barely lift them. However, she could not give up. If she gave up, Shen Liangchuan would be hopelessly outnumbered. She had to persist. Suddenly, the pipe got stolen from her. Then someone used the pipe to brutally hit her leg. Her knees buckled and she fell on the ground. However, she grabbed the feet of the person in front of her and used both his body and hers to block the people behind her. Pain. She felt pain throughout her entire body. Her consciousness had already started blurring, but one thought flashed through her mind. She had such a great time beating people up in video games. Even if her character got hit, she wouldn't feel a thing. However, in real life, getting beaten up hurts like hell. When Shen Liangchuan rushed into the room, he saw that almost all of the clothes on Song Yuanqi's body had been removed. Her face was very red, and her brows were tightly furrowed. Furthermore, the man had already taken off his pants and was preparing to take advantage of her. When Shen Liangchuan kicked open the door, he turned around in fright. Shen Liangchuan momentarily broke out into a cold sweat. If he had entered even half a minute later, the aftermath would have been unthinkable. He walked forward and kicked the man so hard that he flew across the room and hit the nearby wall, before sliding down to the floor. The man yelled while grabbing his pants, "What are you doing?" It was a consensual act. As he finished speaking, he was savagely kicked in his face. Shen Liangchuan beat him up thoroughly. After making sure that nobody else was in the room, he turned around and intended to assist Qiao Lian. However, just as he left the room, another two thugs rushed out from the opposite room. He saw that Qiao Lian had already fallen on the ground and was being attacked from all sides. His heart clenched in his chest, as though a hand was tightly grabbing it. He desperately wished that he could run over and rescue her. However, he could not do so as long as these two thugs were in the way. His expression grew increasingly colder. He looked back and saw that Song Yuanqi had put on her clothes. Looking behind him, he found a fruit knife sitting on top of a bedside table. Shen Liangchuan grabbed it and threw it at her, saying, "Protect yourself with this." Then he ran to Qiao Lian. Song Yuanqi's fingers trembled, but she still managed to swing the knife in her hand threateningly. One of the two men went to chase after Shen Liangchuan, while the other stayed and stared at her. Shen Liangchuan ignored the punches aimed at his back and desperately ran forward. At this moment, he could only think about the girl who had fallen in a pool of blood. That was his Xiao Qiao. That was the girl who would retaliate if she got stabbed by an opponent in a video game. That was the girl who he had protected with all of his might in the past. He immediately rushed to face the group of thugs, before suddenly hearing the sound of police sirens emanating from the entrance. He saw that at this moment, Qiao Lian had already fainted after losing all of her strength. At the entranceway, a group of policemen burst into the hotel armed with tasers. "Everybody stop! Do you hear me?" Everybody stopped fighting and waited for the police to intervene. However, at that moment, Shen Liangchuan ran forward and grabbed the man nearest to the entrance. He instantly threw the man on the ground and started throwing a flurry of punches at his face. This man had just punched Xiao Qiao 8 times. He punched the man 8 times and then looked at the rest of the thugs. However many punches Xiao Qiao had received, he would throw the same number of punches back. With a savage gaze, he grabbed some thug's shirt collar and started punching him. A policeman yelled, "I told you to stop. Did you not hear me?" Just as the policeman walked up to try and stop the beating, Song Chung appeared in front of him and blocked his way, saying, "Hey friend, can't you see the state of my friend's wife? She's pregnant, which is why there is so much blood on the ground. It seems like the miscarriage will be inevitable. Can you now understand why my friend is so angry? These thugs who gang up on a woman like this are nothing more than cowards." Once the policemen heard about how Qiao Lian had suffered a miscarriage due to the beatings, they looked at each other astonishingly. Then they widened their eyes and looked at the scene once more. They had finally seemed to understand the reason behind Shen Liangchuan's rage. Only after Shen Liangchuan had taken revenge on behalf of Qiao Lian on every single one of the thugs, did the policemen attempt to approach him again. Song Chung blocked them again, saying, "Boo-hoo-hoo, hurry up and send my friend and his wife to the hospital. I'll give the eyewitness testimony. The policeman watched as Qiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan got into the ambulance. Then, they blankly surveyed the situation in front of them. Only when the ambulance had left did they snap back to reality and stared at Song Cheng simultaneously. They asked him, "Do you know what happened here? Will you go with us to provide a witness testimony?" Song Cheng shook his head and said, "I don't know what happened." "You then, please ask that gentleman from before to head over to the police station whenever he's available." Song Cheng smiled and said, "I'm sorry if you want to contact him. You will need to contact his lawyer first. Otherwise, he will not be able to provide you with any information." Policeman. If a public figure was brought to the police station by the police, he would be in deep trouble indeed. Thus, Song Cheng had learnt the art of improvisation and quick-wittedness. At this point, the policeman could only handcuff the group of thugs and bring them back to the police station for interrogation. She was in a daze. All she could see was darkness. Qiao Lian tried to open her eyes, but found that she could not open her eyes, no matter how hard she tried. She felt pain all over her body, so much so that she could not help but frown. She groaned loudly. Then she felt a warm hand clasping over hers, and heard a rich voice near her ear. "I'm here, Xiao Qiao." Those 4 words felt like a clear stream that was slowly quenching the fire inside her body. Immediately, she felt much calmer than before. Her eyebrows relaxed and she fell into a deep sleep once again. Shen Liangchuan held her hand and waited by her side. He had also suffered some minor injuries. His fist was bleeding due to the force had exerted on punching the other thugs. Thus, at this moment it was wrapped with bandages. He remained seated at the side of the bed, motionless. The woman on the bed had had her injuries taken care of. However, he noticed that there were many swollen patches all over her body. Her face was swollen from being beaten up again. New scars had appeared on her face, even though the old ones had not fully recovered yet. However, even in this condition, he could still see the beautiful outline of the girl's face. Those tightly shut eyes and trembling eyebrows all showed him that she was extremely scared. Yet, she was scared. Any girl would be scared after experiencing such a harrowing encounter. However, she had still blocked those thugs without hesitation, allowing him to rescue Song Yuanqi. He stared at her continuously. Only after a long while did he slowly reach out his hand towards her cheek. His hand hung in midair for a while. He was scared that he would touch the injuries on her face. Hence he ultimately dropped his hand again. Time passed by slowly, as he sat in the quiet room. He mumbled to himself? Or was it to Qiao Lian? Either way, he said quietly, "Xiao Qiao will live a peaceful life together from now on, all right? Let bygones be bygones." At this moment, he finally had a revelation after looking at her body riddled with scar. He would rather watch her stab him while smiling than watch her get hurt again. He no longer had the heart to take revenge against this girl. As for the accrued debts from the past, she had repaid enough of them so far, right? His gaze grew darker and darker until finally, the only feeling left was one of a rich, immutable love. She did not care about their previous relationship because it had mostly been online. Thus, he would start a formal, romantic relationship with her now in real life. There was still time. The sunlight started to fade away, so thin light rays shone on his cheek as the sun went down. At this moment, his expression seemed extraordinarily gentle. Around 8 p.m., the lady lying on the bed finally opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the hospital's ceiling, and she could smell the piercing smell of disinfectant in the air. She moved her neck and saw Shen Liangchuan sitting at her side. Before she could speak, he said, "Xiao Qiao, are you still in pain?" "Xiao Qiao." Qiao Lian looked as though she had just seen a ghost. What she had just heard must have been her imagination. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she was not completely awake. Thus, she widened her eyes and stared dumbly at him. Shen Liangchuan took a glass of water from the bedside table, brought it to her lips and said, "Xiao Qiao, drink some water." He had called her Xiao Qiao again. Qiao Lian sighed as she laid on the bed. Then she patted her own head and said, Ah, why can't I stay awake? Shun Liangchuan. Shun Liangchuan stared at the person lying on the hospital bed, while his lips twitched. He then brought the glass to Qiao Lian's lips again and said, "Open your mouth." Qiao Lian looked at him motionless. Shun Liangchuan said, "Are you going to open your mouth or not?" Why did he always have such a harsh tone in her dreams? Did he think that she would be afraid of him like she usually was in reality? She momentarily grinned and said, "I'm not opening my mouth." As she finished speaking, he suddenly took a mouthful of water. Then, he lowered his head and immediately covered her mouth with his lips. Ooh! Qiao Lian stared at him unbelievably. Only when that warm stream of water entered her mouth did she react to the situation. This wasn't a dream after all. This was reality. After she swallowed the water, Shun Liangchuan lifted his head and stared at her dumbfounded expression. "Are you going to open your mouth?" Qiao Lian jerked up and sat on the bed. Due to her sudden movement, she had accidentally stretched an injury, so she gasped deeply. Shun Liangchuan hurriedly tried to support her. The next second, Qiao Lian's hands were placed on his forehead. She mumbled to herself, "He doesn't have a fever." Shun Liangchuan. So, she thought his actions were unnatural? However, it was usually normal for a husband to do such things for his wife, right? Then, he recalled the events that happened since she had married him, and he lowered his eyes again. Indeed, he had treated her poorly, which explained why she had such a huge reaction when all he had done was to try to give her water. How terrified was she of him? Shun Liangchuan picked up a straw and placed it near her mouth. "Open up." Qiao Lian opened her mouth. He had never served others. Hence, even when all he had done was try to help her drink some water, he had inadvertently spilled some water on her clothes and made them wet. He stared at her clothes and suddenly had an urge to smile. No worries, he thought. Even though he did not know many things, he could always slowly learn these things. As he thought of this, Shun Liangchuan turned around again and picked up a bowl of porridge. When he approached her again, he realized that Qiao Lian was absolutely terrified of him. Mr. Shun, are you planning to act as a caretaker in an upcoming film?" Which was why he was currently practicing on her first. Qiao Lian was thoroughly confused. The corners of Shun Liangchuan's lips twitched again, and he finally shouted irritatedly, "Shut up!" Qiao Lian immediately shut her mouth. However, she breathed a sigh of relief. Shun Liangchuan was back to normal. Shun Liangchuan thought, "Why can't I be gentle with her? Is she a masochist?" He harshly fed the bowl of porridge to her. These circumstances were strange indeed. Qiao Lian only laid back down after she had her fill of porridge. Shun Liangchuan also ate some porridge, and then proceeded to go to the toilet. Qiao Lian laid on the hospital bed, but could not sleep no matter how hard she tried. The abnormal behavior that Shun Liangchuan had just exhibited kept flashing through her mind. Could it be that he had finally noticed her heavenly beauty after interacting with her for such a long period? And he had finally fallen for her? As she thought about this, Qiao Lian happily took her cell phone and switched on the front-facing camera. However, when she looked at herself, she realized that her face was severely swollen. It was so swollen that it looked like a pig's head. Qiao Lian. Even she despised her own face at that moment, let alone Shun Liangchuan. He couldn't possibly like her when she looked like this. Could it be that this man didn't even like beautiful women? Did he only like ugly women? As she tried to guess Shun Liangchuan's inner thoughts, Qiao Lian could not help but lift the corners of her lips. She wanted to smile, but doing so only made her injuries hurt. After she took a deep breath, she noticed that Shun Liangchuan had already walked out of the toilet. He was slowly approaching her. She stared at his body intently. He was wearing a white jacket and he looked both tall and handsome as he strode towards her. It seemed as though that day's fight hadn't even left a single scratch on his body. His face had no injuries or blemishes of any kind. She suddenly felt a sense of imbalance in her heart. Both of them had fought together. However, why was she the only one who had turned ugly and ragged? while this man looked as though nothing had happened to him. As she thought about this, he had already sat beside the hospital bed. He said, "What are you thinking about?" Her eyes seemed as though they were glued to his body. He could not help but to curl his lips, as a feeling of happiness rose inside his heart. Xiao Lian gazed at his body until he looked uncomfortable before saying, "Mr. Shun, did you not get even a single scratch?" Shun Liangchuan thought, "Why does she sound disappointed?" He narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you disappointed that I wasn't beaten to a pulp like you?" Xiao Lian began to nod, but then she immediately reacted and said, "No, of course not." Shun Liangchuan pursed his lips and said, "Xiao Qiao." As he growled the word Xiao Qiao, his low, rich voice sounded to Xiao Lian like a cello playing the D major scale. The voice had a unique tone to it, a lasting appeal that caused her body to burst out in goosebumps. Xiao Lian immediately nodded in agreement. The way he addressed her had made her blush intensely. At this moment, she was thankful that her face was already so swollen that he couldn't see how flushed she was. Then she heard Shen Liangchuan say, "Do not call me Mr. Shen." Xiao Lian widened her eyes and claimed, "Then should I call you Best Actor Shen?" Shen Liangchuan shook his head. "Not even Best Actor Shen? Could it be? Should I call you Brother Shen like Mr. Song and the rest?" Brother Shen. He curled his lips. Even though the way she had said Brother Shen was different from how others usually said those words, he did not want her to address him like this. To him, Xiao Lian was one of a kind. He continued to shake his head. Xiao Lian. See, she was right. How could this man suddenly treat her so well while expecting nothing in return? Look at him. A leopard can't change its spots, and this guy could not help to purposely make things difficult for her. She had no option but to keep guessing. Teacher Shen. Didn't most of the younger celebrities in the entertainment industry address him like this? As a female caster, she could be considered as a part of the entertainment industry. Shen Liangchuan continued to shake his head. Xiao Lian said, "Mr. Shen, I have lost too much blood and my head is feeling woozy. I can't think anymore, so can you give me a hint?" "Who am I to you?" Xiao Lian said dumbfoundedly. "You're my idol, of course. Other than this," Xiao Lian said, "I can't remember." Shen Liangchuan's tone immediately turned icy. He said, "Xiao Qiao, let me remind you that we live together under the same roof." Xiao Lian said, "Oh, I understand now." Just as Shen Liangchuan breathed a sigh of relief, she claimed, "I should call you roommate." Shen Liangchuan thought, "What the hell?" Xiao Lian said, "You see, if we live together, aren't you my roommate?" Shen Liangchuan's lips twitched as he felt his patience draining away. The veins on his forehead started to pop, as he desperately wished to prise open this woman's skull to see what exactly was stuffed inside it. However, when he saw Xiao Lian desperately try to widen her eyes, but failed due to the swelling keeping them shut, he finally said resignedly, "Xiao Qiao, I am your husband." Xiao Lian instantly froze. She looked dumbfoundedly at the man in front of her. His expression was quite determined, and his words carried an irresistibly commanding tone. So, did he actually mean what she thought he meant? She bit her lip. When Shen Liangchuan started this topic, she had already considered this. However, she did not dare to dream big. At this moment, even after she had heard Shen Liangchuan say the word husband, she could still scarcely believe it. She stared at the man in front of her. The more she stared, the more she wanted to laugh. As her mouth twitched, her injuries stretched in pain. Thus, she had to keep her face straight. Then she said tentatively, "Mr. Shun, actually, you don't have to be so polite." She lowered her head and continued, "I only went to rescue Song Yuanqi because I really like her. I did not mean to obtain your compassion and sympathy," she thought. Shen Liangchuan's attitude towards her had changed from his usual coldness to a sudden gentleness, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Shen Liangchuan narrowed his eyes. It turned out that this girl wasn't as naive as he thought she was. She had already understood his intentions. However, she kept making witty quips to defuse any awkward situation, with the aim of pushing him even further away. He frowned. He could almost feel a layer of darkness beginning to form around his heart. He wanted to say something, but stopped when he saw the girl's anxious gaze. All of the emotions he was feeling were stuck within him, so he kept opening and closing his mouth repeatedly. Finally he said, "You can call me by my name." "Your name?" Xiao Lian was dumbfounded again. Was he compromising? She widened her eyes and was slightly dazed. Then she realized that Shen Liangchuan was eagerly looking at her. That expression. It was as though. She coughed and said, "Shen Liangchuan." Yes. He was indeed smiling. The both of them stared at each other's faces intently. For some time a curious silence filled the room. Over the time Xiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan had interacted with each other, there had been many moments of silence. Furthermore, they were almost always awkward silences. However, right now, the silence that was permeating the room created a somewhat sweet atmosphere instead. She could not help but want to laugh due to her embarrassment. However, every time her lips twitched, she felt a twinge of pain on her face. She hurriedly tensed up her face. The expression she had of wanting to smile but being unable to do so made Shen Liangchuan twitch his lips as well. Then he suddenly started laughing, a grin on his face. First he laughed softly. However, as he laughed, he rose his head. When he saw the expression of astonishment on Xiao Lian's face, he could not help but laugh uproariously. Xiao Lian sat on the hospital bed, completely speechless. This man, was he showing off the fact that he could smile while she couldn't? This was absolutely outrageous. At this moment, Xia Yehua and Song Yuanqi were together standing outside the ward. Both of them had confused expressions on their faces. Xia Yehua turned her head and said, "Yuanqi, did I hear wrongly? Is Shen Liangchuan actually laughing?" Since that day 8 years ago, no smile had crossed his face until today. Xia Yehua's gaze gradually softened and after a while, she began to smile. "I was afraid that Shen Liangchuan wasn't taking his relationship with Xiao Qiao seriously, but now I'm finally reassured."